Chapter 1088. Time passed, and another 2 years passed. The sun hadn't appeared yet, and a fireball was burning in the middle of the sky. It couldn't bring too much light and heat to the earth, but it made the world almost dusk 24 hours a day. What surprised the living even more was the wind. During the long night, the north wind whistled, bringing coldness to the world. After the death of the king of deviant ghosts, the wind continued to blow, but it was always the south wind. It couldn't bring warmth to the world, but it blew away the coldness in the world. Anyway, they saw the thick layer of ice covering the earth begin to melt, and in some areas, they could even see the long-lost black soil. The most obvious change was the rivers. The Trident River and the Blackwater River, which had been frozen for years, gurgled with clear springs again. In the 2 years after the long night, the living people of the world didn't stay idle. For example, in the Westeros, Queen Sansa led the elite knights to clean up the deviant ghost strongholds from the south to the north. The king of deviant ghosts died, and even Frost God was killed, but deviant ghosts didn't go extinct. Slave Bay, a hot spring manor outside Astapor. The white steam on the surface of the pool was so thick that it was almost impossible to see the people on the other side. There were even bubbles in the center. For naked men, old, middle-aged, and young, were talking and laughing in the hot water. "I thought you were still in the Westeros," Jon said. I saw boredom in her eyes. The dwarf laughed self-deprecatingly. In 2 years, the Queen's foundation has reached deep into the 7 kingdoms. I, who could help her stabilize the situation, gradually became an existence that threatened the stability of the political situation after you. In the wisdom of playing with power, she also gradually surpassed me. I can't give her any more good advice, and I'm not even as good as Chancellor Margaery. Well, after I leave, maybe little Rose can become the Queen's hand. Maybe you're thinking too much. Sansa sent a letter to ask about your situation, Old Ymont said. The dwarf covered his face with a wet towel and said in a muffled voice, "When she brought a young poet into the inner room without hesitation and had Brittany stop me outside, everything was self-evident. It's better for me to leave than to suddenly fall into the great judgment and be stripped of my honor." Sansa, she. Jon's expression was complicated. Is she very unrestrained now? That's not it. She just wants to chase me away. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Actually, according to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, her actions are nothing much. Not to mention that she doesn't have a husband, even if she did. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, it was common for wives to be caught red-handed and drowned in a pig cage. But according to Westeros law, she could only be whipped 6 times, and the thickness of the whip could not be thicker than a thumb. The 6 lashes corresponded to the other 6 gods of the 7 gods, excluding Stranger. Each lash was meant to atone for one god's sins. There were no strangers, because strangers represented death. Are Westeros men more gentlemanly? No. This law was made by a woman, Aegon the Conqueror's second wife, Rhaenys. The tradition of the noble ladies of the 7 kingdoms raising actors, beautiful poets, and singers was also started by her. Sansa is currently rebuilding the section of the Great Wall at the East Sea. Earlier, she even borrowed King Kong from me to move the bricks. She didn't have time to mess around, Old Ymont said slowly. Building the Great Wall is a great achievement. It was Margaery's suggestion. The achievement should be in one's own hands, the dwarf said with a smile. Jon frowned. To build the Great Wall, other than building the brick walls, she also needs to repair the formation. Who's helping her? Bran is in charge. Meribad and Lancel are the leaders. They've brought the most powerful group of monks from the Holy Church, a total of 1,200 level 2 priests, the dwarf said. Building the Great Wall is indeed a great achievement. What will Margaery get in return for helping her? The Duke of Riverbend? Jon asked curiously. A complete Riverbend is too powerful. I think Sansa will split it into 2, or even take part of it to build a new territory, the dwarf said. Will Margaery agree? So what if she doesn't? If not for Sansa's help, she would have lost her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island, the dwarf said with a sigh. Why? Jon asked, puzzled. Her son is dead, the dwarf sighed. Margaery doesn't go home all year round. That child misses his mother and runs to the docks every day. Recently, the ice and snow on the land are melting, and the sea's climate is changing faster and more rapidly. The child was accidentally swept away by the waves. That's really. John could not help but think of his son who had died prematurely. She really has a hard life. The dwarf smiled. It's not too hard. Without her son, her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island could no longer be maintained. Sangza helped her marry Huabai. Huabai and her original husband, Horus, were twins. They were the same people and had the same family. It was equivalent to restarting the marriage. However, Marguerite was not very satisfied with this marriage. She felt that she had lost out. According to her dream, she should have learned from Nymeria. Marry once, get a husband who can help her in battle. Conquer a piece of land, get a husband who died in battle, inherit a piece of land, and then change to another husband. Back then, Nymeria married from Young Halberd City in the east of Dawn to Starfall City in the west. The land she married into was the land of the king, and she truly achieved a marriage alliance. Why bother? Why bother? Green Pavilion Island is already the top countess territory in the Seven Kingdoms. What else does she want? John sighed. You said it yourself. Green Pavilion Island is only a countess territory. The dwarf splashed water on Simba's face, who had been silent all this while. He smiled and said, not every woman can be like her mother, realizing her ambition with her own strength. Simba wiped the water off his face, and still did not speak. The temperature has been rising in the past 2 years. The temperature in Slave Bay is about to break through zero, which means that the sun is almost done. Danny should be back soon, right? Old Yamont chuckled. According to the current trend, in a year's time, bathing in the hot spring will no longer be a blessing, but a torture, John nodded and said. The dwarf picked up the silver wine jug from the stone table and blew on it as he said vaguely, what do you think is the difference between bathing now and bathing in summer? It's hot water that's close to boiling. Normal people can't stand it. Only we Targaryens have the right to enjoy this blessing. John nodded and looked at the burly silver brother beside him. In the process of forging the sun, Aunt Danny should have a deeper understanding of the first flame. In the past 2 years, her level has increased, and our bloodlines have also improved. Simba has benefited the most. Are you immune to normal flames now? Wildfire can't hurt me either, Simba nodded and said. Kid, don't be so smug. Uncle Tyrion can swallow wildfire alive a long time ago. The dwarf shouted. John looked at his uncle indifferently and asked, Simba, you're a fire demigod, right? What? The dwarf almost choked on his wine. He scurried over in a few steps and pulled the youth to look left and right. His pupils elongated into vertical slits. Other than a body of well-proportioned and firm muscles and a second brother that was slightly smaller than him, he could not see anything else. Simba's level is higher than yours. His meditation technique is also more advanced than yours. You can't see through his foundation at all, John said with a smile. Simba started learning the origin of the first flame in April this year. He condensed his meditation foundation in 3 days and became a demigod a month later, old Yamont said proudly. Fuck, he became a demigod in a month. This talent. The dwarf's face contorted. The joy he got from comparing his second brother disappeared in an instant. He said angrily, those evil gods who went to hell back then were right. The son of a god is indeed very nutritious. After eating it, one will definitely become a god and live forever. It's a pity that they found the wrong person. Simba, it's all thanks to your uncles that you're able to live until now. That's fine. Simba will be your shield from now on, old Yamont said with a smile. The dwarf's eyes turned. He hugged his nephew's shoulder and said, Simba, do you know that a humanoid creature called the Snow Lady has appeared in the world in recent years? Their eyes emit a faint blue light like the stars. Their skin is pale like the moonlight. Although their bodies are colder than ice and snow, they have a peerless appearance that humans can't reach. They came from the wind and snow. Some say that the wind and snow came with them. They're full of legends. They can communicate with humans and even give birth to children. Simba said solemnly, they're all single deviant ghosts. In just this year, I've killed dozens of them. Killed all of them? Destroyed on sight, Simba said in a low voice. The dwarf bared his teeth and said, "You can really do it. They're such beautiful people. They're deviants that invaded the world," Simba said with a frown. The dwarf waved his hand. "Even Frost God was chopped into pieces by your mother. What kind of threat are these deviant ghosts left? I think we should treat the deviant ghost girls like the children of the forest and the deviant ghosts. Didn't your mother plan to build a dragon island as a shelter for a minority of humanoid creatures? Deviant ghosts are also rare humanoid creatures. Deviant ghosts are different," Simba insisted. "Tyrion, you can't be." John had a strange expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. The dwarf smiled calmly and said, "When I was young, old Nan told me the story of night watchman Brandon marrying a deviant ghost bride. I believed it at the time. But when I grew up, when I peed in the snow with my dick shaking, I was 100% sure that the legends were all lies. Perhaps the deviant ghosts were just like the scholars said. They were a clan of barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Because my dick couldn't even withstand normal wind and snow, why would Brandon marry a deviant ghost bride?" Later, when the long night fell, most of the stories about deviant ghosts were proven to be true. I still had doubts. Could it be that the deviant ghost bride's body was cold, but that part was warm? I was already tired of playing with humans and didn't feel anything. When I met that delicate snow girl, I couldn't help but be moved. I wanted to verify the truth of the legends one last time. I did it. Old Ymont was dumbfounded. John's expression was twisted. Simba looked at his uncle with eyes full of curiosity and admiration. "My good nephew, let me tell you today that the legends are true. Although the deviant ghost bride was cold, she was cold but not painful. She was cold but not wooden. What was cold was not her body, but her soul. From the inside to the outside, she was shivering non-stop. It was a little like soaking in an ice spring now." The dwarf hugged Simba and revealed a lewd smile. "It was really comfortable. Don't destroy flowers in the future. You can really try it. I promise you, as long as you circulate the fire wizard power in your body to your dick, you won't be frostbitten." "Tyrion, do you know what you're saying?" Old Ymont was furious. He flipped over and found his crutch by the side of the pool. He slammed it on his face. "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm just teaching my nephew to increase his experience." The dwarf covered his head and scurried away. Simba stopped the trembling old man and comforted him. "Grandpa, don't worry. I have a wife. I won't mess around. Your wife is only 10 years old. Can she hold it in?" The dwarf laughed. Simba blushed slightly. When cultivating the origin of the first flame, the 7 emotions and 6 desires can be used as firewood to burn into one's own magic power. "What?" The dwarf was stunned. John frowned. "It sounds like an evil technique. Was the origin of the first flame created by your mother?" Old Ymont nodded. "Half a year ago, Astapo's magic mirror had an additional piece of information and a meditation technique. Danny must have specially prepared it for Simba. The world is born from the first flame. Life is a world. A person's desires are also a part of the world. Naturally, they can be ignited by the first flame and turned into magic power." "Has Simba become a blockhead?" the dwarf asked strangely. "No. He only burns his excess emotions, allowing his soul to be in a peaceful state at all times. In such a state, his emotions are clearer and more delicate." Simba pondered. "If you put a pepper into a pot of stew, you won't be able to taste the flavor of the pepper. However, if you throw the pepper into clear water and cook it, you'll be able to taste the spiciness very easily. Danny definitely won't harm Simba." Old Ymont's expression was indifferent. He wasn't worried at all. "Seems pretty good." The dwarf smacked his lips. "My life now is a pot of stew. I can't taste anything. Simba, let me take a look at your meditation technique later." Simba said, "The meditation technique is in the magic mirror in the study. You can take a look for yourself." The origin of the first flame. It should be a simulation of the first flame, right? Such an intricate and profound witchcraft technique is just casually placed in the study. John frowned. "Most people won't be able to learn it at all. It's more than 10 times harder than the Grand Wizard's meditation technique." Old Yemont said casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind rose above the hot spring. The white steam was swept away, and their field of vision suddenly widened. This is. The four men were stunned. A song of the wind rang in their ears. A violent gust of wind, a gentle breeze, a warm spring breeze. Every wind was a note, and thousands of notes combined to form a harmonious song. After a long time, the song gradually stopped. The few of them recovered from their intoxication. They looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise, "The Song of Wind." Dani sang the Song of Wind. 7 gods bless her. She. Old Yemont's lips trembled, but he couldn't continue. The last time the Song of Fire ignited the entire world, he was in tears and shouted, "Mother, Mother, bless us. Our Targaryen family has a true god." What about now? What should he say? How many songs of lore did Dani sing? Not to mention true gods, even the Divine King didn't seem to be her limit. She made the Targaryens rise from royalty to royalty. Now, she had the possibility of evolving into a god. Of the 4 Targaryen males present, only he and the dwarf weren't demigods. If they weren't gods, then what were they? That's too exaggerated. Is she even 30 years old this year? She has already mastered 3 complete songs of lore. 2 of them are the most powerful basic elemental laws. The dwarf had a complicated expression. In the past 2 years, he was still indulging in debauchery. His magic power increased slowly, and his realm didn't change at all. Demigod was still a distant dream. The wind hasn't stopped. Jon suddenly stood up, causing a splash of water. Do you feel it? He closed his eyes and opened his arms to welcome the gust of wind. Ah, there's heat in the wind. The Dragon Queen is using the Song of Wind and Fire to send heat to the world, the dwarf shouted. No, it's not the Song of Fire that's heating. Simba frowned and thought hard. It seems to be a domain. But a domain can't possibly cover the entire world. Jon said with a serious expression, You're right. It's not the Song of Fire that's sending heat. It's the Song of Fire that's turning the cold ice power in the world into warm fire. Let's go out and take a look. The long night is really coming to an end this time. The ice and snow melted at a visible rate, turning into small streams that converged into a river. And in the center of the sky, the dark red fireball became brighter and brighter. The world suddenly shook, and the giant wind wall of Dani Rai's girdle collapsed instantly. Caw, the sun in the shelter exploded into dozens of fire crows, chirping happily as they flew towards the sun. Oh, I'm the great wind disaster. The wind giant that was bigger than a pyramid stood blankly under the sun, looking around blankly, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Dani Rai's girdle in the world all disintegrated, but the humans in the girdle were cheering excitedly. The sun is finally out, Saint Dani has summoned the sun, long live Dani Rise. The long night is finally over, I actually survived the long night, sob. The Great Wall, East Sea gazing. Queen Sansa, wearing a dark golden fur coat, walked out of the castle, looking up at the dazzling golden sun with a shocked expression. She did it, she really did it. Creating a sun out of thin air, what kind of power is this, what kind of achievement? She clenched her fists and murmured blankly. Margaery looked at the sky and observed the Queen's expression, then she smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Although her son had died a year ago, she was in good condition now. The white fox fur coat without any impurities set off her beautiful face, and the golden greatsword at her waist made her look especially valiant. She was promoted, from the Chancellor of the Exchequer to the temporary hand of the Queen. After the dwarf left, Sansa was prepared to ask her brother Bran to leave Winterfell to help her, but Bran coldly refused. I'm the Dragon Queen's Kingsguard, helping to build the Great Wall is my responsibility, the rest is nothing. Sansa was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that because of Jon, her brothers were estranged from her. When Jon had just been exiled, that brat Arya still projected herself into her bedroom every night in the form of the Grim Reaper. She stared at her expressionlessly with her cold dead fish eyes, and the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand kept moving around her body, scaring her to death. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, and could only ask her dead mother to be the mediator, persuading Arya to stop scaring her sister. Oh, not only did Madame Stoneheart not blame her, she even praised her for her cleverness, because all the benefits fell into the hands of her brothers. Originally, letting John inherit Winterfell was Madame Stoneheart's last choice, but now, her daughter was able to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, and let the ancestral inheritance return to her son's hands. She was very satisfied with her eldest daughter's methods. Arya was indeed persuaded by her dead mother, but before she left, she gave her sister a good beating. After Bran, Sansa's second choice was her second granduncle, Blackfish Blinden. Old Blackfish didn't have much of a relationship with Jon, and he had always supported his granddaughter, but he was too old and had experienced too many tragic things, and the past 10 years had been too hard. It wasn't easy for him to stay up until the end of the long night, and he really didn't have the mood or the energy to go to King's Landing. He was now a monk in the great cathedral, and after becoming a priest and obtaining a divine spell slot, he returned to Rapid Flow City and lived out his remaining years in the cathedral. Next, Sansa extended an invitation to the Onion Knight. The old knight wasn't very knowledgeable, but his loyalty was guaranteed, and he was conscientious in his work. He didn't have the slightest bit of selfishness towards the monarch, and Sansa had always admired him. The old knight thanked the queen for her appreciation, and then without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the great cathedral of Baelor. He also wanted to become a monk. On the other hand, Arain didn't leave King's Landing with the dwarf, nor did she return to the barbarian prime minister's residence. She volunteered herself to be Queen Sansa's prime minister. The barbarian prime is good, but the days are too dull, and there's no challenge at all. Also, I'm the future Prince of Dawn, and I'll have to return in the end, she explained. As for her and Tyrion's future, we don't have a future. He can't have children, I can have children, but I can't. In the future, I'll have to choose one of Quentyn's children to be my successor, but they can't be Tyrion's successor. Arain said helplessly. Unfortunately, her sincere analysis still didn't move Sansa. Sansa thought that she wasn't talented enough. Back when King Aegon was still alive, the Dornishmen had already joined Storm's End Fortress. Even when King Aegon was captured, Dorne finished the siege of King's Landing. Although they lost the war and Aegon died, Dorne, Storm's End Fortress, and Sansa's relationship had always been good. Is your father willing to leave the mountain? She had her eyes on Prince Dowlang. Arain was stunned, and then said, when the sun comes out, my father will give up his title and join the great cathedral as a monk. The long night is finally over. Why are all of you planning to become monks? Sansa complained. Why, who else wants to become a monk? Arain asked curiously. The only ones I know of are the Onion Knight, Sir Bryn Den, Sir John Clinton, Count Settiger, Count Mandalay, Bronze Yone, even Blackwater Bronson plans to become a priest at the High September when his son comes of age. Sansa sighed. These were only the prime minister candidates that she took note of. She could guess that there were more nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who wanted to become monks. If she asked Bronn, the reason was very simple. I've enjoyed everything when I was young. When I'm old, I don't have the energy and can't play anymore. Instead of lying in bed alone at home, I might as well go to the great cathedral with my old friends and become monks. Being a monk can at least strengthen the body and extend one's life. It's also easier to go to heaven after death. If one's heart is more devout and has a deeper understanding of the teachings, they might even be able to become a demigod angel like Meribad. Living a comfortable life with a guaranteed future, only a fool wouldn't do such a good job. These were Count Blackwater's original words. He was almost 50 years old now. His body was starting to fail, and he gradually lost his strength and heart. A large number of capable old men had gone to become monks. Sansa had no choice but to promote Margaery. Snapping out of her daze, Queen Sansa frowned. Congratulate me for what? Your Majesty, when the sun comes out, the deviants will have nowhere to hide. The world is at peace. Your official coronation is not far away. Little Rose said excitedly. Oh, we should celebrate. Sansa's face was filled with anticipation. She couldn't help but grin. For the sun, for the new era, and for the Queen, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will always remember that day. The Seven Kingdoms haven't held an official tournament for more than 10 years. When the time comes, we must gather the heroes of the Seven Kingdoms to compete. This time, we must allow women to wear the family badge and participate as official knights. I will also participate, Margaery said excitedly. That's right. I'll leave this to you, Queen Sansa said happily. Right, what do you plan to do with the Iron Throne? Throw it away or use it again? Margaery thought of the rusty iron in the warehouse and said hesitantly, the Iron Throne has always been a symbol of royalty, but does it still have any meaning now? If you don't use the Iron Throne, where will you sit? Of course I can't throw it away. Wearing the human crown and sitting on the Iron Throne is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, Sansa said in a low voice. Margaery nodded and asked tentatively, have you decided on the Dukes of Valley, River Gap, and River Bend? The Duke of the Northern Territory seems to be free. Sansa looked into her eyes. You want to be the Duke of River Bend? I do. Margaery didn't avoid the question. River Bend is too strong and too big. I don't feel at ease, Sansa said calmly. Your Majesty, you have a human crown. The seven gods will bless your dynasty for 10,000 years. Margaery sighed. He, the Bow dynasty in the Barren Lands is still going. But tell me, between Tyrion and Prince Beau, who is the true king? I can think of 10 ways to usurp the throne right now to avoid the Dragon Queen's guarantee. A king should constantly strive for self-improvement. Why do you always want to rely on others? Even if she's a god? Sansa sneered. Margaery frowned. Are you going to remove the Duke of River Bend? Sansa smiled and shook her head. I plan to redefine the boundaries of River Bend and River Gap. These two places are too big and too rich. The royal territory belongs to the Dragon Queen, and I need a new royal territory. I will take a piece of land from River Bend and River Gap to form the new royal territory. The new royal territory will be bigger than the future River Bend and River Gap. Margaery gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, if I become the Duke of River Bend, I'm willing to give half of the Mandaya River to the royal territory. Yes, I will consider it. Sansa nodded calmly. Chapter 1089. Was the world a plane where the sky was like a pot lid and the earth was like a chopping board, or was it a planet like Earth? Dany's understanding of the world kept changing. At first, considering that it was a fantasy world with dragons and magic, she thought it was a plane that had nothing to do with science. Later, when she learned about the irregular changes of the seasons, especially when she confirmed that latitude and longitude were really meaningful to the climate, she thought it was a planet. However, the stars were affected by unknown celestial bodies and were moving in unpredictable ways. Later, she went to Sosros and saw the adventure notes of the Valeglia people. There was a female dragon king named Geninara Belares. She went back and forth for 3 years, but only found endless forests, deserts, and mountains in Sosros. Also, she went back the way she came and did not go around the world. At that time, Dany's understanding of the world changed again. That time, she was a little lost. Even after entering the endless dark universe, she was still uncertain about the world. It was only when she entered the astral world and sang the complete Song of Fire that the flames burned every corner of the world that the world cast a complete 4-dimensional shadow in her heart. Ignoring the immaterial time dimension and the strange astral world, and only studying the 3-dimensional material world, it was like an orange that was not completely peeled. Take the orange and use a fruit knife to cut a cross on it. If you cut all the way to the end, it would be divided into 4 pieces. What if you only cut to the middle? Cut to the middle and peel the top half of the orange to reveal the 4 pieces of orange meat. Open your mouth wide and bite down. The 4 pieces of orange peel spread out in 4 directions. This was probably the current appearance of the world. The Westeros, Ursos, and part of Sosros were on the uncut bottom half of the orange, which was barely a hemisphere. Therefore, the division of latitude and longitude had practical significance in studying the climate and time zones. The land of eternal winter in the north, the dark world in the east, the endless sea in the west, and the continents in the south. The 4 poles were on the 4 pieces of orange peel that spread out in 4 directions. Of course, the world's appearance was not as neat and balanced as the orange. The 4 poles were narrower and longer, like 4 twisted and elongated ribbons. The hemisphere where the material world was located was not round. It was not even a regular hemisphere. Instead, It looked like an iron pot that had been hit hard by a hammer. Some parts of the iron pot were even thinner because of the rust. There were even holes in the bottom of the pot, allowing the boiling juice to flow out of the pot. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire originally had a pot full of soup. However, as the soup leaked, the gods and devils scooped it up and poured it into the solar furnace to forge the sun. By this era, the new era had already begun. It should have been the end of the last era. The pot of soup had already dried up. Fortunately, Danny used the initial heat to repair the holes in the iron pot and added half a pot of new soup. Are you ready? In the dark and cold astral world, Danny held a weirwood cane and looked down at the soup pot world below. Why don't we wait a few more years? Your Song of Water and Song of Earth have a high chance of reaching perfection within 50 years. Perhaps you can also add the Song of Ice. Gather the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire as raw materials and cook them with the supreme law of the Song of Ice and Fire. You should be able to create an even more perfect world. The mental waves in the weirwood were 60% similar to Door God, 30% similar to the dead Mother Earth Demon, and 10% similar to Frost God. Frost God was the fusion of Ice God and the weirwood root. It was equivalent to a luxurious version of the soul of a shapeshifter. Danny was too familiar with dealing with shapeshifters. In only 3 hours, she burned the mountain-sized body of Frost God into pure divinity and life imprints. However, she did not kill them all. She took out the ice seeds that were suspected to be alien embryos in Frost God's body and threw them into the 7 levels of hell. She planned to create an ice purgatory. 7 years ago, Danny had obtained the crystal core of the Earth Demon. Together with the remnant souls collected in the underground palace of Thunder Island, she had about 40% of Mother Earth's life imprints. Ice God, Mother Earth, and Door God all had incomplete life imprints. She simply crushed them all and merged them into the weirwood sapling. The effect was unexpectedly good. More than half of Ice God's life imprints came from Door God's root and were originally one with the weirwood. If they could be separated back then, they could be merged now. Danny was not surprised. However, it was almost a miracle that Earth Demon could be merged. That was because before this, Danny had never successfully merged the imprints of 2 different life imprints. In other words, other than shapeshifters, life imprints could not be changed by humans. It's the opposite of what you think. Almost every life imprint can be merged, but it's very difficult for you to find the merging point. Think about it. I'm from this world, and Ice God is from another world, but we perfectly merged to form Frost God. Even in worlds with different rules, life forms can merge. What's the reason? It's actually very simple to explain. It's like there are countless paths in a huge maze. 99,999% of people who enter will meet a dead end, but some people will find the only correct path and walk out smoothly. The merging point is the only path, Liang Mu Shujen said. She first merged Earth Demon with the weirwood trunk while the old tree root guided her. How do I find the merging point? Danny asked humbly. By feeling. Can you teach me? This is one of my talents. I can't learn it. At that moment, Danny's expression was a little twisted. Fortunately, the old tree root quickly said, "Didn't the weirwood leave all his inheritance to you? He also gave you this talent. It's the green spring. Souls that drink the green spring can become shapeshifters. And don't shapeshifters have the talent to merge with the souls of their animal companions by feeling? Don't think of the green spring as a pure faith pool. It's more like a divine artifact that contains the Song of Law. You can try to merge your soul into the green spring in the future and become a qualified old god that responds to believers. You should be able to slowly grasp that talent." The so-called responding to believers meant that when the believers of the old gods prayed to the human faces carved on the heart tree in the forest of gods or in the wilderness, she had to split a part of her soul onto the human faces to observe, listen to, and accept the sacrifices of the believers. For example, they would stuff a few bloody human heads into the mouth of the human faces. Thinking of the benefits of fusing with the life imprint, Danny made up her mind. Even if she hated the actions of the evil gods, she would pinch her nose and enjoy the sacrifices of the believers in the future. No. Who was she? How could she accommodate others? The entire world should accommodate her. She had to make the believers of the old gods change their customs. If they wanted to sacrifice, they could use brown sugar buns to replace human head. We can't wait any longer. In 20 years, our world will completely enter the bottom level of the universe. I have a feeling that at that moment, the connection between the world and the 4 elemental universes of ice, water, darkness, and earth will be broken, Danny said with a serious expression. Breaking is a bad thing. If not for the land of eternal winter being connected to the ice universe, God wouldn't have found us, and the cold wouldn't have been able to enter, the newborn weirwood said doubtfully. Do you think that the ice universe injecting the power of the ice universe into the world is more beneficial or harmful to the world? Danny asked. I don't see any benefits. Otherwise, the weirwood wouldn't have built a great wall to block the cold, the weirwood said. Building a great wall to block the power of the ice is similar to building a dam. Danny sighed. The newborn weirwood was not door god, nor was he frost god or earth demon. The newborn did not inherit their experience and wisdom. I still don't quite understand, the weirwood said doubtfully. Every time the world falls and the sun is extinguished, why does the world fall into ice and darkness? Why is the western endless sea and the southern continent almost infinitely long, and an ordinary megalosaurus can't even fly to the other side in a year? They are both level 4 universes, but the dark world in the east and the land of eternal winter in the north are not that big. Why? The weirwood asked humbly. The land of the 4 poles is not the tumor of the world at all. Instead, it is the umbilical cord that has not been cut from the mother. Looking at the 4 long and narrow orange peel connected to the 4 sides of the iron pot, Danny had a complicated expression. When the long night fell, darkness and ice would fill the entire world. The power of ice and darkness was a great enemy to the living. But in the end, they were also a type of force. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a system, not only would it not lose power during the long night, but it would also draw a large amount of elemental power from the 2 single-element universes. It was just that ice and darkness were not friendly to the living in the warm world. The demon gods of the dark world were like fish in water during the long night because the ancient demon gods were used to cold and dark environments. But just because it was bad for humans did not mean that it was bad for the world. During the long night, it could be seen that the world was drawing a large amount of nutrients from the 2 umbilical cords. Back when Danny ignited the first flame in the smoke sea, all the laws had been burned away. All the elemental power, no matter how chaotic or high level, was fuel for the first flame. It was obvious that the power of ice from the ice universe and the power of darkness from the dark universe could also become fuel for the first flame. At this moment, the first flame that Danny left in the Earth's core was like an engine that drove the world forward. The power of darkness and ice poured into it through the sea of laws, slowly strengthening. It was very awkward. The fire power of the Earth's core was eating and bleeding. Overall, the first flame was still slowly shrinking. It was not making ends meet. The world was falling. Falling was the same as weakening. Weakened, it naturally needed to be replenished with nutrients. As for whether these nutrients would harm the living, the world's consciousness did not care. It was survival of the fittest. Even if the living died, there would be new species to fill the new era. The relationship between the world and the universe could be seen as a moving elevator and a building. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a cuboid elevator. The elevator had 4 walls, which represented the 4 universes' dimensions. Usually, the 4 walls also stabilized the balance of the elevator. Usually, the 4 walls also slowly poured power into the world. One could imagine that in an infinitely huge building, there were countless elevators rising, descending, opening, moving, being born, and being destroyed. The elevator rising meant that the world was thriving and was on the way to dimension. The elevator falling was a typical example of the Song of Ice and Fire's world, which kept falling. The elevator could also move horizontally from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. When the elevator fell, the door could not be opened. When the elevator reached the 8th floor and completed a fall, it also meant that at this moment, the door of the elevator opened. When the door opened, the air from the outside world, the power of the 4 universes, could more easily enter the elevator. At this time, the world would crazily absorb energy to nourish itself due to hunger. A huge amount of energy from the outside world poured in. Darkness and ice filled the entire world. The sea of magic boiled, and the transcendence returned. In the eyes of the living, a long night descended. A long night seemed to be a good thing. The world could open its stomach and crazily devour the energy of the elemental universe. Whether it was a good thing or not, she had to find out how the god of frost was going to save the world. He said that if the world entered eternal ice, the world would be constant at a certain level and would never fall again. Was he lying? No. If his promise could not be fulfilled, the door god would not have schizophrenia at all and split into two. The god of frost's way of saving the world was to take advantage of the short time when the world completed a fall. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor, opened the door of the elevator facing the ice universe, and pulled the elevator horizontally to the 8th floor of the building. Out of the elevator shaft and into a small room on the 8th floor. Wouldn't it stop falling forever? But was this a good thing? Not necessarily. As a small room on the 8th floor, it also meant that it had become part of the ice universe and had no future. When Danny rode Wonksai to chase the Son of Heaven, she encountered many natural space vortexes and dark creatures in the dark universe. Because of the space vortexes, Wonksai lost her many times. Perhaps, those vortexes were the past that was pulled into a certain world on a certain floor. Perhaps, the dark creatures were the natives of a certain world hundreds of millions of years ago. She did not know. But she was sure that such a monotonous and unchanging future was really hopeless. It was better to fall into the lower universe and enjoy the peace after death. After moving up and down, there was also birth and destruction. The elevator was built on a certain floor of the building and retreated into the shaft. The world was born on a certain floor of the building by the first fire. The first fire was also divided into levels. The world that was born from the powerful first fire was on a higher floor. Did the building have a roof? Danny was not sure, but she must have a plan. Now, her world was on the first floor, sliding from the first floor to the basement. About 20 years later, with a plop, the elevator left the shaft and smashed into the garbage pile in the basement. Naturally, the connection between the elevator and the four walls would be broken at that time. If the elevator left the shaft, theoretically, it would never be able to leave the garbage pile in the basement and could only slowly decay in the white frost. This was the reason why the god of frost wanted to jump ship and run away, and also the reason why the Son of Heaven and other demon gods killed the earth demon. Perhaps, the scrap iron would be used to forge a new elevator in the upper level. Danny was actually looking forward to the lower universe. She felt that the ultimate secret of the universe might be hidden in two places: the garbage pile in the basement and the rooftop. Perhaps, the cold basement was the origin of the Song of Ice, and the sunny rooftop was the origin of the Song of Fire. The combination of the two was the real Song of Ice and Fire. Perhaps, only those who had been to the lower universe and the rooftop universe at the same time could truly transcend. This was not Danny's wild imagination. After the long night ended, the thick fog that shrouded fate had mostly dispersed to her. She had a feeling that entering the lower universe was her goal. Well, even at her current level, the future was uncertain. She should pay more attention to the present. Darkness came from the east, and ice came from the north. Then, did the west and south input energy into the world? Yes. However, the power of the geocentric initial fire was weak, and the world could not digest it. The energy that entered turned into seawater and land. The reason why the endless sea in the west was so vast and why the megalosaurus could not fly to the end of the endless continent in the south was because they were constantly growing. The seawater and land in the south and west did not directly harm the world. In fact, they were even beneficial. For example, the subsidiary planes that fell from the astral world were thrown into the Sosros continent like trash. However, if the cold air and darkness could not be digested, the living people in the world would be doomed. That was why the door god built a shelter in the land of eternal winter, and the dark demon god built a lone peak at the edge of the dark world. However, the west and south did not build a river dam. Danny had confirmed with old Shu Zhen that when the door god was born, the four poles had always existed. Until today, it had neither increased nor decreased. It would always be 4. However, why was the 4 poles not connected to the 4 universes of earth, water, wind, and fire but dark, ice, water, and earth? Was there a single element universe of wind and fire? Assuming that the 4 poles were not unique to this world. Then, was it possible that the 4 poles of other worlds were earth, water, wind, and fire? Or even more than 4 poles, the 5 poles were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Dani had guesses about the above questions, but she did not have an accurate answer. She needed to see more worlds. Now, she had to gather a wave of energy before the world separated from the 4 poles, and tie a strong rope around the world. I'm ready. Let's begin. The new Weirwood sighed. The Song of Fire was activated. Dani's eyes lit up with small flames. Then, her whole body was burning. Even the weirwood in her right hand was wrapped in flames. Boom! Dani turned into a human-shaped flame. The flame Dani was like a shooting star, rushing straight down to the half-orange below. Behind the shooting star, there was a long flame tail. Strangely, in the center of the flame tail, there were 4 intertwined white roots. The roots of the weirwood. She kept flying. The roots of the weirwood kept extending, as if they were laying down cables. Pop! Dani, who had turned into the law of fire, pierced through the magma layer of the world like a sharp arrow. If the world was a broken iron pot that was half filled with soup, she would have already fallen into the soup and passed through layers and layers of magma of different temperatures. She arrived at the core of the earth where the first flame had been extracted. She did not stop and continued to go down. What's she doing? In the depths of the earth's core, an inconspicuous white flame opened its eyes. It was Lalo. He was very unlucky, but also very lucky. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Dani was dissipating the first flame in the earth's core. Lalo had been peeping from the side. He only left the day before Dani woke up. When Dani woke up, the earth demon was surrounded and killed by the evil gods. Obviously, Lalo had no time to plot against the earth demon. After all, it would take a long time just to gather the remaining evil gods in the dark world. It would take even more time to persuade the evil gods to abandon the main world and enter the dark universe. Even if Lalo had the motive, he did not have the time. In fact, Lalo did not even have a plan. He went to the dark world to find his old friends only to persuade them to carry out Plan B, to support him as the savior. Plan A was, of course, to ambush in the Smoke Sea and kill the Dragon Queen. If the Dragon Queen was alert and refused to fall into the trap, the Alliance of Justice and Order also had Plan B, to compete with her for the savior title and then force her to make a sacrifice. Well, after the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Lalo did not dare to think about forcing the Dragon Queen to her death. His goal was very simple. He wanted to force the Dragon Queen to tell him the secret of the first flame. Then he would sing the powerful Song of Fire himself. After regaining the status of a true god, he would try his best to summon the sun and not let the world completely fall into the lower universe. But to save the world, he could not defeat the god of frost. Therefore, Lalo planned to go to the dark world to recruit people. But he did not expect the evil god of darkness to be so stubborn. He would rather jump ship and escape, be homeless and wander around, just to destroy the Dragon Queen and the world together. Hearing the Son of Heaven's plan, he was so scared that he peed his pants. To be honest, Lalo's strength was not as good as the other 3 ancient elemental gods, but he did not completely lose his moral integrity. His dream had always been to save the world. He had never had the thought of completely destroying the world, and he could not accept it. But his strength at that time was not even 1/10 of his heyday, and he did not have the ability to fight against the evil gods. He did not even dare to show any thoughts of opposition. If he had opposed at that time, the bloodthirsty Son of Heaven would not have minded killing him. Therefore, Lalo endured the torment in his heart and joined the team that killed the Earth Demon. This was also the reason why the little devils in the dark world spread the rumor that Lalo killed Mother Earth. But in fact, Lalo did go to the underground palace of the Thunder Island, but he had been watching the door from outside. The Earth Demon was not dead yet, so he found a chance to sneak away quietly. This was also why Dani did not chase him and the Red God's church away. But Lalo did not dare to force the Dragon Queen's palace anymore. How cruel were the methods the Dragon Queen used to deal with the Son of Heaven and the evil gods. She chased him all the way to the dark universe. Lalo was afraid. He was afraid that she would kill him as soon as he saw her. So, he turned into an ordinary little flame and hid among the thousands of little flames in the Earth's core. What is she doing? Looking at the tree root that pierced through the Earth's core, Lalo was puzzled. Boom! The flame Danny pulled the weirwood through the entire world and came to the other side of the world. It was equivalent to going from the North Pole that was bitten, through the Earth's core, to the South Pole, the middle of the Sosros continent, more than 40,000 kilometers away from Slave Bay. A weirwood broke out of the ground in the Gobi Desert, and the roots of the weirwood extended to the other side of the planet, more than 100,000 kilometers. Danny stood on the edge of the weirwood, her right hand holding the tree trunk. At this time, she was the Song of Fire itself. After entering the material world, the Song of Fire naturally spread out from her body. Almost in a flash, with the South Pole as the center, flames spread out in the material world. The earth, the ocean, the mountains, the sky, the clouds, the forest, and even billions of creatures were enveloped by the illusory flames. Even if it wasn't the first time they heard the Song of Fire, seeing the entire world burning in fire again, the living people everywhere still screamed in fear and panic. This is the Song of Fire. Dragon Queen is chanting the Song of Fire again. There were also people who understood, although they didn't panic. She just summoned the sun. What is she doing now? John, Melisandre, and the other transcendent bigwigs were puzzled. Soon, the world changed again. Hiss in the land of eternal winter, the white dragon that had been hovering above the snowfield was on fire, and traces of spatial folds appeared around him. It was as if there were invisible restraints binding him. He flapped his wings hard and flew with all his strength, but he was spinning in place and didn't move a single step. Rumble, the ground under Little White, was also covered in flames. At this time, as he flew with all his strength, the ground began to bend into an arc. Hiss in the dark world, Little Green jumped up from the lonely peak, and rope-like spatial folds also appeared around him. He flew with all his strength, but he didn't move from where he was. The ground began to bend toward a point. Hiss in the western endless sea, the seawater and trenches were burning in the fire. The continental plates seemed to have been melted by the flames and became soft. Little Red flew with all his strength. He didn't move from where he was, but he pulled the ocean to bend toward a point. Hiss in the continent that was further south than the South Pole, Dahe was more relaxed than his brothers. The continuous mountain range became soft in the fire and was pulled by Dahe to bend toward a point. Rumble. The world was like beans in a sieve, jumping violently. Chapter 1090. What happened to the world? A month later, the world was still rumbling and shaking. The Dragon Queen's Song of Fire was still being sung. Humans gradually got used to it and no longer panicked. However, the doubts in their hearts did not lessen at all. Some people began to search for answers on their own. The devil dragon Tyrion and Jon, who was riding on the devil dragon, decided to explore the four poles. The dark demon god was almost completely exterminated by the Dragon Queen. Relatively speaking, the four poles were safer. Thus, they left Slave Bay and flew eastward. They flew and flew, crossing the Jade Sea and Yashya, leaving the endless Daybreak Mountains behind them. Where did the Dark World go? They flew for 20,000 kilometers but still did not find the Dark World. Is this a new continent? There's not a single living person, not even a blade of grass. It's all barren mountains and land. Jon was puzzled. It shouldn't be. After Asia, we'll enter the Dark World in less than 5,000 kilometers. I've been there before and was even prepared to look for a few hellhounds to be guard dogs. The devil dragon Tyrion said in disbelief. Should we continue flying? I can hold on, but the pterosaur and devil dragon need to eat. Jon asked. Tyrion thought for a while and said, let's fly north. In theory, that's the Trembling Sea. There's food in the sea. As expected, they flew north for another few thousand kilometers and began to encounter islands of various sizes. However, the dwarf was not sure if they were still in the Trembling Sea. This was because he had never seen this area on the world map. Hey, look, there are traces of people there. After flying for another month, The dwarf finally saw smoke and a thatched cottage on a small island. They're really living people. Let's go and ask them where this is. It was the first time they had seen intelligent beings in 2 months. The uncle and nephew were very excited. 7 gods above, this, why are they here? Where are we? Landing on the empty ground in front of the thatched cottage, Tyrion was confused and shocked when he saw the striped people kneeling and kowtowing in front of the devil dragon. You know them? Jon asked curiously. There were about 40 to 50 people. Regardless of gender, they were all muscular. Their arms hung down to their knees. Their foreheads were slanted. They had huge square teeth and flat and wide pig noses. The most distinctive feature was the brown and white stripes on his skin. Tyrion frowned and said slowly, if I remember correctly, they should be the natives of Sosros. More than 10 years ago, Dahe used to draw such people on paper with colored pencils. The Dragon Queen called them striped people or wild boar people. Why would a native of Sosros be in the Shivering Sea? And there's the continent of Ursos in the middle if the entire continent in the south is Ursos. Jon was shocked. I don't know. Tyrion scratched his head in distress. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the man and the devil dragon were conversing, some of the striped priests had already started dancing. Then, they cut off their hands and dug out their hearts. The power of blood sacrifice fell on the devil dragon Tyrion and Jon's heads. Ayo, they really are offering us a blood sacrifice. It's exactly the same as what the Dragon Queen said. The dwarf was both surprised and curious, and he even revealed a gluttonous expression as if he was savoring the aftertaste. So comfortable. It's even more enjoyable than doing Snow Lady. I'm not a demigod yet, but I can still sense the power of blood sacrifice. The striped people's faith is amazing. Only evil gods can absorb the power of blood sacrifice. What are you doing? Jon said anxiously. How far do you think a person like me is from an evil god? Tyrion did not think much of it. He continued to raise his head and suck in the red mist that fell from the sky. Jon had no choice but to use his domain to burn away the red mist above his head. Here. The devil dragon Tyrion's body trembled as he let out an inexplicable moan of pleasure. After a long while, he sighed while savoring the aftertaste. It's too good. It's too wonderful. That feeling. Jon, trust me. If you don't try it, you've wasted half your life. I don't want to be an evil god. Jon shook his head. TSK. You're just a shadow-binding knight. How dare you pretend to be a saint here? The devil dragon shook his head. He was still in a daze from the aftertaste of the climax. He started to speak carelessly. In this world, other than your aunt who doesn't fit in with the world, which god doesn't accept blood sacrifice? Even the old god you believe in likes blood sacrifice very much. Absorbing it once is equivalent to at least 3 months of cultivation. Your magic power will increase. Oh, no sister, don't. The Holy Mother is merciful. Don't. The devil dragon dwarf was getting carried away when he suddenly cried out in fear. Ha! The devil dragon struggled and howled. The nearby savages cried out in fear and retreated. What's wrong? Jon was shocked. Wet dragon worms jumped out of Tessa's red head. The dragon worms hissed at the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. Woo-woo, no, don't. Mercy, mercy, don't. The devil dragon Tyrion cried. What's wrong? Your power. Jon's expression froze. He said in surprise, why did it decrease so much? What level are you now? Level 1. I lost the Holy Mother's favor and fell from level 5 Grand Knight to level 1 Beginner Knight. I almost broke the seal of the Holy Knight. After the devil dragon Tyrion caught his breath, he said dejectedly. If the seal of the Holy Knight was broken, he would not be able to control Tessa anymore. The fusion between man and dragon would naturally disappear. In the end, Dany still showed mercy and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Jon's eyes brightened. Because of the blood sacrifice? I only know that I'm a bastard, an evil god embryo. I can be fearless, but I forgot my identity as a holy knight. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the blood sacrifice is the taboo of the taboo. More than 10 years of hard work, all gone in one day, it's such a loss. The price for this indulgence is too high. The devil-dragon dwarf stomped his feet and lamented. Heh heh heh. John laughed unkindly. After this, the dwarf's magic power was greatly damaged. After merging, their flying speed was reduced by a third. The progress of the two's exploration of the world was also much slower than before. After another 2 months, the world's tremors gradually calmed down. They came to a boundless sea. For a full 40 days, they did not see a single island. Fortunately, the devil dragon and pterosaur could swim and could rest in the sea. There were few fish in the sea, but there were big fish in the deep sea. For every sea monster, the two met 7 or 8. Where are we? The dwarf asked blankly. John raised his head and looked at the blazing sun. He asked doubtfully, these days, the length of each day is different. Did you notice? The dwarf was stunned. After carefully recalling for a moment, he said in shock, if you didn't say it, I would have missed it. Why is it like this? Even if the length of winter and summer is different, if you include the night, day and night should be 24 hours. Yesterday it was only 20 hours. A month ago, was there a day that was only 17 hours? That's too exaggerated. I didn't notice it. How does the sun move? John frowned. The dwarf said, I heard that the sun's home is in the Daybreak Mountains, which is my dear Cauldron Dukedom. Back then, when your aunt conferred me the title of Duke, she even smiled and said that the dukedom could be renamed Neon, the country of sunrise. The sun rises from the Daybreak Mountains, so the land to the east of the Daybreak Mountains is dark and in shadow all year round. This is very reasonable. John nodded and said thoughtfully, the sun will disappear in the sunset sea in the evening. We Westeros are the last place to see the sun. The people of Ursus call it the land of the sunset. But how does the sun return from the sunset sea to the Daybreak Mountains? Ah, I know. The dwarf had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Where are the deviant ghosts before the long night? The land of eternal winter, John blurted out. Then he said thoughtfully, the deviant ghosts are afraid of the sun. If they can live in the land of eternal winter, it means that there is no sun there, and the land of eternal winter is only one of the 4 poles. Yes, the land of eternal winter should not be in the prime material world. Perhaps there is light shining there, but the sun itself will not enter the land of eternal winter. So, the Daybreak Mountains are the boundary between the material world and the dark world. In the sunset sea in the west, there should also be a boundary, the dwarf said. But this can't explain our current situation, John said helplessly. No, it can, the dwarf said slowly. The sun set off from the Daybreak Mountains, walked for a day, and then returned to its original point. What should its trajectory be like? A circle. We have been heading east, in the opposite direction from where the sun rises. Could it be that we are also walking in a circle? This. John frowned. This doesn't make sense. Is the world a ball? We live on a ball. That's ridiculous. Hey, there is an island in front. There is even a lighthouse on the island, the dwarf exclaimed. What? This is the lone lighthouse. The lone lighthouse of the Iron Islands. We are almost back to the Westeros. Half an hour later, in the stone courtyard of the ancient castle, the dwarf and John exclaimed at the same time. Actually, when they saw the familiar clothes of the islanders, they already had a vague guess. When they heard the familiar common language from their mouths, their guess became reality. Even so, when Count Gilbert told them that this was the Farwin family's lone lighthouse, the two of them were still shocked. Why are the 2 dukes here? The old count asked in confusion. The dwarf and the dwarf were the stars of the Westeros. Although the lone lighthouse was located at the westernmost part of the Westeros, they were not an isolated island. They would not be absent from any collective activity on the Iron Islands. In fact, the old count had even led his 3 sons and more than 50 subjects to participate in the final battle. The old man alone had killed 7 or 8 ghouls. Of course, as a part of the Westeros, the lone lighthouse had also received a lot of food and fruits from Dany and Rise during the long night. We set off from Slave Bay and determined the direction according to the shadows under the noon sun. We kept heading east. The dwarf slowly recounted their experience. That's not right. We've explored the sunset sea in the west. We swam for a few years without reaching the continent of Ursos, let alone the 40 days of Megalosaurus voyage. In fact, there's nothing to the west other than the dark grey seawater. The old count shook his head. How many years have you swam? Tyrion was baffled. Jon looked around at the Farwyn family members in the hall and smiled. The Farwyn family has received the blessings of the old gods. We have a few shapeshifters. Gilbert smiled as well and nodded. In the past, we wouldn't have dared to admit our identity. Now that the old gods have merged with the 7 gods, the extraordinaires are no longer monsters. Tyrion recalled the introduction of the lone lighthouse Farwyn family that he had read in his early years. He said with realization, it said that the Farwyn family members can transform into sea lions, walruses, and even the overlords of the sea, wolf-spotted whales. So that's how it is. Then, Your Grace, do you know why Lone Lighthouse Fort is called Lone Lighthouse Fort? Count Gilbert asked. That's because the lighthouse on your fort will be lit no matter if it's day or night, the dwarf immediately said. Why is there a need to light it even during the day? Gilbert asked again. This. The dwarf's expression changed. Do we need a lighthouse to guide the way during the day? The old count nodded slowly and sighed. You might have seen it from the sky. Lone Lighthouse Fort isn't an isolated island. There are a dozen or so small islands nearby. There are mines, mountain streams for sheep herding, and farmers cultivating farmland in the canyons of one of the islands. We Ironseed like to plunder, but who else would we plunder here other than our own people? That's why we have a normal life. We need to travel between the various islands often, and we need a lighthouse to determine our location. Before the long night, we'll continue to head west and realize that the sky and seawater are grey. The sunlight doesn't seem to reach there. Sometimes, grey shadows will cover the sea near Lone Lighthouse Fort during the day. We don't know when the grey shadows will come, so we just keep the lighthouse lit. Now that the grey shadows are gone, we'll come from the west. The sun there is the same as here, Jon said. The old count spread out his hands and said helplessly, if you have any questions, it's useless to look for me. The sun was summoned by the Dragon Queen, and she's also the one who chanted the Song of Fire. The earth is still shaking now, and it must be because of her. If we find her, all the mysteries will be solved. The Dragon Queen is more powerful than the gods in the legends. She might be recasting the world right now. His eldest son, Gars, sighed. The dwarf glanced at him and said thoughtfully, maybe we can follow the Westeros and fly north. If we can return to west again, it means that the world has become a ball. If we can't, does it mean that our world is an egg roll? This. Jon hesitated. We have nothing to do anyway, the dwarf said with a smile. Maybe, after completing the exploration, I can write a book about the original appearance of the world. Gilbert shook his head and said with a complicated expression, no one will read the book you write. They won't believe it even if they read it. Why? The dwarf asked curiously. You're just looking at the big picture. The Dragon Queen has changed this world with her own hands. If it were you, would you believe what you saw or what she said? Even so, Jon, who had nothing to do, still agreed to the dwarf's plan. The two of them only rested in Lone Light Castle for 2 days before bidding farewell to Faywin and his family. They followed the Westeros coastline and headed north. After passing the Great Wall, the 2 devil dragons entered the continent. He still remembered his sacred oath, never step into the 7 nations again in his life. Beyond the Great Wall was also part of the Westeros, but it no longer belonged to the 7 nations. The temperature in the Northern Territory has risen a lot, the dwarf said in surprise. Summer is here. Looking at the familiar landscape below him, the dwarf felt uneasy. He inadvertently recalled the time when he and Ygritte were in the hot spring in the cave. The scenery was still there, and life and death were vast. No, Jon, if the world is a ball, where is the equator? Have you noticed it? The dwarf exclaimed. The equator. Jon was stunned, and said casually, if there really is an equator, it should be near Dawn, Lizzie, Volantis, and Slave Bay. Yes, it should be there before the long night, but it's different now. The equator is moving north, 7 gods above. The dwarf suddenly came to his senses, and said in disbelief, Jon, you've suffered a great loss. The equator is now passing through the Northern Territory. Do you understand what this means? What? John still did not quite understand. The once desolate and cold Northern Territory will become the rich and warm Slave Bay, or the River Bay. The miserable bare island that can't even afford to raise its wife will also become the new Qingting Island. From now on, there will be no more snow in the Northern Territory. This will be the most fertile land of the 7 nations. And the Northern Territory is so big, the political situation of the 7 nations in the future. A casual action by the Dragon Queen can cause a fundamental change in the situation of the kingdom. This is the true power of the gods, the dwarf exclaimed in shock. Are you sure? John asked in surprise. Didn't you feel the change in temperature and light? He was thinking about something. The dwarf said, look at the sun and the shadow under the sun. If the shadow deviates from north to south by a smaller angle, it means that the position is closer to directly below the sun. We're still not sure if the line directly below the sun will change. Let's assume that it won't change. Then, that line will be the equator. We're now outside the Great Wall, but look at the shadow. The deviation to the north is not too big. This means that we're not too far away from the equator. If this were on Earth, the dwarf's words would definitely be wrong. The direct angle of the sun and the earth changed with the seasons, so there was a division of the Tropic of Cancer. But in this world, whether there was a Tropic of Cancer depended on Dani's mood. If she found it troublesome and was too lazy to tilt the planet, the equator and the latitude of the direct sun would always coincide. Then, the Northern Territory would be in big trouble. Being directly hit by the sun every day, the air pressure would be low, rain clouds would accumulate, and large-scale rain would fall. If water was lost outside the equator, there might be large-scale desertification. Extreme environments, whether dry or wet, were not conducive to human survival. Will Qingting Island be frozen? John asked curiously. It shouldn't be. Look, we flew around the equator for more than 4 months. How big do you think the world is? If the world is really a ball, its radius should not be less than 50,000 kilometers. That's strange. The dwarf's expression changed, and he exclaimed again. What's wrong now? The gravity is decreasing. Gravity? John had never read the physics books of the Slave Bay Academy. I'm a megalosaurus. I can clearly feel the strength of each flap of my wings. Now, with the same speed, it's easier to fly. You can try jumping a few times on the dragon's back, Devil Dragon Tyrion said. John did not jump on the dragon's back like an idiot. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on sensing the changes in the rules. After a long while, he said in shock, your senses are not wrong, but why is it like this? It's said that the higher the altitude, the lower the gravity. Looking at the ocean in the distance that was at the same level as the continent, the dwarf could not continue. The ice and snow beyond the Great Wall had started to melt. 10,000 miles away from the Great Wall, theoretically, they would enter the land of eternal winter. However, this place had also melted into mottled black soil. The gravity has decreased by half compared to when we were in the 7 kingdoms, and it's decreasing faster and faster. Another half a month had passed. They were at least 50,000 kilometers away from Winterfell. This place was covered in thick ice and snow. Sunlight could shine in, but it was very thin. Moreover, the days were getting shorter. We seem to be approaching the North Pole, the dwarf said. Suddenly, there were waves of wolf howls in front of them. There seemed to be more than one wolf. Accompanying the howls were crimson clouds that covered the sky and earth. Amidst the murderous aura, there were countless terrifying specters of dead souls. There's a peerless demon in front. John was shocked. The devil dragon he was sitting on started to hesitate. Devil Dragon Tyrion almost fell down under the pressure of the fearful aura. This is the gates of hell, where the underworld resides. Mortals, stop. The low and majestic voice was like thunder. It reverberated throughout the world, causing the snow on the mountain peak to tumble down. Gates of hell? John was puzzled. Fuck, I recognize it. Wang Cai, is that you? The dwarf was furious. You dog. You don't even recognize the second elder? The terrifying spirit that was pressing down on them like Mount Tai paused. The crimson clouds and resentful spirits that dyed the sky and earth were swept away. Hehe, you recognized me so quickly. My two masters, it's not convenient for me to go out. Please come over and talk, the demon said in a fawning manner. The pressure disappeared, and the two devil dragons flew forward again. After flying for 3 to 4 hours and almost 600 kilometers, they finally saw a continuous mountain range. The highest peak was almost 4,000 meters high. The mountain peak was covered in snow, but the lush weirwood covered the entire mountain peak. The red palm leaves and white bone-like tree trunks were even more dreamy than the 10 miles peach garden. Amidst the beauty, there was a hint of eeriness and strangeness. At the foot of the mountain, there was a circular hole that was 100 meters high. It looked like the mouth of the Grim Reaper. Eerie and cold black fog escaped from the hole. A 3-headed dog that was 3 stories tall stood outside the hole. Eris, Tywin, Yulun, greet the two masters. The 3 heads reported their names one by one. Then, they bowed on the ground while shaking their heads. Shit. You really used that name. The dwarf and John's faces were distorted. Hehe, thank you for the name, second elder. Only these 3 peerless villains can guard the gates of hell. Of course, Wang Cai is a gift from the Lord. I can't abandon it. One is used at home, and the other is used by outsiders outside. Wang Cai laughed. The gates of hell is the entrance to the 7 layers of hell? John looked into the hole. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. He couldn't see anything. That's right. After defeating the strange Ghost King, I came here. Tywin nodded. Yulun asked curiously, why did the two masters come to the gates of hell? Dong, dong, dong. The devil dragon Tyrion used his own head to knock Wang Cai's 3 heads and scolded, you know that the masters are here, and you still dare to act mysterious and scare the masters? I've been here for 2 years, and all I've seen are the dead. Now that I've finally met a living person, and an acquaintance at that, I can't help but want to act cool. Tywin in the middle laughed. Dong, dong, dong. The devil dragon dwarf knocked him 3 more times and said angrily, you dare to act cool in front of the masters? You've got guts. Forget it, you have to look at the master before you hit the dog. John glanced at the red-headed Tessa, besides, you can't beat him now, so he has the right to act cool in front of you. It's okay, it's okay. If the master is angry, he can hit me however he wants. Wang Cai was very self-aware and understood that a family dog was not as good as a family member. The devil dragon dwarf looked at it with his vertical pupils for a while and said doubtfully, how did you become so strong? You can create a large blood cloud from a few 100 kilometers away, and the pressure is even more terrifying. Just 2 years ago, when you were fighting the strange Ghost King, you were frozen by him. Wang Cai raised his paw and drew a large circle in the air. This area is all in the range of hell, and I've been conferred the title of Guardian of the Gates of Hell by the Master, so I can borrow some of the power of hell. You guys coming here is equivalent to entering my divine kingdom. In order to act cool, I've lost hundreds of divine spell slot. Fuck. The dwarf knocked him 3 more times. John frowned and said, not only can you borrow the power of hell, you also have the Song of 3 Laws. Sigh, those were all taken from my ancestor by the Master, they were originally incomplete, and I'm not very talented, so I can only use them, but I can't even start on my own. I can't even leave hell. After leaving, those laws that don't belong to me will slowly disappear. Wang Cai said helplessly. Do you know what the Dragon Queen has been doing recently? John asked. Chapter 1091. Tywin Hound shook his head, I'm not too sure about Master's situation, but the changes in the world are definitely related to her. Half a month ago, I met a few good friends in hell. Isn't it normal to meet the souls of old friends in hell? Tyrion asked doubtfully. No, they didn't die. Before I met Master, I had been living in the world of darkness, my friends were also there. Now that I met them in hell, does Master understand what this means? The land of eternal winter in the north and the world of darkness in the east have merged together. Wang Cai said excitedly. Are you sure? The two were shocked. What's there to be uncertain about? I only have a few friends, but there are many demons in the world of darkness. Whether it's my friends or those demons, They all think they are still in the world of darkness. Wang-Tsai said. Could it be that the Dragon Queen used some means to move the monsters to hell to become demons without their knowledge? Have you seen any familiar landforms? The dwarf asked. The landforms have changed a lot. I grew up under a lone peak, so I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it in hell. However, those demons were definitely not caught. Their caves are still there. Wang-Tsai said. I want to go in and take a look. The dwarf said. Without master's permission, living people can't enter hell. In fact, I only have two duties: to stop living people from approaching the gates of hell and to stop the undead from leaving. I'm your master, the dwarf said with a straight face. It doesn't matter if you're my dad. Tywin Hound and Eris Hound said at the same time. The dwarf's face twisted. Can you contact Dragon Queen? Jon asked. I can only pray to master. I'm not sure if she'll respond. The two showed disappointed expressions. Tywin Hound said again. However, I'm often in contact with Master Impermanence. Do you want to see her? Who is Master Impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Black and White Impermanence Arya, Little Master Jon's little sister, in charge of receiving the souls of the dead. She also has a petite, beautiful, noble and elegant she-wolf, Miss Nymeria. Yulun Hound said while drooling. You've taken a fancy to that she-wolf? The dwarf asked curiously. Hell's Gate is tough. We want a companion. Yulun said. Your size. The dwarf looked at Wang-Tsai's penis. Your dick is bigger than that she-wolf. She'll grow slowly. When she becomes a demigod. Jon rubbed his nose awkwardly and interrupted. Hurry up and call Arya out. Oh, less than half an hour later, a dark beam of light streaked across the gates of hell and landed on the ground, transforming into a beautiful woman wearing a black and white yin-yang robe. Both the dwarf and Jon felt their eyes light up when they saw Arya's current appearance. Her brown curly hair fell all the way to her buttocks. She still had that long face, but her facial features were extremely well proportioned. Large and sharp grey eyes, a sharp and delicate nose, cold and white skin, pink lips. In his days, Jon even thought that he was looking at his own mother, Lyanna. Have you been blessed by the Holy Mother? The dwarf rubbed his chin and looked at her with the eyes of a man looking at a woman. He praised. 2 years ago, you were still a female assassin who looked like dried mud. Now, you're emitting a cold and charming fragrance, like a winter rose on a cliff. Arya didn't even bother to look at him. She smiled and asked, Why are you here? Jon's eyes were gentle. He hugged her and sighed. Tyrion was right. Compared to 2 years ago, you really look like a beautiful princess now. Is that so? Arya's pale face blushed. She said happily, after the Battle of Smoke Sea, the Holy Mother perfected the death meditation technique and even lent me the Frost God's Song of Death. Just a year ago, I finally broke through and became a true demigod of death. The side effects of the meditation technique that erased my emotions and changed my body's functions have all disappeared. The me now is the real me. The me when we parted at Winterfell. Arya rested her head on Jon's shoulder and sighed softly. I just realized that it's been so long. Almost 20 years, sister. Jon was very happy. He knew that the lively, and adventurous sister of the past had returned. Weren't you a demigod before? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya let go of Jon and smiled proudly. When I was in Raised Land, I was rewarded by the 7 gods. When I was learning the teachings of the stranger, my soul sublimated and I became a demigod priest, a stranger's priest. At that time, the side effects of the meditation technique hadn't completely disappeared. Now, I'm a demigod as a wizard, a priest and wizard dual-class demigod. Hey, you're paladin. You've been demoted? Arya asked curiously. Sigh. The dwarf covered his face and sighed. Can you take us to hell to find the Dragon Queen? First of all, living people can't enter hell. I can't violate this rule. Also, the Dragon Queen isn't in hell. Aren't you the Soul Reaper, the Black and White Impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya stopped smiling and said solemnly, The real manager of hell and heaven is a green prophet with the memories and abilities of the Dragon Queen. Ah, a two-headed god of faith. Tyrion exclaimed. Seems like you know. Arya smiled meaningfully. Where's the Dragon Queen? John asked. She should be at the intersection of the 4 poles. The 4 poles really overlapped, like a 1,000-layer cake, the dwarf asked in shock. It's not overlapped, it's sewn. How do you sew? The two of them were puzzled. Arya pondered and said, it's like 4 pieces of brocade sewing together into a long sleeve. The two of them were even more puzzled. Seeing this, Arya didn't explain much. She only asked, why are you looking for the Dragon Queen? To find out about the changes in the world, and, John said hesitantly, there are some things I want to ask her. All right, I have something to ask her too. Arya pursed her lips. We'll enter the 4 poles through the spatial crevice at the edge of Hell. Then, she opened a spatial door in front of Hell's Gate. The mountain range where Hell's Gate was located was only close to the North Pole. It wasn't the North Pole yet. Standing on the mountain and looking to the north, one could see a stretch of low hills and plains covered in white snow. At this moment, after Devil Dragon Tyrion and Jon entered the spatial door opened by Arya, they didn't cross thousands of miles in an instant. They were still flying above the snowy plains. It was as if the spatial door was just an illusion and didn't have any effect at all. Holy Mother, this is the world of sleeves. The dwarf shouted in shock. They were indeed flying above the snowy plains, but it was as if they had entered a passageway with 4 walls. Below them was the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter. Above them was a desolate desert with no end. On the left was a grey sea. On the right was a continent. It was a world shrouded in darkness. They were all worlds that were real and not fake. The dwarf felt as if he was flying above the snowy plains for a while, then he felt as if he was flying above the desert in the opposite direction. After a while, he felt as if he was flying above the sea with one of his wings down. Or, he felt as if he was rushing out of the dark world. The feeling of time and space being turned upside down almost made him crash. The 4 worlds that were originally separated in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west are now connected and sewn together. Look, the land of eternal winter is in the north, opposite the south. That's why the endless continent in the south is above us. To the west of the land of eternal winter is the endless sunset sea. Now, the edge of the sunset sea is on the left, connected to the land of eternal winter. They definitely weren't connected at first, but the Dragon Queen forcefully. At this point, Arya was at a loss. She did not know what the Dragon Queen did either. In short, if you pass through the gates of hell and continue north, you'll only go around to the other side of the world. Perhaps you'll encounter the Sosros continent, or perhaps you'll be able to return to the summer sea. Now that you're in the material world, you can only go around in circles. You won't be able to reach the 4 poles anymore. You know that the world has turned into a ball too? Jon asked curiously. Do you know what the 7 layers of hell are like? Arya asked. Deep underground, like a 7-layered pie? The dwarf asked. Arya smiled and shook her head. It's more like a donut covering the Arctic Circle. The distance between the barren lands and hell is as far as the distance between the Northern Territory and hell. Surround the Arctic Circle? Why? The dwarf was puzzled. Because the Arctic Circle is the only landing point for otherworlders. A soft female voice rang in their ears. It was not Arya. The dwarf was stunned. He laughed and said, You really made us look for you. But when he looked around, he did not see her. Where are you? You two are like ants crawling on an empty porcelain plate. You've always been in my field of vision. But I was very busy before, so I couldn't be bothered with you. Dany smiled. Shit. Keep flying forward. The Arctic Circle is where the 4 poles meet. I'll wait for you there, Dany said and stopped talking to them. Rumble the world had been shaking for a few months. It was still shaking, but the amplitude was getting smaller and smaller. As they got closer to the Arctic Circle, the shaking was getting stronger. They were getting closer to the epicenter. Not long after, the 3 of them saw a shocking scene. The 4 worlds in front of them were not like 4 walls that were tightly connected. They were like 4 pieces of brocade that had not been sewn together. Between the pieces of brocade, there was an empty, dark, and deep void. Rumble. A white giant snake that was thicker than a mountain range crawled out of the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter and plunged into the endless sea in the west. Then, the waves surged, and a loud rumble came from the depths of the sea. The world shook violently. The white snake crawled out of the snowy plains again and plunged into the sea in the west. The position it crawled out from this time was a few dozen kilometers deeper than the previous time. The ground was drilled through, and countless rocks the size of small hills cracked. The dust on the ground flew everywhere. It was like a mountain in the air, floating at the place where the two worlds connected. When the white snake left this place and the laws stabilized, the small hills of earth and rocks would slowly fall. This cycle repeated itself, and the two worlds were sewn together bit by bit. The same thing happened at the other three corners. The beautiful mountains and rivers on the four sides were connected in a way that ordinary people could not imagine. That's. When they got closer, John's pupils contracted. He pointed at the white giant snake and said in shock, "Weirwood, that's the root of the weirwood. It's so thick. There's also a weak frost god aura in it." "I suddenly understand the state of the world," the dwarf said thoughtfully. The dwarf said thoughtfully, "The previous world was like a blooming flower. The four petals represented the four extremes, and we lived in that narrow area on Deba. Now, the Dragon Queen is using a needle and thread to sew the petals back into a round bud. Be careful, we're about to leave the passage of the four poles. The laws and gravity will change drastically," Arya reminded. Although every stitch of the weirwood was a few dozen kilometers apart, it was actually hundreds of kilometers deep into the ground. The stitching speed was not as fast as the demon dragon's flying speed. Soon, they left the passage of the four worlds behind them. The moment they left the stitching, the demon dragon Tyrion's body shook up and down. He almost fell into the snow mountain. "This is not a place for mortals. It's too difficult for you," Arya said. Among the three of them, she and the dwarf were powerful demigods. Only the dwarf was a normal transcendent. "I'm the demon dragon Tyrion, not a mortal." Red Tessa felt insulted. She raised her head and roared, "Gaga air, where's the air? I can't breathe." The next moment, he held his breath until his eyes were bloodshot. He opened his mouth wide and tried to breathe. "We're almost there. Hold on for a little longer." John could already see the end of the ribbon world. From their current point of view, it seemed that they were flying close to the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter. However, in reality, the land of eternal winter was not flat. It was as if Dany was standing on a round table. 4 pieces of brocade fluttered in the wind from the roof. She and the table were in the center of the brocade. The ends of the brocade fell on the table. The brocade was originally separated from each other. Now, it started to sew from the top and spread down step by step. In the end, what fell into Dany's hand was a long 4-colored brocade funnel. Using her as a reference point, John and the rest seemed to be descending from the sky. "Are we in the center of the earth?" After landing, John asked blankly. "No, your vision is deceiving your brain. You've been away from the center of the earth. I'm now standing at the border between the astral world and the material world. I'm thousands of kilometers away from the ground. You're not falling. Instead, you're climbing up. That's why the air here is thin. It'll be difficult for you to breathe." Dany clenched her fist and condensed the air nearby into this small area. The devil dragon Tyrion and the 2-headed devil dragon inhaled hard and slowly recovered. "Can we fly so high?" the dwarf asked in shock. "The space-time here is chaotic, and the laws are disorderly. Things that can't happen in the material world are normal here." Dany spoke, but her gaze was fixed on the sky. She used her spiritual sense to assist the weirwood and sewed the 4 pieces of brocade together. Only then did the dwarf notice the Dragon Queen's appearance. Her appearance had not changed, and her temperament was more natural and easygoing. It almost made people forget the fact that she had already sung 3 songs of laws. However, she was now wearing a dazzling golden armor. It did not match her usual style. The armor was ordinary. It consisted of the most standard plate armor, skirt armor, shin armor, boots, shoulder armor, and gloves. However, the material of the armor was very strange. It had the clarity of glass, and it shone with golden light. It did not look like a light bulb. Instead, the armor is so mighty. Maybe the sun god should be like this, the dwarf blurted out. After saying that, he was confused himself. Why would I think of the sun god? Danny's eyes lit up, and she praised, your realm is not high, but your eyesight is not bad. What? The dwarf was confused. Have you seen the sun? Danny asked with a smile. The sun has been out for a few months. South of the Great Wall, the snow is almost melting, John said. Have you seen the sun? Danny's smile widened. She seemed to have asked a repetitive question. Is the sun in the sky fake? The dwarf frowned. Danny nodded. You've finally seen the sun. The three of them were confused. Dong dong dong. Danny tapped her chest a few times. I'm the sun. What? The three of them exclaimed. I'm illuminating the entire world, Danny said lightly. You're the sun. What about the sun you forged? The dwarf mumbled. I dismantled the sun and extracted the divine metal from it to forge this sun divine armor. It can help me minimize the consumption of my god power. In truth, I'm extracting the elemental power from the four poles without wasting any of my god power. Unbelievable, unbelievable. John gulped with difficulty. His face was filled with unconcealable shock. What's so unbelievable about this? I could have turned into the sun when I sang the Song of Fire. However, that's too much of a waste of my god power. If you're the sun, then what we see is you as well. The sun rises and sets every day, and you've been running around the world, the dwarf asked, puzzled. Hey, what do you think the current world is to me? Danny pointed at the four-brocade world in the sky with a smile. A toy that you can knead at will, the dwarf asked bitterly. Danny nodded with a faint smile. When I open my eyes, the sun rises. As far as I can see, it's the hottest time of the day, which is noon. I'm standing here without moving. The entire planet spins around before my eyes, representing the rise and fall of the sun. The world spins around me. Danny gestured around her. It represents the cycle of the 4 seasons. 4 seasons in a year. How's that enough? Aria was shocked. Every 3 months counts as a quarter. Spring sows, summer grows, autumn reaps, and winter rests. It's just right. It's extremely harmonious. Tyrion immediately thought of something. He frowned and said, won't this make the farmers too anxious? If the spring plowing is delayed, won't the year be over? If it's like before, where the summer lasts for several years, everyone will be so calm. You're only thinking about the calmness of summer. Why haven't you thought about the hunger and cold of winter? I thought that there would be long summer after the long night. That's what you said back then. Now, many poems are saying that you'll bring an eternal long summer to the world, the dwarf said. I'm not lying. There's summer every year. If it's not long summer, what is it? Danny said matter-of-factly. Is this explanation okay? Are you saying that the final explanation is yours again? The dwarf's mouth twitched. Danny shook her head and said, if the world stays in one season, the disaster will be more terrifying than the long winter that lasts for several years. This involves the cycle of laws and energy. You definitely don't understand. But you can observe. Carefully observe the changes in the world. After 10 years, perhaps you'll be able to directly understand the benefits of the cycle of the 4 seasons. I'll observe carefully, the dwarf said. Now that you've become the sun, will you return to Slaver's Bay in the future? John asked. Look at me now. Do I shine so brightly that you can't look at me directly? Ah. John grinned. Is it night now? You can think about it. A rubber ball spins under the candlelight. The side facing the candlelight is day, and the side facing away from it is night. The sun exists forever. The only thing that changes is the angle of the light. Are we inside the sun? The dwarf said. Danny shook her head again. Have you played with lenses before? Have you read Principles of Optics? Is there a huge concave and convex mirror? The dwarf looked left and right. Space-time lens. No matter where I am, I can guarantee that light will be directed at this planet from one direction. Unimaginable. Incomprehensible, the dwarf said with a bitter face. Why do you want to turn the world into a planet? Are there any benefits? John asked curiously. Our world is about to fall into the lower universe. Danny sighed and explained the world's situation to them in detail. John said in shock, not only did you sing the Song of Laws, you even summoned the first flame. Why can't you stop the world from falling? When the last true God fell, I hadn't sung the Song of Laws yet. At that time, the world had already slipped to the last level. We have to go to the lower universe. Danny's eyes flashed. Maybe there's something I need there. What is it? It's the same for worlds. Worlds with their own characteristics may be a great treasure. I've already toured our world. In the future, can I go to another world to find treasures? The dwarf said expectantly. Live until then. There's still 90 years. With your current cultivation base, can you live for another 90 years? The dwarf's face was bitter. He did not say anything. What does falling into the lower universe have to do with changing the world's appearance? John asked curiously. Is the fist more lethal, or the palm? The Holy Mother's palm is stronger than any fist. The dwarf said. Danny glanced at him and said, the celestial convergence often happens in the lower universe. In other words, two or more worlds collide with each other. If we go down, we won't be able to escape. Now that I've built the world into a sturdy spiked hammer, when it collides with other worlds, it will only be the other side that will suffer. When the three heard this, they were dumbfounded. In addition, the combination of the four poles can make it easier for me to extract energy and defend against foreign invaders. The four poles are each connected to a universe with a single energy. If they are scattered everywhere, I can only choose one of them to extract elemental power. Now that the four poles are combined, the four poles are concentrated at the North Pole, and I can extract four elemental powers at the same time. For example, I can extract the four elements of ice, water, earth, and darkness from the four poles, and use the Song of Fire's first flame to burn them into fire elements. Then, through the Song of Light, the fire elements will turn into sunlight that nourishes the earth, and the sun will appear. The four poles are also the passageways for people from other worlds to enter our world. Guarding one line of defense is definitely easier than guarding four. From now on, people from other worlds can only enter the Great Wall from the land of eternal winter, and only then can they go to other parts of the world. At this point, Danny's gaze fell on John's face. What plans do you have for the future? John's heart skipped a beat, and he guessed something. He asked in return, Aunt Danny, what do you want me to do? Danny smiled meaningfully. Do you know why I gave you the title of North Ice King? The dwarf's expression changed at the same time. Aria's face was also full of surprise. You want me to guard the North Pole as the world's first barrier? You already knew that I would end up like this. John said bitterly. Chapter 1092. John's title of Northern Ice Duke came from the Dragon Queen. Not long after Erlu's death, she led the centaurs and the mother of dragons' guards to clear out the otherworldly ghosts on Ursos in a year. After that, she left the material world and stayed in the astral world for a few years. Before she left, the Dragon Queen bestowed titles to the nobles and knights under her command according to their contributions in the war. It was at that time that John, who was far away in the King's Landing, received two pieces of news. First, because of his heroic performance in the long night, the Dragon Queen bestowed him the identity of a noble illegitimate son. He could wear the three-headed red dragon emblem, inherit the Sisters of Darkness openly, previously it was borrowed, and build the ancestral hall for Riga and Liana openly. Second, he was bestowed the title of Northern Ice Duke. Basically, he had the same identity and status as the dwarf. It was also after that he added the three-headed dragon emblem to his armor and cape. But it was strange that he only had a title and no land. The dwarf's Prince Xeon was a hereditary title, and his title was just right for his land. He was a very standard prince with real power. But he didn't think too much about it at the time. He just thought that he was already the Duke of the Northern Territory, and there was no need for him to get a land as a fief. Now it seemed that he should have thought more about it. Northern Ice Duke was prepared for today. You really saw everything. That's right. The world is like a ball of mud in your hands, and the fog of fate can't block your vision. The dwarf was shocked, but also relieved. The land north of the Great Wall is bigger than the 7 countries combined. I will divide it into 3 countries with thousands of miles of territory. The southern end is connected to the Great Wall, and the land is the most fertile for the 7 countries and the free people outside the Great Wall. The middle section is a bit more barren and difficult to farm, but it can be nomadic. In the future, I will arrange for a group of centaurs to settle there, and Simba's son will be the cow. Their main task is to be the third line of defense and stop any living people from going south. The centaur's features are too obvious, and it's hard for outsiders to fool them. The northernmost territory is the coldest, and all the exiled criminals in the world are sent there to form the second line of defense against otherworldly invasions. The first line of defense is naturally the 7 hells. John, the Northern Ice King's fief is at the North Pole, Danny said awkwardly. What if I didn't give the throne to Sangza back then? He asked with a wooden expression. Danny shrugged. You're still the North Ice King. The lifespan of a demigod is measured in tens of thousands of years. When you're tired of the scheming in the King's Landing, you can go to the North Pole. Ah! John didn't expect her to give such an answer. His tense face couldn't help but twitch. You should have made it clear. Ygritte and Little Ide are dead. Mother and child, 1 corpse, 2 lives. How tragic, do you know that? The dwarf spoke his mind. I think my reminder is clear enough. Don't tell me you two didn't feel it. Use plain language and accurately state the consequences, the dwarf said. Danny looked at him deeply. If I ask you to go back to the west immediately and kill Jaime, or else he'll make you miserable in the future, what do you think? That's impossible. Why would Jarmu make me so miserable? The dwarf shook his head repeatedly. That's it. Danny smiled coldly. Let's not talk about distant relatives. If I say it, it'll only hurt both sides. Even if he's willing to listen, what about the future? Is he going to blame me for not warning him in advance if something doesn't go his way in the future? I choose my own path, and I have my own life too. You've seen how busy I am now. I don't have the time or energy to keep an eye on the ever-changing river of fate for you. The dwarf opened his mouth and turned to look at the gloomy John. He sighed. It shouldn't be difficult for you to save Ygritte from a difficult labor, right? Have you ever thought that there are some things that not only I know, but even Bran knows as well? But why is he like me, only hinting indirectly and never directly and violently intervening? Bran knows as well. Did he recover the Green Prophet's abilities? John was shocked. Danny's gaze swept across Dan and Arya's faces. She said meaningfully, I dragged him along the river of fate in the new era for a few decades to see Stark's ending. Only by letting him understand and with him as a witness in the future, you won't suspect that I'm deliberately targeting someone when things don't go well for you. Dan and Arya were terrified. Cold sweat instantly covered their backs. The Dragon Queen's hint was too obvious. Stark's ending was so bad that the Dragon Queen wanted to drag Bran along to prove her innocence. The three-eyed crow controls the Westeros world will. Now, I'm the Divine King. Dany extended her right hand as if she was holding something. While the 3 of them were puzzled, countless powdery golden stars gathered from all directions and formed a jade-like golden book in her palm. The book was not complete. 1/4 of it was damaged. It was as if a part of a complete book had been torn away horizontally. However, the fine golden stars only became extremely thin. They did not completely stop gathering. This is the manifestation of the world will. It will only be complete after I complete the project of merging the 4 poles. I wasn't lying when I said that I'm the Divine King. Everything that's happening in the world right now, the secrets of the past, and the fates of all living beings in the future are all in my hands. I can read it, rewrite it, and edit it again. The 3 of them looked at the golden book with dazed expressions. Countless images seemed to flash past their eyes. Dany pinched the book with 2 fingers and tossed it down. Their gazes were still following the book. They only snapped back to their senses when it disappeared. I call it the Jade Book of Fate. Whoever controls it will be omniscient and omnipotent. Perhaps, it's still lacking a little. I know your fates, but I only revere the fates of all living beings. I've only ever watched and never changed them. I won't touch the Jade Book of Fate. It's always been in the custody of the Holy Mother. She'll protect the fates you've chosen to ensure the relative fairness of your fates. Holy Mother. The dwarf frowned. I'm not the Holy Mother. Danny gave them a meaningful look. The Holy Mother has two heads. Heaven is in the front head, and hell is in the back head. She's absolutely fair and just. She's compassionate and ruthless. She abides by the rules the most. Ah! The dwarf and Arya exclaimed. John, on the other hand, had a blank expression. That day when you killed the Ghoul King, I announced in front of everyone that a new era led by humans had begun. No god or devil could wantonly twist the fates of humans anymore. Others might not understand, but the three of you should have a deep understanding of it. In such an important occasion, I didn't have to say such empty words. In the past, my fates, Rhaegar and Lyanna's fates, Jon's fates, and even Tyrion and Arya's fates were all planned out by the gods a long time ago. Of course, you've changed your fates now because I was the first one to do so. It's hard for you to understand the difficulties involved. Dany was really speaking from the bottom of her heart. She could change her fates only because she was a transmigrator. But how many transmigrators in the world knew their fates in advance? In fact, if she hadn't transmigrated into the Dragonmother with extraordinary talents. For example, if she had transmigrated into Robert who had just finished the Battle of Ruby Beach, even if she knew her fates, she wouldn't have been able to change them. Because the most important thing to change one's fate was power. The process of Jon changing his fate was too easy. The dwarf and Arya were confused and couldn't understand her feelings. How did my fate change? Arya was puzzled. Dan and I stared at her deeply, causing her scalp to go numb. Do you know your own personality? Arya glanced at her and said shyly, Jon said I'm lively and active. I like adventure and freedom. With such a personality, can you endure the rules of Bravos forever? Arya was stunned. Won't Bravos be destroyed by the deviant ghost disaster? According to the original fate, it won't. Dany shook her head. And you, after completing your mission, will be assassinated by Jokuan. Another faceless one will wear your face and announce to the public that he is sailing a ship to explore the Sunset Sea. Since ancient times, countless people have tried to explore the Sunset Sea, but no ship returned safely. So, you can reasonably disappear. What about Bran? Jon frowned. Bran is not the king of gods, and he doesn't have the Book of Fate. He can't control anything outside of Westeros. The three of them were silent. With a sigh, Dany continued the previous topic. I said that from now on, humans will be the real protagonists of the new era. The subtext is a promise to all the living humans' fate will be determined by his own choice. No one will be able to play with other people's fates, including me and the seven gods. And the power that guarantees the fulfillment of this promise is the absolutely fair and just Holy Mother. She calmly looked straight into Jon's eyes. So, now you understand why Bran and I didn't directly tell you the result of your choice. Why didn't I specially descend to the mortal world to save Ygritte? Why didn't I break the rules for you and resurrect your wife and child? Such a fate is too bitter. I would rather it be distorted by others, Jon said bitterly. The dwarf shook his head and said seriously, Jon, you are wrong. When the rules are first broken for an exception, the rules lose most of their meaning. Today, you feel that your fate is too bitter and want the gods to change it. Tomorrow, will the gods choose a sweet fate for you according to their own taste? Dany glanced at him and said, You have asked what you need to ask. Is there anything else? What is the material structure of the future world like? The dwarf asked curiously. Dany flicked her finger, and a thought that recorded the four-dimensional structure of the world fell between the dwarf's eyebrows. He held his forehead and groaned for a while before exclaiming, There really is an equator, and it really passes through Carlin Bay. The Northern Territory has a great advantage. Dany nodded and said, Winterfell is going to change its name. Can it be called Neverwinter? From now on, the people of the Northern Territory will rarely encounter heavy snow. Jon and Arya were dumbfounded. The dwarf said with a complicated expression, The Sosros continent has crossed the South Pole, and there is a large continent to the north of the Trembling Sea. The future economic and trade center may shift from the summer sea to the trembling sea. Bravos will definitely become one of the richest port cities. Slavers Bay is a bit of a loss, he said again. It is not a loss. Slavers Bay is near the Tropic of Capricorn, and the climate is more pleasant. Moreover, all the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Why should I care if the sun shines in the front yard or the backyard? The world is so big, even if Simba has 10 sons, it won't be enough. Looks like we have to find him a few more lovers, the dwarf muttered. In the end, it was Arya who asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. After Jegarit died, I went to find Sansa and asked her why she was so stupid and worried that Jon would steal her Iron Throne. You had promised that whoever wears the human crown, you would ensure that her dynasty would last for 10,000 years. She told me that you would most likely redefine your promise for Jon. Would you? She stared into Dany's eyes and asked. She did not participate in the trial. After killing King Strange Ghost, she did not return to the Barren Land. That day, she took Nymeria, King Kong, and Wonksai to the 7 hells of the Land of Eternal Winter. Later, she chose to exile herself and did not return to the Westeros. She did not need to go back personally. Her mental projection could instantly go to any corner of the world. There was a moment when she really wanted to cut off a part of Sansa's body with her scythe. When Arya used the scythe to draw on Sansa's body, she was not trying to scare her. She was just hesitating and did not know where to start. Perhaps she saw the determination in her sister's cold eyes. Sansa was so scared that she cried. She cried and told her the reason why she messed with Jon. Now, Arya wanted to know. Since the Dragon Queen could see everyone's fate, did she know that her words would cause Jon and Sansa's current situation? Chapter 1093. Dany smiled with interest. Why would she think that? Arya frowned and recalled. She said she had been studying you and studying you. She knew you very well. On the day you killed the Gowl King, you didn't say it explicitly, but you kept hinting at Jon to let him accept the human crown. You even changed your promise for Jon. The vassals' achievements belong to their lord. If you do not reinterpret your promise, Sansa will rightfully wear the crown. At that time, the 7 kingdoms will be convinced and won't call her liar Sansa behind her back. She will be at ease. If his heart was stable, he wouldn't do anything bad in the future. Although Sansa got the throne from Jon in the end, because of your words, her dynasty lost 90% of its legitimacy and was mocked by the people of the 7 kingdoms. That's why she's afraid of Jon. When the first promise was broken, your second promise no longer made her feel safe. She's sure that if she doesn't do anything now, if one day Jon challenges the Iron Throne, you will most likely redefine the meaning of the human crown for him. At this point, Arya paused and looked at the Dragon Queen's expression with her grey eyes. Dany said slowly, the human crown, the deed of saving the world, I deserve it. The 7 blessings bestowed by the gods. The meaning of the human crown is written in plain words for everyone to see. It's not just a sentence, it's a rule. No one can redefine it, including me. Arya frowned and thought for a moment. She still didn't know the Dragon Queen's real answer. Shaking her head, she continued, Sansa is not at ease with your promise. She's afraid and feels uneasy. She feels that she must act immediately and cut off any possibility of Jon touching the throne. If it wasn't for the incident with Ygritte, even if her plan against Jon was exposed, there wouldn't be so much hatred between her and Jon. But if Jon rebelled, or if Jon's children showed their desire for the Iron Throne, she would do something that would hurt their relationship even more in order to protect her throne. At that time, there might really be blood and hatred. Dany was stunned. In the next moment, countless lights and shadows flashed past her eyes. After a long time, she sighed and said, I am also a part of the world. Every choice I make will change the variables of fate. Sansa's conjecture wasn't entirely correct, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. I do want Jon to wear the crown. If I didn't say anything, Jon would confess in front of everyone that he had secretly pledged his loyalty to Sansa during the Great Judgment in Fairy City. At that time, Sansa's throne would indeed be very stable. She won't attack Jon immediately. Not immediately. Arya frowned. With her suspicion and Stark's careless personality, there is no doubt that she and Jon, or Jon's children, will have conflicts sooner or later. Jon and Arya looked suspicious. Once, your uncle, Brandon Stark, dared to barge into the Red Castle. He almost pointed his sword at the Mad King's nose and shouted, "Tell Rhaegar to come out and die." In the future, under the instigation of some power game players, how likely is it that a certain Stark will spout nonsense in the Red Castle again after a few glasses of strong liquor? Dany mocked. He. The dwarf covered his mouth and snickered. Jon and Arya looked stupefied. Sighing, Dany continued, "I'm not as Sansa speculated. I just want to help my nephew get the Iron Throne. With my current realm and strength, I don't need to hide my emotions, much less lie. That day, I said that even if a beggar killed the king of the other ghosts in the final battle, I would still make him king. The reason is simple, for justice and justice. A long time ago, I had a conversation with the old Sea King about Yasser and Ahai. I asked him, Yasser and Ahai saved the world, why weren't they elected as the human emperor by the living? The country of descendants of Har-Cologne was located in the remote and desolate Skeletal Mountains. It wasn't even built by Yasser and Ahai. This meant that the savior never wore the crown his entire life. He sacrificed his wife for the living, and in the end, his achievements and destiny belonged to Lalo. But look at his sacrifice and ending. Why are the heavens and the gods so unfair to heroes? The Sea King smiled and told me that it was already a great honor for him to save the world. We kings were envious, jealous, and hated him. How could we be willing to give up our power? I only gave him a perfunctory smile back then, but I swore in my heart that history would never repeat itself. She looked at the three shocked people and said calmly, "Merit must be rewarded. Karma is a cycle. Good and evil will be repaid. This is the principle in my heart. If the gods and devils don't care, I'll care. If the heavens and earth don't care, I'll reason. Even if my father and son work together to steal the honor of the lowest beggar, I won't allow it, let alone Sansa." After a long silence, Dany spoke again. "Arya, your soul could ascend and become the stranger's Darkwing Angel. You should have a deep understanding of the teachings of the seven gods and have a high degree of acceptance. Tell me, is the good and evil in the teachings of the seven gods the same as the good and evil in the laws of the seven kingdoms?" Arya was stunned and said, "The teachings of the seven gods are stricter. Some of the rights that belong to the ruler in the laws of the seven kingdoms are crimes that go against the teachings. For example, in the north, the lord can ask for the right of first night for his people. For example, the nobles of the seven kingdoms can strengthen the women in their territories and hurt their own people. But in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, they will all go to hell. In fact, I have seen too many knights and nobles with good reputations who held the atonement scroll but ended up in hell. Because of that, I have a true understanding of the teachings of the seven gods." Arya used to believe in the old gods. Later on, her soul could ascend, and the priest class became a demigod a few years earlier than the wizard class. She did not go to Chizang's place every night to listen to his teachings. Hound and Varys listened to Chizang's teachings about sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause. The dwarf did not listen, and Arya felt that it was not in line with her beliefs. But Arya was the first and only believer to ascend her soul among the four disciples. The reason was simple. She would send her spiritual projection to the Jade Sea every day to harvest the souls of the dead and send them to hell. In hell, she had seen the Heavenly Father's judgment of the dead too many times. Arya could not quote the scriptures like Seven Zong and explain the doctrines with fervor. She could not even remember the doctrines of the seven gods. She was the silent nun, the wife of a stranger. She rarely read the doctrines of the other six gods. However, through her experience in hell, she gained a deeper understanding of the doctrines of the seven gods. She even had an epiphany and became a demigod. The person who recited the scriptures every day did not become a bodhisattva, but the cold-faced killer who did not understand the scriptures and killed people every day suddenly became a Buddha. It was not hard to imagine how Varys and Hound were at that time. Arya was deep in thought. The justice and justice of the seven gods will not accommodate the laws made by mortals. Dany looked satisfied. Whether or not I see Jon and Sansa's final outcome in fate, I will give the Savior a chance to break his vassal's vassal oath with any monarch on that day. The justice of the 7 gods will not only not accommodate the laws of mortals, but also do not care about their fate. In other words, everything has its own rules. Fate has its own rules, and the justice of the 7 gods is the common rule of fate for the world and all humans. Then, she turned her gaze to John and sighed. As I said that day, I set the rules of fairness and justice. It is up to you to choose your own path. When I persuaded you to accept the crown, it was because of my personal feelings for you. I hope that you can change your tragic fate after I make a fair judgment. You hope that he can change his fate, but will not change the rules you set just to change his fate. The dwarf asked with a complicated expression. Not only John, but you too. Danny looked at him deeply. If you continue to fall and seek death, you will really die, even if you are the illegitimate brother of the King of Gods who controls fate. Tyrion's eyelids twitched. He asked, what about Simba? Simba has a better fate than all of you, but he is also under the rules. He has a good life because he has a good mother. It is not that his mother cheated for him, but that his mother put in a lot of effort to arrange the best education for him ever since he was born. The dwarf said with a straight face, are you looking down on our parents? Because our parents did not raise us to be perfect sons of God, so we have a bad life. But who can control reincarnation? I met Daddy Tywin, so I am destined to be raised into a little devil. Does this conform to your rules of fairness? Danny said calmly, your Daddy Tywin can at least ensure that you grow up safely, but Simba has faced a life and death crisis since he was born. When he was 4 years old, if I did not receive a revelation from the prophecy, his little bones would have melted by now. John sighed. It is not easy for everyone. Aunt Danny has also gone through hardships to achieve what she has today. The suturing of the 4 poles is almost done. I am very busy. If there is nothing else, you can leave, Danny said. You can leave first. I have a private matter to attend to, the dwarf said to Arya and Dan. What is it? Danny asked after Stark and his sister left. Can you see what I want to do through the timeline? The dwarf asked. I don't want to live a tiring life. If Arya did not remind me, I would not have realized that Sansa might have another ending, Danny said calmly. What ending? The dwarf asked curiously. If I did not say anything that day, and did not insist on fairness and justice, and gave her the crown directly, she could have been the queen for at least 20 years before she killed Jon's eldest son, Ed Stark. Ah! The dwarf was shocked. She could really do it. That is Ed Stark we are talking about. The queen 20 years ago and the current Sansa are 2 different people. What about now? What is her ending? The dwarf asked again. What personal matters do you have? Danny frowned. That book of fate. The dwarf pursed his lips and said hesitantly, it is the manifestation of the world's will, right? You want to see it? I can see it. The dwarf was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Then, he quickly shook his head and said hesitantly, I was thinking, you have already turned the world into a planet and casually turned the world's will into a book. Then, can you save the vanishing undead from the river of time? Danny looked at him strangely and said, death is the final piece. The dwarf immediately said, dying with grievances is the greatest regret for both the living and the dead. Who do you want to save? My father, Tywin. The dwarf gritted his teeth. And my mother and Tessa. I owe them too much. Chapter 1094. With my current level, I'm still unable to extract physical substances from the river of time. So you're saying that you can really reverse the past in the future? Tyrion was stunned. Danny nodded. Even now, I'm still unable to create an independent first flame. Think about it, where did my first flame come from during the coastal battle? Where did it come from? The dwarf asked in confusion. The future. That's not right. If the future changes the present, wouldn't the future change as well? Everything else aside, the outcome of the coastal battle was a decisive factor in the future, Tyrion said. It sounds impossible, but it's already happened. We can't understand it because our understanding of time isn't deep enough. Then, after a moment of silence, Tyrion asked, can you tell me what happened to Tessa? Danny glanced at him indifferently. She clenched her right hand again, and the golden stars fell into her palm, forming a golden jade book. You want to read it yourself? She tossed the book over. The dwarf did not expect her to be so straightforward. He did not react in time and was hit in the face by the jade book. Swoosh! His body disappeared instantly, as if he was sucked into the book the moment he came into contact with it. When he disappeared, the book disappeared as well. It was as if the golden book was absorbed by Tyrion. Dany looked up at the sky and continued to weave the brocade of the four worlds, woo-woo. About 3 minutes later, the dwarf suddenly appeared on the spot again. His face was covered in tears as he bawled loudly. Dany glanced at him in disdain. She waved her hand, and both man and dragon fell into the sky. Jon and Arya were flying close to the snowfield when they felt a gust of wind coming from behind them. Then, they heard the dwarf's wails. Air, give me air. Wisps of a gentle breeze entered his mouth and nose, and the dwarf finally regained his strength. What did you talk about? Jon could not help but ask. I stayed in the Jade Book for 300 years, the dwarf said with a face full of vicissitudes. Nonsense. We've only been gone for 3 minutes. Arya snorted. What? Only 3 minutes? The dwarfs were startled and completely woke up. They looked left and right, and as expected, they could still see the Dragon Queen's figure above them. What the hell, I really? The dwarf cried out, then stopped as if he was deep in thought. Is the Jade Booklet the Jade Booklet of Good Fortune? Jon asked. Yes, it's that supreme treasure. Jon said hesitantly, when I first saw it, there seemed to be many illusions in front of my eyes. Me too. Arya stole a glance at him and blushed. It's the same for me. The dwarf nodded. That's the Book of Destiny. It records the fate of everyone in the world. Fate? Yes, the first thing we saw when we first saw it was probably our future destiny, Tyrion said. Ah. Jon and Arya cried out at the same time. What's wrong? The dwarf asked curiously. The two stuttered at the same time. Jon, what did you see? Arya turned her head to the other side, not letting the two see her shy eyes and blushing cheeks. She saw Jon and her doing something embarrassing and comfortable on the top of the snowy mountain under the silver moon. Her heart raced, but she was very confused. Jon did not notice her strange behavior and said, I think I saw Valor give birth to a daughter for me. A daughter? Arya was shocked, and the lust on her face disappeared. Her expression became cold. Jon had a wife, and his wife gave birth to a daughter for him. That's a good thing, the dwarf said bitterly. Home is home when you have a child. Hey, it is indeed a good thing. Jon grinned. Do you think her name is Lyanna or Dany Leezy? Or Ygritte? I thought you would definitely choose Ygritte, Tyrion said. The smile on Jon's face disappeared, and he sighed. Ygritte is an ancient word. It literally means that the god of fire kisses a red-haired girl, and it means that the old god wishes the red-haired girl good luck. It is also what the free people often say, born from the kiss of fire. I have dark brown hair, and Valor is pure gold. There is a high chance that my daughter will have long silver hair. If she has a pair of purple eyes, Dany Leezy will be more pleasing. If she inherits my hair, I inherited my hair color from my mother, so I can call her Lyanna. You didn't see her hair clearly? Tyrion asked. It was very blurry, and the child is too young. Jon shook his head. Little sister, what did you see? He turned to Arya. Arya's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, I saw the two of us sparring at the peak of the North Pole. Oh, that's possible. Jon smiled and nodded. I have decided to accept the Dragon Queen's title and guard the North Pole forever. We should be able to see each other often in the future. Tyrion, what about you? He asked again. The dwarf hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, I saw my hair falling, my beard turning white, my face filled with wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife, my body as thin as a piece of firewood, and my eyes without light. I lay on the bed, alone, waiting for death. Hee. Arya covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. That's impossible, right? That's so tragic. Jon exclaimed. Even if you can't give birth to a son, at least we will send you off. Other things aside, just Simba and my daughter, how many children will they have by then? They're also your family, so it'll definitely be lively. Is that even human language? The dwarf said angrily. What's wrong? John was confused. I'm going to die. The dwarf cried. There were beliefs in this world, and usually, people with beliefs would not avoid death, so John did not see through the dwarf's thoughts. Arya, on the other hand, had been his senior for a few years, so she understood his desire for immortality. She smiled and said, dying on the bed, dying of old age, without the torture of illness, without the sword, that's enough happiness. I don't want to die, I haven't lived long enough. The dwarf shouted. You haven't lived long enough now, after a few more decades, you won't be able to move anymore. When you are about to die of old age, you will definitely feel that you have lived long enough. Also, you will definitely go to heaven after you die, maybe you will be like Agen, getting an official position and becoming a saint respected by the world. John comforted him. Mystic dragon Tyrion shook his head. No, I want to see the scenery of the other world, I want to explore the ultimate secret of the world, I want to sing the Song of Law too. John sighed helplessly. Then, did you ask Aunt Dani for help? I was going to leave this question to the end, but she seemed to have noticed something, and threw the Book of Fate directly at my face. Shaking his head, he slowly said, I asked her where Tessa went, and she threw the book to me. I thought that the book could only look at what happened in the past, but I didn't expect that looking at history was only the simplest function of the book, its real function is to protect fate. Dragon Queen did not lie, not only did she not play with the fate of mortals, she even put everyone's fate into the book, and handed it over to the three-eyed, two-headed Holy Mother to protect. This way, things like Lalo interfering with fate through Asher's prophecy will never happen again, everyone's fate will be decided by their own choice. Even their birth is decided by themselves. He was shocked. How is that possible? People are not even born, how can they decide their own birth? John shook his head and said, Do you know about reincarnation? The dwarf asked. There is no reincarnation, only people who are similar, like me, Yasuo, and Yahai. John said. Not necessarily. Arya's expression was solemn. There might not have been reincarnation before, but now, the 7 hells are forging the 7 paths of reincarnation disc. What reincarnation disc? John was puzzled. There are not only evil people in hell, but also ordinary people. They do not have merits to go to heaven, nor do they have any bad karma. What do we do? According to the rules of the Book of Strangers, they should be reincarnated. John was deep in thought. Yes, the 7 hells should have a reincarnation division, but there wasn't before, and now the Dragon Queen is forging it, which is the reincarnation disc. Based on what they did in their previous life, it will determine their starting point in their next life, Arya said. It seems that the reincarnation disc is not finished even after 100 years, the dwarf said with a frown. You saw it in the book. Arya was shocked. Yes, I saw that there is still no reincarnation after 80 years. Didn't you say 300 years? I can't even live for 100 years, why should I care about the world 300 years later? The demon dragon Tyrion rolled his eyes. Those 300 years have been repeating my fate, different choices, different fates. Isn't that cheating? John was stunned. Sigh, the two-headed Holy Mother is the most impartial. The Dragon Queen looks cold on the surface, but she is very gentle on the inside. She is very willing to take the back door for us. The dwarf sighed. You didn't take the back door? When you left the North Pole, you seemed to be crying, so sad. Arya held back her laughter and asked. I cried because I saw Tessa. The dwarf's expression dimmed. Where did Tessa go? John asked curiously. The demon dragon sobbed and said, that day, she was rotated by 100 northern border soldiers. She was in extreme despair, when I was lying on top of her, she was already dead. Her soul was dead, and only her body was left. She took 100 silver coins and a gold coin and left Casterly Rock City. She stumbled back. Woo! He howled emotionally. She didn't go anywhere. She returned to the place where we met, all alone. She's dead. I've been asking where did Tessa go every day, but I've never really looked for her. I'm a bastard, I should go to hell. Alright, if you really want to repent, you can go to hell with me later. Arya laughed coldly. I don't need to prove anything to you. I will redeem myself for my sins. The demon dragon Tyrion slowly regained his composure. How do you redeem yourself? A woman after drinking? Arya looked at him with disdain. I will ha 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 ha. There seemed to be a hole in the clear sky. From the other side of the world, evil black smoke spewed out, accompanied by the demon god's terrifying laughter. After 10 million years, the dimensional vortex has finally shattered. After 10 million years of being sealed, I'm finally back. The demon god's voice was filled with hatred and joy. Sealed for 10 million years? The dwarf was shocked. Could it be a peerless demon king from the ancient times? Hey, you! Two blood-red eyes the size of Ferris wheels appeared in the black smoke. A megalosaurus that can talk, but not a demigod. And a two-headed megalosaurus. Are you Targaryens? How did you know? The dwarf was shocked. I didn't expect that after 10 million years, that bitch Dany Rise still has descendants alive. The demon god sighed. Chapter 1095. That's a demon god, right? Tyrion asked softly. Jon nodded, and said with a strange expression, it's very powerful, at least comprehending 2 songs of law that are close to perfection. But its brain, where did the sea of law go? The black smoke fluctuated wildly, showing that the demon god's heart was not calm. What's going on? Why did the world turn into the shape of a sleeve? At this moment, it finally noticed the 3 worlds above its head and to its left and right. Could it be that after 10 million years, the sea of law will disappear, the worlds will distort and collapse, and our world will finally be destroyed? Under the strange gazes of Jon and the rest, the demon god wailed in despair. Only demon gods who signed into the investiture of the gods can touch the sea of law. Normal extraordinaires do not have this restriction, demon dragon Tyrion shouted. Stupid dragon, what are you talking about? I can't sense the sea of law anymore, the demon god said angrily. The sea of law has been put into the king of gods' cauldron by Dany Rise, she's now the king of gods. Tyrion said. King of gods? Dany Rise. The demon god was stunned. Impossible, Dany Rise is only a chess piece of the gods, a medium that Lalo used to cheat the first flame destiny from the world will. How could the gods allow her to live and even let her become the king of gods? The demon gods who refused to obey her were all burned to ashes by her, the dwarf said with a smile. No, impossible, Lalo, where are you? Night Lion, Inami, Storm God? The demon god's roar shook the sky, and it was like a thunderclap, its spiritual will spread across the world without restraint. Where did this fish escape from the net come from? The sky suddenly darkened, and a jade-like giant hand appeared out of thin air, and grabbed the black smoke demon god Locke like a chick. Then, the giant palm suddenly disappeared. The entire process was silent, the demon god did not even have time to shout, let alone struggle. Looking at the empty sky, Tyrion and the rest were stunned again. Who's that demon god? The dwarf was the first to speak. Jon shook his head in confusion. Probably a mental patient. You're Dany Liz. Have you really become a divine king? A transparent vortex the size of a marble floated in front of Dany, and inside it was a ferocious-looking 4-legged evil god. The demon god was no bigger than an ant, and looking out from the glass ball cage, the dragon queen outside was as tall as a mountain. I didn't expect you to achieve such shocking accomplishments in a mere 10 million years, said the devil god bitterly. Less than 10 million years. It has only been 11 or 12 years since you were thrown into the space-time gap by the door god. The long night has just ended. Dany laughed. What? Only 12 years? Impossible, impossible. I've calculated it very clearly. It's at least 10 million years. The 4-legged eccentric shook his head. If you had prepared to locate the time and space of the space-time crack, you wouldn't have been trapped inside, Dany sneered. When the 4-legged monster jumped out, she was also shocked and thought that it was a god. Later, when she calculated with her fingers, Dany almost laughed out loud. Back then, when the sun had just been extinguished, the foreign ghost king blew the horn of winter under the Great Wall. The Great Wall collapsed, and the door god appeared. Inami, the storm god, Lalo, and a large group of powerful demon gods were prepared to touch the door god's corpse. One of the unlucky ones thought that the door god had been dead for 10,000 years, and that they might be able to capture a mere remnant soul. In the end, that peak demon god who had comprehended 2 songs of laws was easily captured by the door god. With a single move, he was thrown into the space-time gap outside the astral world. Now, more than 10 years later, Danny's project to reforge the world was about to be completed. The 4 poles were merged into one, and the space-time folds were flattened. The demon god sealed within regained his freedom. 10 million years of pain and torture have caused my brain to hallucinate. How can a lowly mortal become a divine king in a mere 10 years? It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Look, there's still a space-time barrier around me. I'm still sealed. I'm very awake. The 4-legged monster had gone mad. Another half a month later, the sleeve sewn together by the brocade of the 4 worlds was finally pierced in front of Danny. However, the world did not return to its peaceful state. Instead, it shook violently again. This time, the tremors were greater than the previous one, and the area was wider as well. Standing by the Black River, one could see the ripples on the surface of the water. The dwarf and John were shocked to discover that they had spent more than a month flying from the Great Wall to Hell's Gate, which was more than 40,000 kilometers. This time, they left Hell's Gate and flew back, but it only took them half a month. The distance was shortened by almost half. What's going on? Is the planet shrinking? The 2 of them were puzzled. Indeed, the world was shrinking. Previously, they had compared the world to an orange that had been cut in half. The skin of the orange was spread out in all directions, and the orange meat in the center was bitten off. In truth, there was a problem with this comparison. The orange was originally round, and there was a complete orange meat in the center. However, the world was not orange-shaped, and there was no complete orange meat in the center. Danny squeezed the irregular world into a ball, but there was not enough orange meat in the inside of the ball. The planet she squeezed out was missing close to 4/5 of the Earth's fire. 4/5 of the planet was empty. In order to make the sphere more solid, she could only do her best to compress the volume of the planet. As a result, the surface area of the world shrunk by several times. The areas that had shrunk were all uninhabited areas, and ordinary people could hardly detect them. Thus, the world shook violently for another half a year. Half a year later, the shaking did not completely stop. Near the Arctic Circle, there were still small tremors. Screech in the dark universe, Little Green looked up and roared. Buzz. With his body as the center, a giant magic array spread out in a circle with a radius of 100 miles. Using flames as runes, a thin layer of magic array was outlined. Just the radius alone was 100 miles, and Little Green, who was in the center, was as small as a sesame seed. Huff, huff, huff. The giant magic array was like the entrance of a powerful range hood. It madly devoured the dark power of the dark universe, and even formed a funnel-shaped dark tornado around the magic array. The endless dark power burned in the flames with the characteristics of the first flame, and was absorbed by the Megalosaurus. Then, through the weirwood roots tied to the Megalosaurus, it was transmitted into the dark world, the material world, and finally poured into the Earth's core. Bam, 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 bam. The Earth's core was like a real heart, and it pulsed powerfully. Screech, screech, screech. The same thing was happening in the ice universe, water, and earth elemental universes. With the benign input of the 4 elemental universes' energy, the planet was expanding in an imperceptible manner. It was like pumping air into a balloon. Sigh, nobody knows what's the situation in the lower universe. We can only try to accumulate energy before we go in. With your song of fire with the characteristics of the first flame, you should be able to ignite the other worlds into Earth's firepower, right? Little Weirwood asked. The worlds in the lower universe are barren to begin with. If I were to plunder them, it would be equivalent to the end of the world. There are thousands upon thousands of living beings. How could they be innocent? Danny shook her head. She looked at Little Weirwood with a strange gaze. If you can say something like that, it means that your demonic nature is too strong. You need to cultivate your body and mind. She frowned. Survival of the fittest. Everything is for the survival of our world, Little Weirwood said. Those who live purely for the sake of living are beasts. Intelligent beings should have higher aspirations. Thinking about the door gods and earth demons' habit of blood sacrifices, Danny said, "Don't just sit around all day. If you have time, read the 7 Stars Bible more. If you encounter something you don't understand, listen to the teachings of the 7 gods. Strive to become an enlightened monk." "Okay." Little Weirwood agreed. "Don't lose all your energy to the Earth's core. Absorb some of it to strengthen yourself. It's best if your roots can grow to the size of a mountain range. Bury them deep underground, penetrate the Earth's core, and spread all over the planet's crust. Regulate the Earth's veins, channel the Earth's fire, and act as the energy channel of the material world." "Okay." Danny stood at the center of the Arctic Circle. She looked around and saw the glass ball that was still floating in front of her. There was also the 4-legged demon in the ball that kept shouting, "Illusion, it's all an illusion. You can't fool me." Her heart skipped a beat. Her red lips moved slightly. "Lalo." In an instant, countless images flashed through her purple eyes. Finally, the camera stopped at the red magma in the Earth's core that was emitting white light. An inconspicuous little flame seemed to have sensed it. It swayed slightly. "Hee hee." Danny chuckled. She extended her right hand. True Holy Mother palm transcended the limits of time and space. With a light twist, it was easier than a retired old man twisting a black and white chess piece on a chessboard. The little flame didn't even have time to react before it landed beside the 4-legged demon. Fulford. Why are you in the Earth's core?" Lalo asked in surprise. "He, you can't fool me. Illusion, it's all an illusion. How can I be in the Earth's core?" He. The 4-legged demon shook its head vigorously. "You were banished to the space crack by the Weirwood back then, right?" Lalo asked hesitantly. The 4-legged demon stopped shaking its head. It stared at the flame with its blood-red eyes. "I'm in the space crack." "Lalo, how did you get in?" "I'm in the Earth's core. This is, oh my God." It finally saw the familiar smiling face at the top of the sky. "Illusion?" The flame fluctuated violently. It was on the verge of collapse. "Yes, it's all an illusion. You can't fool us," the 4-legged demon said hurriedly. However, Lalo was awakened by its words. He wailed miserably. "Oh no, it's not an illusion." "No, ha ha ha." Danny laughed heartily. "Lalo, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?" "No, don't kill me. I can help you. I have the status of a true god. I'm willing to give up the Song of Fire completely. I'll comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire and stabilize the Sea of Law so that the world won't continue to fall." Lalo said hurriedly. "You don't know that the world is about to enter the lower universe?" Danny asked curiously. "Lower universe? Where is that?" Lalo was stunned. "You killed the Earth Demon, the last true god. The world is hopeless," Danny said. "I didn't kill Mother Earth. She and I are old friends. I want to save her, but I can't defeat the children of heaven," Lalo explained hurriedly. Then, she asked doubtfully, "Even if the bottle fell from a building, there should be a fall time. How is it hopeless? Moreover, you have the first flame that far surpasses the status of a true god." It was no wonder that he was at a loss about the current situation of the world. If it wasn't for the alien Laura, Danny wouldn't have known that the world was about to fall into the lower universe so quickly. Well, it was 3 years after she sang the Song of Fire that she really saw the boundary of the lower universe. Lalo's current realm was that of an ordinary demigod. He couldn't see anything. As he wasn't registered in the investiture of the gods, he had been in a state of disconnection from the Sea of Law. He didn't know much about the situation of the world. He thought that after the sun came out, the world was about to ascend to a higher dimension. "I'm too lazy to explain to a dying person," Danny said lightly. Chapter 1096. "I can't be bothered to explain to someone who is about to die," Danny said calmly. "I've saved the world, I've contributed to the war against the ghosts, I've even joined the United Front against the ghosts. You once swore that no matter what grudge you had, you would never." Lalo, who was yelling excitedly, was suddenly stuck. Danny had indeed said that in the long night, she would not attack any faction that fought against the ghosts, even if there was a blood feud between them. When she said that, the world was in a special situation. Not only was Slavers Bay being surrounded by the Allied army, but the Seven Kingdoms also had Cersei, Erlu, High Court Tyrell, and many other factions that had a grudge against Targaryen. So, she needed to use this oath to make them feel at ease against the ghosts. But now that the long night was over, it was time to settle the score. Dany Rise, you can't deny my achievements in the long night, right? He begged. 20% of your achievements, 80% of your mistakes. If you didn't mess with the Righteous Alliance to go against me, millions less people would have died in the world, and an army and the Storm God would not have gone astray, Dany said coldly. Lalo cried out, I'm innocent. Everyone gathered together because of the fear of the twilight of the gods. They wanted to stay together for warmth. I didn't feel the threat of death back then. I was only pulled into the Righteous Alliance later. Dany frowned and thought for a moment, then said, your life is worthless now. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not, but you have to give me a reason not to kill you. I've contributed to the world, Lalo quickly said. You're just doing your duty as a true god. I want to know what benefits you can bring to me, or to the world, in the future, Dany said. I'm the first flame since the world was born. There's still some use for me to keep, Lalo said bitterly. There are too many first things since the world was created. The first human, the first piece of shit, what's the use of that? I can help the world adjust the Earth's fire, Lalo said. You're like a chef who's bad at cooking but has evil intentions, a chef who might poison the food. There's no use for you, it's better to kill you. I'm knowledgeable and can be your advisor. For example, forging tile steel and building Blackstone Castle. Lalo pleaded. I can find any secret in the River of Time. No, some of the rivers that are related to the secrets of the gods have long been cut off and destroyed by the people involved, Lalo said hurriedly. The secrets contained in the River of Time are definitely more than what you know. Lalo was anxious and at a loss. I'm a true god, and for a long time, I was the #1 true god in the world. Why can't I find any benefits now? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the four-legged monster who was looking at him in confusion. He had an idea and shouted, Dany Alice, you are so powerful, but you are the Holy Mother. You even killed almost all the dark demonic gods. Do you know that the world will lose balance because of this? What balance? Dany asked curiously. What would happen to a world that only had kindness and justice, without any evil or darkness? Lalo asked. Dany was deep in thought. If the gods were divided into factions, the 7 gods would definitely be lawful and good. She had thought in her early years that gods, like celebrities, needed a persona. Hence, the persona she set for Blackie was absolute lawful and good. At that time, she thought that if the world needed a balance between good and evil, in this world where lawful and evil were everywhere, the 7 gods who had lawful and good personas would be very powerful. Now, the facts seemed to prove her thoughts at that time. If she killed Lalo and the four-legged monster now, there would be no more powerful evil gods in the world. Then, if balance was the truth, then an evil heavenly god would definitely be born in the future. Why would you have such an idea? Dany asked curiously. Isn't the supreme law of the universe the song of ice and fire, light and darkness, life and death, kindness and malice, justice and evil? As long as the opposite attributes are balanced and unified, one can control the strongest power, Lalo said. It's rare for you to have such insight. Dany sighed. You think it makes sense too? Lalo was surprised. I really couldn't find a reason to live, so I just said it randomly. You have to change your attributes in the future, Dany said in a low voice. What attributes? Lalo was confused. Dany explained the 9 factions grid before saying, the 7 gods are lawful and good, so you have to be chaotic and evil. I'm not evil enough. Didn't you want to kill me because I'm an evil god? Lalo said blankly. You're Lalo of Fire, which can be considered lawful and neutral. Lalo of Shadow Devil is the true chaotic and evil. The complete form of Lalo of Shadow Devil and Lalo of Fire is lawful and evil. I want you to give up the characteristics of Lalo of Fire and completely transform into a Shadow Devil. Lalo was a little hesitant. He was actually quite ambitious and always wanted to be a hero who saved the world. Even the teachings of the Red Gods mostly urged people to be good. It was easy to understand after thinking about it. How could the teachings of the church, which could become the mainstream religion of humans, blatantly encourage evil? Why, you can't do it. Dani narrowed her eyes. Can't I be lawful and evil? I have many believers, and it's so difficult to be a bad person without morals and belief. Lalo of Fire begged. Your Majesty, he can't, but I can, someone suddenly interrupted. Dani and Lalo looked over, but the four-legged monster had unknowingly regained his consciousness. You're not crazy? Dani asked curiously. The four-legged monster squeezed out an ugly smile and said, I've never been crazy. I'm a powerful heavenly god who has comprehended 2 songs of laws. How can I be crazy? It's just that reality is too magical, and I can't accept it for a while. I heard your conversation just now, and slowly, I confirmed that everything in front of me wasn't an illusion, and gradually accepted reality. Oh. Dani nodded and frowned. You want to replace Lalo and become the future Demon King? Demon King? Lalo and the four-legged monster were stunned. Great Demon King, the king of evil demon gods, on the same level as me, the divine king, Dani said. Plop. The four-legged monster knelt down and kowtowed. He cried out excitedly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. I'll definitely be the most sensible and honest great demon king. Hey, hey, hey. Lalo panicked. Fulford, don't forget your identity. 5 million years ago, I didn't even agree when you wanted to be my subordinate god, and now you dare to steal my great demon king position? Be honest, and I'll let you be a little demon king. You also know that was 5 million years ago. I was just born then, and I wasn't even a demigod. You were a true god, the boss, but you can't be the boss forever. The four-legged monster pointed at Little Flame and mocked, Look at yourself. Not only did you lose your true god position, but you've also weakened to an ordinary fire demigod. What right do you have to be the boss in front of me? Without a little demon king, I only need a dog. In order to keep it a secret, the remaining one will be fed to my big black, Dani said coldly. Little Flame and the four-legged monster shuddered and said in unison, I'm willing to be the great demon king. After saying that, they looked at each other and said anxiously, Your Majesty, Fulford is an idiot. He thought that he had stayed in the space-time crack for millions of years, and after coming out, he couldn't accept reality and almost went crazy. The other said, Your Majesty Dani, Lalo is an idiot. 5 million years ago, I was just an ordinary monster. 5 million years later, I mastered 2 songs of law and dared to challenge old Fishliang Mu alone. However, Lalo didn't grow at all in these 5 million years. Now, he's even degenerated into an ordinary demigod. How sad. If you need a dog, you should choose a smart, strong, and good breed. Moreover, he doesn't want to be chaotic and evil. I'm chaotic and evil to begin with. I'm a natural demon king, Lalo hurriedly argued, I have the position of a true god. With my talent, I can quickly comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire. However, Fulford's potential has been exhausted, and he'll be like this for the rest of his life. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can keep the 2 of us in the space-time whirlpool and see who escapes first. Ha ha ha, you're a fellow who hasn't improved in tens of millions of years, and you're saying that I've exhausted my potential? The four-legged monster couldn't stop laughing. Sigh, looks like I can only choose Lalo. Dani sighed. The four-legged monster was stunned and said in disbelief, Your Majesty, you can't really believe that his talent is better than mine, right? In just 500,000 years, I've comprehended the Song of Clouds and the Song of Smoke. In the entire dark world, there aren't many more geniuses than me. In fact, for the first 500,000 years of my life, I've always been the number 1 person in the transcendent world's younger generation, or the number 1 person in the middle generation. Lalo was overjoyed and shouted, Your Majesty has good eyesight. You can see through the surface and see through my talent. Dani said with a wooden face, You've all misunderstood. I want to choose an idiot. What? The 2 demons were stunned. Dani said, My big black is one of the 7 gods. In the future, I might leave this world, and the throne of the divine king will naturally be handed over to him. However, Megalosaurus is dull by nature and has poor cultivation talent. Therefore, I have to choose a great demon king whose talent is inferior to his, lest my dog becomes an ingrate and bites my big black. With Lalo's talent, there's no one more suitable than him to be the great demon king. Kai, the flame in the magma of the earth's core, was extinguished and turned into a lump of flickering charcoal. The four-legged monster was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth so wide that his chin almost fell off. After a long time, he howled, "No, Your Majesty, listen to me. My potential has been exhausted, and I haven't improved for millions of years. There's something wrong with my brain." After that, he even put on a silly look and muttered, "Illusion, you can't fool me. Everything is an illusion. Look, how stupid I am. I definitely can't threaten your position as Megalosaurus," the four-legged monster cried. A dim yellow flame rose from the magma again and said shyly, "Actually, I'm not that untalented." The four-legged monster quickly nodded. "Yes, you're very talented. I've only been the number one person in the younger generation, but you've been the number one true god in the world for 10,000 years. Your Majesty, you heard it too." Lalo admitted that he's smarter than me. Lalo was anxious. Idani waved her hand and interrupted the two demons' argument. She said, "At the moment of life and death, Lalo still said that he's not stupid. It shows how stupid he is. There's no need to fight. He won. He's the dumbest. You can do that." The four-legged monster was dumbfounded. Kai Lalo extinguished again. Chapter 1097. The seventh floor of Hell, the Hall of Judgment, a dark underground palace. Ua-Ulu woke up from his stupor. He hugged his head and wailed. His lost personality and humanity returned to his body. He regained his moral integrity and emotions. "Oh gods, what have I done? Shireen, my Shireen," sob sob sob. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Ulu knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying. Oh, the dead have no tears. But because he was too emotional, his soul fluctuated violently, as if it was about to dissipate. Bastard, I'm your brother. How dare you use the most vicious witchcraft to kill me?" A handsome man beside him pointed at Ulu and cursed. "Lanli." Ulu looked up at him. His expression was ashamed and angry. He ground his teeth. "If you had pledged your loyalty to me like I did to Robert, none of this would have happened. When you betrayed your family and your brother, you should go to hell." Lan Li was so angry that his face turned green. "Do you have any self-awareness? The Seven Kingdoms don't like you. How can you be king? It turns out that they were right not to choose you. Look at what you've done after that. Where am I?" Ulu looked around. The spacious and dark stone chamber was like an underground palace. There was only a torch on one of the walls. "Oh Light King." Ulu retreated in shock. It was a human-shaped torch. An old man with white hair was embedded in the grayish-black stone wall like a relief sculpture. He raised his chin, raised his head, opened his mouth, and straightened his tongue. The dim flame the size of a broad bean came from the tip of his tongue. It was as if he had become an oil lamp, and his tongue was the wick. At first glance, Ulu thought it was a human-shaped stone lampstand. But when he approached curiously, wondering why the statue was so lifelike and even the painful expression on his face, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. "Oh Light King, you deserve to go to hell." His tongue and the wick swayed violently. The old and familiar voice came out of his mouth with difficulty, but it was unusually clear. "Hell? What hell? I was clearly in the great King of Light's flaming paradise." In the darkness, a woman with a hoarse voice said excitedly. In the spacious and dark underground palace, only one wall was lit by a bean-sized lamp. Ulu and Renly were closer to the oil lamp, and further away, there were many people lying on the ground. At this moment, they woke up one after another. They stood up and walked towards the light in a daze. "Mia!" Ulu turned pale with fright when he saw the woman walking over. "You're dead too? Ah, Uncle Stannis. Why are you here? Where are we now?" Mia had heard hell the moment she woke up. She rubbed her eyes and finally saw Ulu's face clearly. "Not only is Mia dead, we're all dead too." A man walked out of the darkness. "You." Lan Li was dumbfounded. "Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Are you Uncle Renly?" "I am the bastard son of King Robert." The man sighed. Jendeli? Mia cried out. What's going on? Why are you dead? I'm dead too. A slightly immature female voice sighed. Then, Dominia walked over. Who are you? Erlu asked in confusion. The tall girl said bitterly, you should have seen me before. My mother, Jong-er, once brought me to the Red Castle to find you. Ah, it's you. Erlu realized. Then, his eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, why are you wearing the king's armor I made for Mia? Dominia looked down and realized that she was still wearing the armor she died in battle. I am Aunt Mia's successor. I chose Jendeli, Mia said immediately. Renly grabbed his hair and shouted angrily, what's going on? Mia! Mia's husband, Prince Ander Royce, woke up. Then, there were Earl Alistair and the others who were sacrificed to the Red God, as well as the Red Heart Knights who died in battle. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Where are we? They were at a loss. The seven hells, of course. The old man who acted as a lamp laughed strangely. Compared to the Lalo purgatory I was in, this place is like heaven, Jendeli said with a frown. Ah, why didn't you go to the heaven of fire and light? Right, why did you die? Mia was shocked. Jendeli looked at Mia with a complicated expression and sighed. You shouldn't have chosen me as your successor. Hearing this, Dominia hurriedly explained, I didn't want to kill you. It was Priest Benello. After he murdered you, he explained to me that you had a grudge against the Red Deity and me. Wait, Renly raised his hand and shouted. I died early, so I don't know many things. First, tell me who you are. I'm confused. Dominia said, King Robert had many illegitimate children. After he died, Cersei brutally massacred them. Only my mother, Jong-er, Jendeli, and Mia survived. Later, King Stannis took over the King's Landing. He was the king for a few years, and Aunt Mia was the successor. After that, it was Jendeli and I didn't embarrass the house of Bella Theon. I participated in the glorious final battle and killed 5 Gauls before dying together with a dire bear. Oh, you're not bad. Renly nodded and then frowned. Where's my nephew Idric? He's always in Storm's End. How can Cersei reach him? Dominia glanced at Erlu and said hesitantly, it seems that Lord Stannis, by the 7 gods, you even killed Idric? Renly shouted in disbelief. Heh, a bastard nephew is nothing. Your brother is powerful. He dared to burn the fake nephew of the Dragon Queen, but he dared to do the same to his own daughter. The old man sneered. You're crazy. Renly's lips trembled and his face was pale. Erlu wanted to say something but stopped. His Majesty only took Idric's blood. That boy wanted to be king and got involved with the Sparrow. He lost the power struggle and was killed by Cersei. His Majesty had no choice but to sacrifice Princess Shireen. He had died once before, and after being revived by Ahlor, he had lost the emotions of a living person. He was no longer the man he was then. A loyal knight of the Blaze stepped forward and defended the king. Justin, why are you here? Erlu was both touched and confused. I'm Dominia's Red Knight. Of course, I have to participate in the final battle. Justin sighed. Sir Justin sacrificed himself to protect me, Dominia said. Mia frowned. Even the Queen died on the battlefield. The final battle was tragic. Dominia looked at Gendry and nodded. Sir Richard was first cut into 4 pieces by the evil ice god to protect me. Sir Song-Ge was also chewed to pieces by the giants to protect me. Benello shouldn't have killed you, but with your body, you can't participate in such a battle. Although I'm dead, the glory of Theon and I will never fade. What's the point of saying this now? Aren't we already in hell? Gendry said coldly. Theon of Bella has no descendants. Erlu covered his face and cried. Ha ha ha, Theon of Bella's family. The old man who acted as the lamp laughed. I'm happy to see you in a worse state than me. Hey, you. Lanley looked at him carefully and exclaimed, you're Wade Fry? What, his Wade Fry? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of people surrounded him. His mouth is too wide and his face is too distorted. I almost couldn't recognize him. We're really in hell. Sob, I was still in the great Light King's heaven. 7 gods bless me, Mother of mercy, I'm free. Sob, 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 I'm finally out of the hell of the evil god Lalo. How vicious, he actually forged me into chains, burned me every day, tortured me every night. Some people laughed and cried, while others wailed and cried. It was a mess. Where's Shireen? Where's my Shireen? Erlu suddenly woke up. Not only were there Lalo's believers here, there were also people who died from the evil witchcraft of the red-robed monk, such as Lan Li. There were also many people who were sacrificed and burned to death, such as his uncle from the Yu family, the old count of Brightwater City, Elixir. Shireen was also sacrificed, so theoretically, she should be here as well. Quiet. Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out in the room. The voice was not loud, but many of the undead felt as if they had fallen into a purgatory of fear, and shuddered. Old Wade's reaction was especially intense, his eyeballs almost popping out, and the fire in his mouth rose more than 3 feet. Ho ho ho, blood devil. Arya. He almost used his throat to speak, staring at the black and white robed girl who had suddenly appeared in midair. You're Arya Stark? Erlu was shocked. Arya. Jean Deli looked at his childhood friend who was like a goddess, and felt sad and sad. He quickly lowered his head in shame. The results of your trial are out. Arya's expression was cold, and she did not even look at them. What trial? Who's the judge? Lan Li asked, confused. The Heavenly Father's trial, the trial for all of you. The results of the trial will decide your future. Arya said calmly. You're Arya Stark, Ides. Lan Li frowned. Didn't we meet back then, when you were still a dirty little boy? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Arya pointed her finger, and 7 to 8 lords of different ages floated out of the crowd, each of them surrounded by a golden holy halo. Wisps of black gas came out of their 7 orifices, but were immediately burned away by the golden light on the surface of their bodies. They let out comfortable moans, and their pale faces gradually became rosy. Their dull and numb eyes regained their light. They regained their vitality. Lords, your actions when you were alive have been recognized by the 7 gods, and the Heavenly Father has declared that you will go to heaven. Do you have anything else to say? Go to heaven? They were confused for a moment, and then they pointed at Erlu who had killed them and scolded him. Then they laughed and shouted, the Heavenly Father is wise, the Holy Mother is merciful. Arya waved her hand, and a few golden lights shot into the sky and disappeared into the underground palace. Lan Li Bella, Theon, you will serve 100 years in the first level of hell, and then reincarnate. Do you have anything to say? Go to hell? Why? Chapter 1098. Why can't I go to heaven? Renly panicked. You're not qualified. That's not right. I know the other knights. Their morals are definitely not as good as mine. For example, Sir Costa. I admire his talent and loyalty, and I even made him the acting mayor of Storm's End Fortress. But I know his background. He has 4 or 5 illegitimate children, and he likes to curse people. Renly was not convinced. Costa was the same as you. He was killed by Melisandre with shadow sorcery. After his death, his soul entered Lalo's hell and was tortured by all kinds of evil methods. You begged for mercy, but he kept cursing Lalo. In the past 10 years, he recited the 7 Stars Bible to resist the pain and suffering. His soul even showed signs of ascension. It hurts. Renly stomped his foot and said, the Hellfire demon stabbed me in the butt with a red-hot iron rod, and, sensing the strange looks from the people around him, he quickly omitted the details and said, I begged for mercy because I couldn't take it anymore. After you begged for mercy, did the demons stop torturing you? Arya asked. Well. Renly was stunned and said, they seem to be torturing me even more. Yeah. I kept begging for mercy, and the demons kept laughing. Immediately, there was a large group of people who agreed with him. Lalo is a bastard. You're just sacrifices, but I'm his believer. A knight with a red heart said angrily. Don't all believers go to heaven of light and fire? Mia asked in confusion. I don't know. Anyway, I've been tortured by the demons of hell. Lalo only needs believers who are valuable to him. They are either very devout, talented, or have the king's blood. The rest are all sent to hell, Arya said calmly. That's not fair. A red god believer complained. That's what happens when you believe in an evil god. Arya turned to Renly and continued, you were tortured, and then you begged for mercy. You even listened to the demons and cursed the 7 gods you believe in. This is not a sin. The Holy Mother and the Heavenly Father can understand your behavior. However, not making mistakes does not mean that one has merit. Without merit, how can one go to heaven? Alright, Costa is a tough guy. I'm impressed. But Sir Reed also begged for mercy. I saw it with my own eyes, Renly said excitedly. Do you know how Sir Reedy died? Arya asked. Sacrificed? Lan Li asked. Back then, right after Robert's death, Stannis was preparing to spread the teachings of the Red Gods on Dragonstone Island. When he abolished the beliefs of the 7 gods and the old gods, Sir Reed was the first to stand up and firmly oppose it. He was also killed because he stopped the red-robed woman from burning the statues of the 7 gods. Therefore, they are righteous men, unlike you. Arya said. This. Lan Li was stunned. He begged, it's fine if you don't go to heaven, but why do you have to go to hell? I've been in Lalo's hell for more than 10 years. Please have pity on me. Arya sighed and said, I actually sympathize with your experience. Your sins are less than most who go to heaven, but rules are rules. I can't help you. What? Many who are more sinful than me go to heaven. Lan Li shouted excitedly. Why? Is it because I like men that the Holy Mother discriminates against me? The Heavenly Father is just, and the Holy Mother is merciful. They will not discriminate against anyone. As long as you don't force others, it's not a sin. Arya shook her head. Then why? Lan Li was confused. You don't have the atonement scroll. Erlu sighed. Then what is it? Lan Li was confused. Sigh, you died too early. Erlu no longer resented his brother. He sighed and explained the atonement scroll. Then he turned to Arya and said, Can you put all of Lan Li's sins on me? Lan Li was shocked. His expression was complicated. Lan Li's sins are many and varied, but they are not serious. For example, he once slandered you behind your back, saying that your dick is rusty and that you haven't slept with Celis for years. Bastard. Erlu glared at his third brother. Lan Li smiled and said, Is there a mistake? I think it was the imp who said that. Arya nodded. Tyrion started it, but you did say it more than once. Because of that, rumors about Stannis and Celis began to spread among the nobles of King's Landing. I won't take the blame for him. Let him go to hell for pulling out his tongue. Erlu ground his teeth. That's not a big sin, is it? Lan Li grimaced. Slander is enough to send him to hell for pulling out his tongue, not to mention he's your brother. It's 10 times worse. The Heavenly Father is just. Erlu exclaimed. Then he asked, what else? He said Shireen is disgusting and that the sooner she dies, the better. Seeing his second brother's fierce gaze, Lan Li hurriedly explained, Shireen has the grayscale disease. Isn't that disgusting? There's no antidote for grayscale disease. When the patient is petrified, they will suffer unimaginable pain. An early death is truly a relief. How is that slander? Lan Li felt wronged. It's not slander, it's unkindness. You said those words in front of Shireen. Can you imagine how she felt at the time? Shireen was young, but she was smart and sensitive. Your words troubled her for life. Even when she was burned to death, she kept thinking about those words. Are you still human? Erlu's eyes were red. Lan Li took a few steps back and said awkwardly, I thought she couldn't hear me. Can't you see that she's crying? I didn't see it. You avoided it like the plague. You didn't even look at it, Arya said coldly. This kind of small sin is human nature. Does everyone have to go to hell without the atonement scroll? Lan Li said dejectedly. You can make mistakes. As long as you do more good deeds, the good deeds will be greater than your sins. You can still go to heaven. But you keep committing small sins without any good deeds, Arya said. Impossible. I helped Robert raise his illegitimate son. I often throw coins to the beggars on the street. I even. Lan Li's heart was moved. He said emotionally, when your direwolf bit Joffrey, I even advised Robert not to blame you and your sister. No matter how you look at it, that's a great deed, right? Arya shook her head. Those are only good deeds. They're not good deeds. Just like the bad things you do every day, they're not sins. For example, you fooled around with many men out of lust. Lan Li's face reddened. He shouted, "Tell me, what counts as good deeds?" Arya pointed at Erlu. He has a lot of good deeds. In his early years, he defended Storm's End. He advised Robert to be diligent and frugal. He helped Jon Arryn to govern the country and save the people. When Bullon rebelled, he quelled the rebellion. He also had merit. He saved the wall. He had great merit. He defended Winterfell. He also had merit. He protected the King's Landing and his territory. Erlu's eyes widened. Tears welled up in his eyes. His lips trembled. He couldn't speak. I didn't expect the Heavenly Father to. Did the Heavenly Father make a mistake? How can defending Storm's End count as good deeds? His rebelling. His helping his brother betray Targaryen. Someone shouted in disbelief. Arya said, "Let's not talk about whether Robert's rebellion was justified. It's not wrong to defend one's own castle. Besides, the good deeds of defending Storm's End have nothing to do with battle results. This incident mainly shows Stannis's character. His perseverance, wisdom, and courage. Wisdom is in line with the crone's teachings. Courage and perseverance are in line with the warrior's teachings. The Heavenly Father's judgment of good deeds doesn't depend on how many people the person saved. Any action that is in line with the teachings of the seven gods is good deeds. How many people did Wen Tianxiang save? The only reason he could become a saint was because he sacrificed his life for a righteous cause. I've also advised Robert to drink less, Lan Li said. If you can persuade him to hate you as much as he hates Stannis, then you will have good deeds, Arya said blankly. Ah! Lan Li was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Then it's not easy to get good deeds. If it's easy, then everyone can go to heaven. Stannis can go to heaven? He killed me. Lan Li frowned. Arya shook her head with a complicated expression. Stannis will go to the seven hells and be punished for 100,000 years. What? Everyone exclaimed. Erlu was expressionless and said nothing. Arya looked at him and said, "You have a lot of good deeds, but you have sinned even more. You already know that the souls of those who are sacrificed will be possessed and tortured by the evil god after they die. So, sacrificing evil gods is a great sin. Do you have any objections?" Erlu shook his head. "Aside from the blood sacrifice, you have committed 2 crimes of kinslaying, Lan Li and Shireen. You sacrificed Aegon and violated your holy oath to Sansa. You can change your faith to the Red God. That's not a sin. But sacrificing those who oppose you and burning the godwood and the statues of the 7 gods is blasphemy. It's a great sin." Erlu said bitterly, "The Heavenly Father is very fair. I accept this judgment. Lady Arya, please tell the Heavenly Father that I am grateful for this judgment." Grateful for the judgment? Arya was confused. Maybe you should thank the Holy Mother for taking back your humanity from Lalo. Being resurrected by Lalo has a price. He will take away the most precious thing in your soul. I know. Erlu nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "Actually, I wasn't free after death. I didn't even have my own will back then. I was muddle-headed like a tortured beast. I'm grateful that the Holy Mother made my soul whole and gave me a new life. But I'm even more grateful that she acknowledged me." What acknowledgement? Arya and the others were confused. Erlu sighed and said, "The good deeds are acknowledgement of my past efforts. I've been longing for things that I couldn't get my hands on all my life. I didn't want to get them from my enemy in this way. If only I was born 20 years later. The last battle of the Long Night should be where I contributed my wisdom, strength and life, not the Iron Throne." Arya frowned and thought for a while. She still couldn't understand him and said, "I don't need to convey your words. If you really have the heart and convert to the 7 gods, you can look up to heaven even if you're in hell. Also, your good deeds aren't enough to offset your sins. You can't help others bear their sins. You 2 brothers will go to hell." Erlu nodded silently. Lan Li's handsome face turned pale. He pointed at the people around him and asked with a trembling voice, "Do they have extra good deeds? Help me." Chapter 1099. Arya waved her hand, and a handsome and tall knight involuntarily separated himself from the crowd. "Earl Dondelian, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again." The first leader of the Brotherhood without a flag, Lightning King Berry Dondelian, was filled with emotions. "You've grown up and become a powerful Grim Reaper who serves strangers. It's hard to imagine. However, Nobleheart's ghost also said that wherever you go, there will be death and blood. Becoming the Grim Reaper should be the most perfect ending." Arya's face darkened. Ever since she left Winterfell, death had been with her. She played with Butcher's underling, Michael, and he died. She went to King's Landing. Her father, the Northern soldiers, and the nannies all died. She was saved by Raven Yoren. Yoren died. She joined the team of Night Watchers. Only a few people were left in the team of hundreds. Her group of friends wandered with her in Hadjian County. Along the way, they died. Only Jean Deli and Fatty parted ways with her in time and survived. When she finally reached Ruan River City, the Red Wedding began right in front of her. She teamed up with Hound and killed a few attendants of the Demon Mountain. Even Hound's fate was unknown. Hound didn't appear in the original novel. After being alone again, she went to Bravos, and death followed her. "Earl, you've been righteous and honorable all your life. Even after being resurrected by Lalo, you've never done anything dishonorable. In theory, not only can you go to heaven, but you'll also have great virtue and become a saint in heaven. However, you believed in the 7 gods for the first half of your life. After entering Hadjian County and witnessing the Red God's resurrection technique, you abandoned the 7 gods and changed your faith to Lalo. Believers of the 7 gods naturally can't enter heaven. This is why I didn't let you go to heaven with Costa and the others. Now, the Heavenly Father gives you 2 choices. First, wander around hell. When you feel tired, you can start the cycle of reincarnation at any time. With your merits, you'll definitely have a noble identity, a happy family, and a good marriage in your next life." After a short pause, Arya sighed. "Or, you can go back to the holy kingdom of the god you believe in. Lalo's divine kingdom still exists." Everyone was bewildered. Arya nodded. "Since you're here, I'm sure you can guess what happened to Lalo. He was arrested by the Dragon Queen and will be put on trial in the human world. But he shouldn't die." "Great trial." Dondelian's mouth twitched. "In front of everyone?" "Yes, people all over the world will know about this. Those who have the ability to rush over can also be there in person." Arya looked at the crowd and said, "Some of you may need to testify in court." "Ah!" everyone exclaimed in shock. "How powerful! How ruthless!" Erlu muttered. "Is a god that has been judged still a god?" Dondelian's faith was about to collapse. "Of course. He'll be imprisoned in the 7 levels of hell forever. He'll still be a demon god. But his divine kingdom will no longer be light and fire. Instead, it'll be shadows, blood, and lava. It won't be comfortable," Arya said. "Why didn't the Dragon Queen kill him and the Light King?" Dondelian asked in disbelief. "Because Lalo knelt and begged for mercy. He told her about his achievements in fighting the deviant ghosts Kai." Before Arya could finish, Dondelian spat out. He didn't spit out blood. His soul exploded. Arya was stunned. She hurriedly cast a soul-focused divine spell and barely managed to save the Lightning King, who was on the verge of having his soul dissipated. "Send me to reincarnation." His eyes were lifeless. He looked like a puppet. Hey, Earl Berry, wait." Renly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. He begged, "For the sake of our friendship, save me. 100 years of hell's punishment is so painful." Dondelian's fief was at Darkhaven. Theoretically, he was a vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Renly was the Duke of the Storm's End Keep. However, the Earl of Darkhaven wasn't a traditional vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Between the Storm's End, Dawn, and the River Bend, there was an unofficial administrative area that spanned hundreds of kilometers. That area was made up of mountains, swamps, and grasslands. It didn't always belong to a duchy. Today, it was occupied by Dawn. Tomorrow, a heroic lord would appear in the river bend. Then, the Storm's End Keep would be conquered by the High Duke. The day after tomorrow, the Storm's End Keep would conquer the area again. It was also possible that a local overlord would appear, resisting Dawn in the south, the river bend in the west, and the Storm's End Keep in the north. That area was called the Dawn Borderlands by the Seven Kingdoms. Knowing the uniqueness of the Dawn Borderlands, one could understand why some major events in the Targaryen dynasty often happened there. For example, why was Aegon V, Old Ymant's eggy brother, hatching a dragon in the Summer Hall? Why did Liga bring Lyanna to the Dawn Bliss Tower to live in seclusion? The Borderlands were close to the river bend, Dawn, and the Storm's End Keep, but it didn't have a sense of belonging to the Three Kingdoms. It was one of the few places in the Seven Kingdoms where the royal family could interfere with the power vacuum. Controlling the Dawn Borderlands could also subtly suppress the river bend, Dawn, and the Storm's End Keep. Therefore, some wise Targaryen monarchs had always invested in the Borderlands. Because of this, the royal family had many industries in the Borderlands. Because of this, even though Dondelian was a gentleman, he didn't have much affection or loyalty towards the theoretical monarch, Renly. I was your vassal when I was alive. After I die, I have no reason to be loyal to you, the Lightning King said calmly. The friendship between a monarch and a vassal is gone, but the friendship between us is still there, Renly said agitatedly. Dondelian's gaze was sharp. You still dare to talk about friendship with me? Back then, when I followed my father to the Storm's End Castle to pay tribute to you, you secretly touched me. You deserve to go to hell. At the end of his sentence, he was embarrassed and angry. Even his face was red with anger. Renly said aggrievedly, back then, I saw that you were too beautiful and was delighted. I just wanted to see if you were a kindred spirit. Sigh, it's also my fault for being young and frivolous. But after you rejected me, I didn't force myself on you, did I? If you don't try, no one will know what they truly like. Back then, Enough. Arya waved her hand and sent Dondelian away. The bestowal of merit cannot be forced. Dominia looked at Renly sympathetically and asked, I participated in the final battle. Did I get any merit? There is great merit, but you also committed the crime of kinslaying, Arya said. I didn't kill my kinslaying. The tall girl said anxiously with a pale face. You weren't the mastermind, but you tacitly approved of Benello's actions. Your merit and demerit cancel each other out. Go and reincarnate. Jean Deli, you. Facing a friend who had gone through life and death together, Arya couldn't be indifferent. I'm going to hell too. Jean Deli muttered. Arya nodded lightly and sighed. You've been dragged down by my mother. Madame Stoneheart broke the sacred oath countless times and violated the guests' rights countless times. Even if there was a reason for it, she still committed heinous crimes and has already gone to the 7th level of hell. You're an accomplice, so you'll also be in hell for 20,000 years. Jean Deli's face was ashen, and his body swayed. An accomplice will also be punished for 20,000 years. What about the mastermind? Erlu frowned. 9 billion years, Arya said woodenly. Hiss everyone sucked in a cold breath. You'll never be able to rise again. At this point, Erlu had no complaints about his sentence. Ha 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 ha, retribution, retribution. Wade Fry laughed excitedly. My mother has a son and a daughter. All of them can earn great merits. She'll definitely go to heaven before you, Arya said coldly. I have descendants too. River Delta City is still here, Wade shouted. The gatekeeper Ali, I know. You can count on her. Arya smiled mockingly. How long will Wade Fry stay in hell? Renly asked curiously. He has no merits, but he has a lot of sins. He has to light up a sky lantern for 80 million years. Renly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, I should be satisfied. It's only been 100 years, and this is only the first level of hell. Erlu gathered his courage and asked again, Miss Arya, where did my daughter Shireen go? His voice was trembling. Shireen was sent to heaven by the Dragon Queen immediately. Heaven. Erlu sighed. His body seemed to have shriveled up. That's good, very good. He wanted to see her again, but he was afraid that if he did, she would look at him with hatred and disgust. Now that he could not see her, he knew that she had a good ending. He was very disappointed, but he also felt a strange sense of relief. "Your Majesty, what do you think of this dress?" Marguerite called out excitedly. The setting sun was like blood. King's Landing was immersed in the bustle of hope. On the balcony of the Red Castle, Queen Sansa leaned against the railing and looked at her kingdom. She was a little distracted. "Your Majesty." Marguerite waved her hand and had the tailor stand aside. She walked to the balcony and said softly, "Your Majesty, half a month later, on the summer solstice, it will be your coronation ceremony. It's time to try on the Queen's coronation." Sansa turned around and looked. The coronation had the silver background of the direwolves. It was decorated with many gems and pearls. It was simple and elegant, but it did not lose its dignity and luxury. It matched the human crown very well. It seemed that the master tailor from MYR lived up to his reputation. A few days ago, she would have been overjoyed to see this dress. She would have turned 49 times in front of the dressing mirror. But now, Lalo has been judged. She sighed. The joy on Marguerite's face disappeared. She frowned and said, "Although I did not go to Slaver's Bay, I watched the live broadcast through the glass candle. I did not expect Lalo's true form to be a lava giant. I did not expect him to kneel at the feet of the Dragon Queen like a dog and beg for mercy." Sansa smiled bitterly and said, "I did not expect it either. But we should have thought of it. In the Battle of the Smoke Sea, almost all the demon gods in the world were killed. The gods had to sign the investiture of the gods before they could use the Sea of Magic in the king's cauldron. After that, the frost god's corpse was placed on the battlefield." She sighed and muttered, "She is the king of gods. But why is she so strong?" "Your Majesty, some people can only be learned and looked up to. They are destined to be unsurpassed," Marguerite said carefully. "I understand," Sansa said gloomily. After a moment of silence, Marguerite said, "Your Majesty, when you were at Slaver's Bay, no one was looking after the human-headed dog. I don't know where it went." "Little finger in the kennel?" Sansa frowned. "Yes. Let it go. I wanted to free it, but since it ran away, let's not bother about it. By the way, how did the people of King's Landing and the vassals react to Lalo's judgment?" Sansa asked. Marguerite smiled and said, "The normal people were shocked for a while. After all, the Dragon Queen has too many crazy achievements. But the red-robed monks in King's Landing could not accept it. There were cries everywhere, and it was too horrible to look at. Benello burned himself to death on the same day. Hundreds and thousands of Red God believers followed him to commit suicide. Fortunately, Holy Light One Hand appeared in time and told them that committing suicide was a great sin. If they died, they would go to the 7 levels of hell." He. Marguerite covered her mouth and laughed softly. The red-robed monks were stunned. They collapsed on the ground and cried. They could not even die. They could only live in torment. It was too difficult. Chapter 1100. The followers of the Red Gods are all over the place, while the followers of the 7 gods are the exact opposite. Many priests and holy knights broke through their bottlenecks while watching the live broadcast of the trial. Including those who broke through in the last battle, there are more than 100 level 4 priests in the Holy Church now. The big black man from Volantis, Michiro, was even more exaggerated. The moment Lalo knelt down, his soul suddenly ascended, and he jumped from level 3 to level 5 divine priest. A demigod. Little Rose sighed. "Sometimes I wonder if I should give up my power and completely convert to the Holy Mother, so that I can become a divine priest in my lifetime." Sansa's gaze paused on the sapphire necklace around her neck for a moment, and she smiled. "Can you give up power and wealth, wear linen clothes, work hard, and live on dry bread and water?" In an instant, Marguerite recalled the days when she was praying under the watch of the old nun. She shuddered and smiled sheepishly. "I'm just a normal person. I can only live the life of a normal noble." At least you have some self-awareness." Sansa turned around and returned to her bedroom. With the help of her maids, she took off the same armor as the Dragon Queen in her early years and changed into the Queen's robes. It was very smooth. She looked at herself in the mirror, after turning 64 times, she still felt that it was not enough. "Your Majesty, did you see the Dragon Queen in Slaver's Bay this time?" Marguerite had already thought of all the praises in her head, and said them in different order 10 times. She was getting impatient, so she started to change the topic. Sansa smiled. "Of course I saw her. She did not treat me differently, and even discussed the marriage of Simba and little Danny with me. We plan to hold 2 weddings for the 2 children, one at Slaver's Bay now, and another when we return to the Westeros. The Dragon Queen even promised 2 divinity as a wedding gift on the same day." "What's a divinity?" Marguerite asked curiously. "The position of a god. Simba will become the sun god, driving the sun god's chariot, bringing light and vitality to the human world. Little Danny will be conferred the title of moon goddess after she becomes a demigod. She will be in charge of the moon star, spreading moonlight and peace to the world." Margaret's face was full of shock. "The sun god and the moon god, the legend has become reality. Yes, my daughter will become a goddess, the legendary moon goddess," Sansa said excitedly. "What kind of royal clan is this?" "It's clearly a god clan," Margaret said sourly. Compared to the godhood that could allow one to reach the sky in a single bound, the fiefs, titles, and properties of River Bend's male nobles suddenly became extremely cheap, so cheap that she felt that it was boring. The auntie, who was in her early 30s, was actually jealous of that teenage girl. She, little Rose, used to be the flower of the palace, the princess of the River Bend, the #1 socialite of the 7 countries, the goddess of all men's dreams. She had countless titles, but why didn't she meet someone like Leg? Her first husband, Yulun, was a homosexual. Her second husband, Joffrey, was a big pervert, a mad king. Her third husband, Tomon, was a little fat boy who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Her fourth husband, Lun, was a demon. Her fifth husband was a bootlicker. Her sixth husband was a boorish uncle without any emotions. Her seventh husband was also a bootlicker, and even went back to the same old grass. Nymeria had only married 3 husbands, unifying the east, central, and west of Dawn. She, Margaret, had married 7 times, but she was still in the same place. Sansa caught a glimpse of little Rose's expression in the mirror. She felt comfortable and empathetic. Even she, as a mother, was envious of her daughter's good fortune. After another round, she smiled and said, "The clothes are good. Let's go take a look at the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne is in the warehouse. We haven't had time to polish off the rust." Margaret frowned. "I'll just take a look." She said that she would just take a look, but when she saw the Iron Throne, she couldn't help but sit on it. The next day, when the Queen went to court, everyone noticed that her walking posture was strange. She was twisting and turning, as if she hurt her butt. Thinking of the handsome singer in the Queen's palace, the officials and servants didn't dare to ask. A week later, Holy Light One-Handed was urgently summoned to the Red Castle. It turned out that the Queen's butt really was hurt, but it had nothing to do with the singer's lost track. For the next 3 days, the Queen didn't appear in court, but Princess Dany and Prince Leg from Slaver's Bay rushed to her. After seeing the Queen, the prince's expression was grave, while the princess's eyes were red and swollen. The day before the Queen's coronation, the lords of the 7 kingdoms gathered at the King's Landing. Clang, 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 clang. The bell in the great cathedral of Baelor rang 7 times. "What? The Queen is dead." Jaime, who was practicing his one-armed spear technique, was so shocked that he fell off his horse. He was still in high spirits, preparing to perform well at the New Era, New Dynasty, New Queen's tournament the day after tomorrow. Is it a coup or an assassination? He found Lancel in the great cathedral and asked with a grave expression. Holy Light One-Handed frowned and shook his head. The Queen accidentally cut her but when she was trying to sit on the Iron Throne. The wound was very deep, almost half a kilogram of flesh was cut off. She used Saint Healing to stop the bleeding, but the Iron Throne hasn't been used for many years. Although it was cleaned, there are still many inconspicuous rust and filth. Tetanus. Jaime was dumbfounded. Now that Saint Healing was widely used, everyone knew that it wasn't omnipotent. It could only strengthen the body for diseases such as germs, allergies, and tumors. It couldn't cure them directly. That was why the Priest Academy had divided the professions into scalpel priests and apothecary priests. Yes. Most of her but was infected with tetanus, and it went deep into her organs. There's no cure. The Queen was too careless. She didn't use high alcohol or Dragonstone red potion to disinfect the wound. Instead, she used saint healing to heal the wound, but the germs were locked in her flesh. When I was treating her, the pus that was squeezed out from the wound contained a lot of fine rust. Lancel sighed. How did she get hurt so badly? Even the Mad Monarch only cut his arm and thigh. Jaime was puzzled. Didn't you Lun blast the Iron Throne away? It flew for several miles. The Iron Throne was made from a combination of iron and iron swords. Even the iron plates were tilted up from the blast, Lancel said. This. Jaime's face twisted. She didn't see it. Yes, she saw it, and she carefully avoided it. However, she happened to be wearing a queen's royal dress that day. It was extremely well ironed, and it was the kind that showed off her figure very well. It was quite tight, and she was used to wearing armor. She subconsciously did the action of wearing armor. It was a big action, and she tripped and fell on it. Sigh. If she had come to me earlier, I would have asked the scalpel priests to cut off the rotten flesh and clean it again. This kind of injury wouldn't be a problem. But the wound was in an awkward position, and the Queen didn't want outsiders to know. She only thought that she was a priest, so. Silly. At this point, Lancel couldn't help but slap her thigh. She said excitedly, she even planned the King's Landing Magic Academy herself. Professional potion priests and scalpel priests have a 5-year education. Did she just play around during those 5 years? That's ridiculous. Jarmu's face was full of disbelief. I've never heard of a king who died from having his buttocks cut off by the throne. If the Iron Throne isn't destroyed, Queen Sangza won't be an exception, Lancel said seriously. Why? Jaime was puzzled. When I first saw the throne, I felt that it was covered in an ominous aura. You mean, the curse of the Iron Throne? Jaime was doubtful. I don't know if it was cursed before, but in the past decade, many people have cursed it. In fact, I've already sent Meribad, Machiro and Rando Tale to capture Melisandre, Lancel said in a low voice. His guess was correct. A week later, the red-robed woman was arrested and brought to justice. She confessed to her crime without hesitation. It had been a few years since the Great Battle, and the red-robed woman had long left the Westeros. She had no home, so she could only return to a certain Jade Sea town where she had stayed for hundreds of years. She worked from sunrise to sunset in a small manor. She was self-sufficient and became a farmer. When Meribad and the others arrived on the terrasaur, the sun was setting. She carried a small pumpkin and was about to make steamed meat with pumpkin powder. Facing the priests of the 7 gods who had suddenly rushed into the kitchen to kill her, she was surprised but didn't resist. She allowed them to tie her up. But she didn't completely admit to her crime of murdering Queen Sangza. The bloody battle before Yulun left the King's Landing was a sacrifice. It was even more terrifying than the sacrifices at High Court and the Shield Islands. To please the Storm God, Yulun not only offered blood and fire, but also cut off the blood of the kingdom of the King's Landing. The king has the blood of the kingdom, so naturally the kingdom has the blood of the kingdom. At this point, Melisandre hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and confessed, even His Majesty Lalo was imprisoned, so there's no need to hide some secrets. A long time ago, I told Stannis that he needed the mystic dragon, and hatching the mystic dragon required the sacrifice of his closest kin, Princess Shireen. He slapped me twice and threatened me with murderous words, telling me never to have any ideas about Shireen. So, I chose the second path for him to take over the King's Landing. She glanced at an inconspicuous old man among the clerics. At that time, many people didn't understand. The deviants were about to cross the Great Wall, so what was the point of taking over the King's Landing? I told him that after His Majesty sits on the Iron Throne, he can command the vassals of the 7 kingdoms. That was only part of the reason. I'm not stupid. Didn't I know that after the appearance of the Dragon Queen riding the Megalosaurus, the value of the Iron Throne would drop by 90%? Plus, Stannis has no one in the 7 kingdoms. Not many would be convinced if he sat on the Iron Throne. Then why did you keep encouraging His Majesty Stannis to take over the King's Landing? The level 2 cleric Davos couldn't help but overstep and asked loudly. I wanted to steal the blood of the West Eros. Use the fate of the 7 kingdoms to hatch the mystic dragon. This way, not only would Shireen not die, but Stannis would also benefit greatly. Without the fate of the 7 kingdoms, what would happen to the 7 kingdoms? The Duke of the Western region in the first row of the judgment bench was puzzled. Just like the king without the blood of the king. Like Jean Dely, he became a tuberculosis ghost. The vassal was shocked. Jean Dely was plotted against. Aunt May shook her head. His Majesty Stannis and the 8-clawed spider Varys have long lost the blood of the king, but aren't they still living well? Bran coldly said, ignorance is not scary. What's scary is knowing half of it. It is because Stannis lost the blood of the king that all his efforts after that were destined to be futile. He will never become king. Why? Aunt May was stunned. She hesitated and asked, if the kingdom lost the blood of the king, what would happen? Bran said, the blood of the King's Landing came from Targaryen. After the Mad King was killed, 60% of it was lost. After Robert died, another 30% was lost. So, you can see how chaotic the 7 kingdoms were in those years. Ah, is that so? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. The chaos of the 7 kingdoms was not entirely due to the loss of the blood of the king. In fact, the will of the people can change the fate of the kingdom. The cause and effect of the two are very mysterious. I only know a little about it. But I can be sure that as long as the vassals strictly abide by the laws of the 7 kingdoms and the teachings of the gods, the scattered blood of the king will slowly return and continue to strengthen. For example, now. After 8 years of the long night and 3 years of cleaning up the ghosts, the people of the 7 kingdoms are united. The blood of the King's Landing is 100 times more than when Aegon the Conqueror ascended the throne. Bran said calmly. But the queen is dead. A commoner in the crowd shouted. What does the death of the queen have to do with the blood of the king? The Iron Throne fell into a latrine pit, and Hammer even took a dump on it. It would be strange if he didn't get a tetanus after his butt was cut. A female knight wearing simple iron armor mumbled. A female priest with a flat nose hurriedly pulled her back. As she retreated, she scolded in a low voice, Barbara, are you trying to kill Hammer? Hammer has already taken a dump for 10 years, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, Hammer's identity is different now. He is a top student of Dragonstone Island Magic Academy. Can he be as good as the red-robed woman? Shungguang one-handed waved his hand to silence the commotion in the hall and said to Aunt May, continue. Stannis rejected my suggestion and died in Winterfell. Shireen was also sacrificed. Yulun blew up the Red Keep and burned down half of the King's Landing. The blood of the king was also sacrificed to the Storm God. In response to Yulun's request, the Storm God cursed the Iron Throne. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will die a horrible death. After Stannis obtained the Iron Throne, he kept it in a warehouse. It fell into a latrine pit and was too dirty. Another reason was the curse. When His Majesty was burned to ashes by Jon, I entered the warehouse and added another curse. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will be cut and their wounds will fester. But when I cursed the Iron Throne, Sansa was tens of thousands of miles away from it. Also, I wanted to curse Jon Snow out of anger. I thought he would ascend the Iron Throne. Even though that was the case, little Dany's mother had passed away. How could she listen to such excuses? Why didn't you remind my mother? If Yulun was the only one cursing her, you could have just watched from the sidelines. But you put poison in the wine and watched as another person picked up the cup without saying anything. Isn't that a crime? The red-robed woman couldn't refute little Dany's words. Sigh, I didn't like your mother either. I was happy to see her in trouble, but I didn't expect her to die. Aunt May sighed. Then, she asked doubtfully, didn't she have the human crown? What about the 7 blessings of the 7 gods? Little Dany frowned and looked at Shungguang one-handed in confusion. The nobles and citizens in the Hall of the Red Keep also looked at the Archbishop curiously. It had been 3 or 4 years since the birth of the human crown. The inscriptions on it had long been known to the world. Countless singers and poets had even written songs and poems for it. The 7 blessings were no secret. The 7 blessings came from the 7 gods. Naturally, the Archbishop of the 7 gods should give the most authoritative explanation. Lancel's expression showed obvious hesitation. This matter concerns the Queen's reputation. It's not convenient to talk about it in court. If Dany and Princess Liz want to know, we can talk about it later. He approached little Dany and whispered. Little Dany glanced at Prince Leg and sighed. The more you try to cover it up, the more rumors there will be. Just tell me. I believe my mother won't make a mistake of principle. It's not that big of a mistake. Shunguang one-handed nodded and returned to his seat. He sighed. The 7 blessings are the Holy Mother's protection and the solidified advanced holy healing. The old woman's wisdom, when activated, can help the Queen get rid of negative emotions and keep her mind at its clearest and most active state. The warrior's armor, the golden-winged armor that the Queen once showed in front of others. The blacksmith's diligence, solidified advanced stamina. The maiden's light, passive evil vanquishes. It's only effective against demigods. Any god or demon that attacks the owner of the human crown will be attacked by holy light. The stranger's cloak, when activated, can temporarily enter the grey world of death and achieve complete invisibility in the material world. Finally, the Heavenly Father's blessing, immune to all curses and blood witchcraft of any level. The 7 blessings are too powerful. Wearing the human crown is practically invincible. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they were also confused. If the human crown is so powerful, why did the Queen die? Think about it. If someone like Joffrey or Cersei were to wear the crown of men, would the 7 gods be willing to side with the Avilders? Of course not. To activate each blessing, the king's integrity must meet the teachings of the corresponding god. Queen Sansa was brave, diligent, loved her people, and wise. That was why she could activate the 4 blessings of the warrior, blacksmith, Holy Mother, and crone. The 4 blessings are already very powerful. We all know that after a monk joins the great cathedral, they will usually specialize in one god's teachings. For example, the warrior's son worships the warrior, but he may be lacking in other teachings. No one is perfect. The 7 gods have high expectations for their believers, but the 7 gods are very benevolent and allow us to slowly perfect a few. Everyone nodded silently. Unfortunately, Queen Sansa only activated the 4 blessings. The maiden represents purity, loyalty, and freedom. The Queen prefers the handsome and strong. Everyone knows that. The Archbishop rubbed his nose, hiding the slight fluctuation in his heart. He thought of another queen, and his former role was the handsome and young one. The Queen is alone. It's not wrong to have needs, but it's definitely not in line with the teachings of the maiden. Everyone secretly glanced at Benjen Storm behind Princess Dany and nodded silently again. Little Dany also knew about her mother's situation and sighed silently. Among the 7 gods' believers, the stranger is the least. It's normal that the Queen couldn't activate the stranger's cloak. As for the Heavenly Father's justice, Queen Sansa is usually fair and just when she investigates the cases of the 7 kingdoms, but 3 years ago. Lancel hesitated. This involved an old case related to the royal family, and he really didn't know how to say it. Or rather, he really didn't want the church to be involved in the royal family's rotten affairs. Seeking power under the pretense of a fair trial. Holy Light Lone Hand carefully chose his words. In the teachings of the 7 gods, after the king and the vassals have completed their duties, the 7 gods won't consider power games or power struggles a sin. Sometimes, clever power struggles can even win the favor of old women. But it's clear that Queen Sansa's actions back then were completely against the Heavenly Father's teachings. Many times, many actions are not wrong in the teachings of the 7 gods, but they can't be blessed by the 7 gods. Everyone fell silent again. In general, the 7 gods were very lenient with their believers. There was a very wide area between hell and heaven, and ordinary people lived in this area. But if you wanted to go to heaven, the requirements were very high. The 7 blessings of the human crown were very powerful, but the requirements were also very high. To a king with an ordinary character, The human crown was no different from a normal golden crown. And the more virtuous and noble the king was, the more the human crown could display the power of a divine artifact. After this, everyone had a deeper understanding of the human crown. At the same time, they also respected and admired the dragon queen who created the human crown. He, heaven's will, this is heaven's will. Melisandre laughed. You're not completely innocent, little Dany said coldly. The vassals of the Seven Kingdoms and the priests of the Holy Church didn't have a good impression of Melisandre, and more importantly, no one defended her. And so, she was convicted of murder. Half of it. The lone foreigner was sentenced to death by the Westeros. I contributed greatly in the fight against the other ghosts. I want to follow the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms and apply to be the new Night Watcher at the North Pole. Helpless, Aunt May could only choose the last option. The old Night Watchers weren't guarding the Great Wall anymore. After the long night ended, the Dragon Queen dismissed the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone was given 50 gold royals, 100 acres of fertile land, and a long night medal to return to their homeland. Of course, not all the Night Watchers left. Many of them came from noble families. They really wanted to protect the Seven Kingdoms and humans. They only received a long night medal and continued to stay on the Great Wall. They repaired the East Sea Kingdom while waiting for the Northern Ice King to return and bring them to the Northern Ice Kingdom. In the end, Aunt May became the first new Night Watcher to reach the North Pole. The new Night Watchers were different from the previous ones. They didn't discriminate between men and women, and there were fewer restrictions on their bodies. Other than not being able to leave the Northern Ice Kingdom and having to go to the Northern Ice King's residence regularly, they were no different from ordinary free citizens. After the trial, Queen Sansa's funeral was held as scheduled. It was very grand. Tens of thousands of people were sincerely mourning for her. The nobles were also solemn and did not have the slightest bit of playfulness. Sansa's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms was actually quite good. Although everyone called her Liar Sansa, Jon, who took the throne, also had the nickname Idiot Jon. Compared to Robert, Emperor Xiao, the Mad King and the whore Empress Dowager, Sansa's achievements and image were perfect. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the Dragon Queen. But now, even the citizens subconsciously excluded the Dragon Queen from the ranks of mortals. According to tradition, Sansa's body was arranged by Sister Silence and placed in the great cathedral to receive the final farewell from all the nobles and nobles. Oh, because it was summer, and because the queen's body was swollen when she passed away and her buttocks were festering, the smell was quite strong. After the citizens of the King's Landing mourned, they started to gossip again. They even secretly called her rotten buttocks Sansa behind her back. Chapter 1101. Outside the King's Landing, by the Blackwater River, hundreds of tents representing different families were scattered on the grassy ground like mushrooms. There were noble knights in shining armor laughing loudly, commoners cheering loudly, singers playing accordions, vendors pushing small carts selling grilled sausages and fruits, and countless bright flags fluttering in the warm wind. Arya, do you see it? It's exactly the same as the tournament to welcome Father more than 10 years ago. The same place, the same people. There are many more people, but there are also fewer people. It's as magnificent as the songs say. In midair, Sansa was in a daze. The beautiful memories of the past and the beautiful scenes of the present made her unable to control her emotions. She almost cried. You've seen the great trial, and you've seen Dany put on the human crown with your own eyes. Now, you've even enjoyed the martial arts tournament mourning your passing. You should be satisfied, right? Arya said lightly. Satisfied? How can I be satisfied? This is supposed to be a tournament to celebrate my ascension, not a funeral. Sansa said agitatedly. Fate is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Arya sighed. Fate is unfair. I don't accept it. Sansa shouted with a twisted face. I can assure you that your fate is not interfered with by anyone. It's the result of your own choice. Look at Bran. Sansa pointed at the White Knight who was sent flying by Jaime's spear. He's still laughing. He's laughing so happily. I just died, and he left Never Leave Winterfell to participate in the tournament. He's still laughing. Bran's dream when he was young was to become a knight like Beristan. Though his combat skills are poor, he has realized his dream. Why can't he laugh? Arya looked unhappy. He knew about my future but didn't inform me. He's still so happy. What's his motive? Sansa said agitatedly. Bran knew that Ygritte would have a difficult birth. He didn't tell Jon either. Sansa, fate is not interfered with. It's your own choice, Arya said solemnly. It wasn't easy for me to obtain the iron. That damned Iron Throne. Why am I so obsessed with that filthy iron chair? Sob sob sob, they all call me rotten as Sansa. Sob sob sob, I'm a founding queen greater than Aegon the Conqueror. Sob sob sob. When she thought of the Iron Throne, Sansa could not help but feel sorrowful. She was both regretful and resentful. She covered her face and wept. Leg, leg, leg. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the arena. Sansa rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. After 6 rounds, Leg dodged Brittany's spear and knocked her off the saddle at the same time. Woo woo. Seeing Leg place the golden peony wreath on her daughter's head, Sansa's mother-in-law started crying again. I've never worn a crown before in my life. She had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally achieved hegemony, but she had not even enjoyed the taste of being an official queen for a single day. My life is too bitter. You've seen what you should see. Come with me to hell, Arya said impatiently. Hell? Sansa was stunned. What for? To serve your sentence. What? Sansa's eyes widened. She roared, are you kidding me? I've been cautious all my life and have never done anything that goes against the teachings of the 7 gods. Instead, I've made a lot of contributions. Why do I have to go to hell? I'm a level 4 great priestess. You've been a white flower for the first half of your life. You've done nothing wrong. In the middle of your life, you've cheated Aegon's feelings. It's not a big mistake. Later on, you've saved countless people and have done a lot of good deeds. You've committed a lot of small crimes but few big ones. Overall, your good deeds far exceed your mistakes. You'll have a good position in heaven. Arya first read out the Heavenly Father's judgment for Sansa. Then, under Sansa's confused gaze, she sighed. But you're not alone. You have a mother. Mother? Sansa frowned. Wasn't Mother's soul repaired? After returning from Slaver's Bay, I burned her body myself. Don't you know Mother's sins? Because of the Crimson Wedding, when she was Madame Stoneheart, she always broke her oath and violated the rights of the guests. Sansa hesitated. It's fine to give her all my good deeds. Why do you want me to go to hell? Children can help their parents serve their sentences and be punished. I'm afraid of pain, aren't you afraid, Mother? How many things did she do for you when she was alive? Arya said coldly. What about you? Sansa was unhappy with her tone. I worked hard in hell and gave all the good deeds I earned to Mother. Can I also work hard in heaven to earn good deeds? Sansa asked. Even if you get a position in heaven, it'll be hard for you to earn good deeds. But you're the founding king, a level 4 priestess, and a person of great deeds. 1 day of your sentence is equivalent to 100 days of Mother's. It's too efficient. Sansa's expression changed. She hesitated. You're going to refuse? Arya's gaze became dangerous. If I go to hell, what kind of punishment will I receive? Will there be a discount? Sansa asked. The Heavenly Father is just. Your punishment is the same as Waldfrey's. Those who violate the rights of the guests will be lit up in a sky lantern after they die. What's a sky lantern? It sounds scary. Sansa trembled. It's really bad. It's like burning your soul in a fire. You have to keep your senses sharp at all times. Arya sighed bitterly. Mother screams so miserably. Go down and accompany her. Talk to her and cheer her up. Mother has 5 children. Am I the only one who's going to hell to accompany her? Sansa said with a gloomy expression. Little Dany will go abroad with Simba to be the crown princess. When she gives birth, one of her sons will be chosen to inherit the crown. During this time, the 7 kingdoms' affairs will be managed by the king's hand. What? Sansa was furious. Which idiot came up with this idea? If that bitch Margaery takes over all the important matters, Will my grandson still be able to get his throne back? Arya rolled her eyes and said, Why do you think Bran is still in King's Landing? Just for the tournament? Damn it. Sansa was stunned. When she realized what was going on, her expression turned ugly. I invited Bran to be my prime minister, but he rejected me coldly. Bran can't serve you because he's the Dragon Queen's White Knight. But he can serve the Dragon Queen's daughter-in-law and grandson. Don't you understand this? Arya said calmly. What does this have to do with me going to hell? When Bran rules the Seven Kingdoms, he will work hard and love the people. He will work hard to benefit the Seven Kingdoms and earn more merits. So, do you understand? You're working hard. We're all working hard too. No one is free. It's not that I'm not willing to work hard, but... Sansa held her sister's hand and begged, Can I change my position? For example, if the Holy Mother revives me, I promise I won't keep any pretty boys around. I'll work hard every night and be vigilant all the time. Do you think that's possible? The Holy Mother doesn't even care about Ygritte. Sansa's pale face turned gloomy. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Good, very good. I love my mother and am willing to share some of her sins. But no one is alone. I have a daughter too. Arya, tell the Holy Mother that I want to visit Dany in her dreams and let her know that I'm suffering in hell. She's a filial child. Not only will she share her merits with me, she will also go down to hell to light the lanterns. As for my son-in-law, I won't accept any betrothal gifts. He'll come and light the lanterns for his grandmother, oh right, and my future grandchildren. Sansa became more excited as she spoke. Let all of Dany's descendants go to hell to light the lanterns for my mother. Ha ha ha. Arya was shocked. Maybe, for my mother, I can try, she said with a strange expression. 5 years later. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, a stone city was being built. Hundreds of free people were shouting and working hard. Northern Ice King, Jon W.A. is about to give birth. Suddenly, a red-haired old man walked out of a rough stone tower in the center of the city. He made a trumpet with his hands and shouted at the construction site in the west. Jon was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly removed the stone from his shoulder and threw it on the ground before running back to his castle. It's only afternoon now. Didn't they say it would only be at night? Did something go wrong? W.A. is in her 30s, almost 40. She seems to be a little old, he said nervously. That old man Michiro said it's normal. It's very difficult for a pregnant woman to determine the date of her labor. It's almost impossible to pinpoint the exact time, Tormund said with his white hair. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside W.A.'s bedroom. However, they were stopped by Manslade. The former king of savages also had white hair, but his body was still straight and strong. Men shouldn't go in when a woman is giving birth. You should cheer her on from outside. Hearing his wife's heart-wrenching screams, Jon's forehead broke out in sweat. W.A. You'll give birth to a daughter. I saw it in the prophecy. Don't be afraid. W.A. did not reply. Instead, a strange singing voice came from inside the room. The Holy Mother gazes tenderly and waits quietly. An angel flies in gracefully, watching the sunrise of life. His cries are like the sounds of nature. The Holy Mother smiles. An angel is about to arrive. They could tell that the singer was an old man. His voice was rough and monotonous, but it contained a strange power that could calm one's heart, focus one's energy, and fill the pregnant woman with strength. Even the womb moved rhythmically to the tune. This is the song of childbirth. Jon heaved a sigh of relief. According to the priest's statistics, since the song of childbirth became 7 gods 3 years ago, more than 70% of the pregnant women who had been assisted gave birth naturally. More than half of the remaining 30% were able to give birth successfully under the combined effects of the holy healing technique and the song of childbirth. Moreover, Michiro had obtained 2 doctorates in the profession of scalpel priest and pharmacy priest. Gwa, gwa, gwa. As expected, in less than an hour, the child's loud cries could be heard. It really is a girl. Inside the room, Dana exclaimed. Oh my, what's going on? How did this happen? Jon had just been overjoyed when he heard his sister-in-law's panicked cries. What's wrong? He could not help but push open the door and rush in. There were many people in the room. Manslade's daughter, Tormund's granddaughter-in-law. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all staring blankly at the bloody baby in Dana's arms. Seeing Jon in such a hurry, they all had strange looks in their eyes. They wanted to say something but stopped themselves. "This is my daughter." Jon did not notice their expressions. There was no one else in his field of vision. The red-haired baby girl who was crying with her mouth open occupied all his attention. Wait, red hair." Jon rubbed his eyes. It was not blood. The thick tuft of hair was really red, like fire. "Why is this child red-haired?" his sister-in-law mumbled. Manslade, who had followed them in, was stunned. He looked at Jon's dark brown curly hair, then at his wife's long blonde hair. His sister-in-law had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as his wife. The tenacity of the caste had become a fact that everyone knew. Theoretically, this child should have awakened the Targaryen's silver hair and purple eyes, or silver blonde hair and blue eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you all in a daze?" "Giving the child a bath," Tormund said, scratching his head in confusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone in the room looked at his head. Manslade frowned and turned to the only red-haired man in the room. He sighed. "Tormund, Jon made you the commander of the castle to take care of his family while he was building Neverwinter. Is this how you take care of him?" "I took good care of Whale. Listen, the child's cries are so loud. She's as strong as I am." Tormund laughed. "Maybe the red hair is a mutated gene," Jon said, forcing a smile. Manslade walked to Tormund and asked in a low voice, "Did you and Whale? This child has red hair, and so do you. Do you know that the caste is strong?" Tormund was stunned for a moment before realization dawned. "Are you all crazy? You're suspecting that Whale and I are having an affair?" Although we did shut up. Whale, who had just woken up, shouted angrily. "What are you all talking about? This is Jon's and my child." Everyone was silent. Jon grimaced, not knowing what to do. Whale was so angry that she said with a pale face, "Master Michiro, according to the tradition that has become popular in recent years, the first child of a noble has to have his blood tested in public to gain the recognition of the 7 gods and the people of the territory. You can try it now, in front of us." The dark-skinned priest glanced at the Northern Ice King and walked to Dana's side. He tapped the baby's foot lightly. A drop of blood the size of a grain of rice seeped out of the foot, which was still stained with blood. Michiro did not take Jon's blood. Instead, he used the simplest king's blood verification spell to ignite the blood. Boom! The bean-sized flame instantly expanded by more than 3 feet, and its color became a noble deep purple. "Ah, king's blood, top king's blood. What powerful mana!" Michiro was shocked. "This is my daughter." Jon was overjoyed. "Yes, she's most likely your princess." "Tormund does not have king's blood," Michiro said with certainty. "Hey, old man, are you looking down on me? After all, I'm Marquis Tormund." Tormund said unhappily. After the little princess was cleaned, changed, and breastfed, Michiro took a drop of her and Jon's blood for a more complicated and formal genetic comparison spell. This time, all the nobles and famous commoners of Neverwinter were present. This had indeed gradually become a tradition among the nobles. It was not only popular in Westeros. A year ago, when the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen was born, a similar ritual had been carried out. Yes, it had gradually become a ritual that represented the recognition of the 7 gods and the heavens and earth. Similar to how Erlu and Renly used the excuse that Joffrey was not Robert's biological son to start a rebellion, it was almost impossible for this to happen again in the future. Under the witness of the Holy Mother, this is the daughter of Ice King Jon Targaryen and Queen Vale Rider. Michiro held the baby girl wrapped in white bear fur and chanted a song of blessing loudly. A ray of holy light descended from the sky and landed on the swaddling clothes. "Princess, princess." The nobles and commoners cheered loudly. "Perhaps, I have a red-haired ancestor." Vale was not angry after the incident. She knew the principle of the strong caste. All right, she had no reason to be angry. After all, her past, 7 days later, when the baby was being baptized, her great-aunt Dany revealed the mystery to the couple. Look at her. Round face, flat nose, red hair. Can't you think of anyone? Danny looked at the baby girl in her arms like an artist appreciating a painting that had been completed with great effort. Ygritte, John blurted out, then shook his head frantically. How is that possible? Her mother is not Ygritte. She should not look like Ygritte. She doesn't look like Ygritte. She is Ygritte, the reincarnation of Ygritte. Danny's aunt smiled proudly. Ah, this. Vale was stunned. Didn't you say that Ygritte's soul had returned to the heavens and earth? John asked suspiciously. Of course it returned to the heavens and earth. If Ygritte's soul entered the child's body, it would not be reincarnation. It would be possession. How could I do such a thing? Is the wheel of reincarnation ready? John's heart skipped a beat. Not yet. Not only will the wheel of reincarnation cleanse the soul, it will also format the mark of life. This child's mark of life is exactly the same as Ygritte's. No matter how strong the cast is, it is not stronger than the mark of life. So, although she has your and Vale's bloodline, her specialty is very similar to Ygritte's. Tell me how I should face her in the future. John pulled his hair in frustration. That's your problem. Either you learn from caste, or you happily hand her over to another man. Ha 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 ha. This was a lifetime of punishment, a lifetime of debt. Another 15 years. King's Landing, the first day of the new year, the first day of the new year. Another new king ascended to the throne. Another martial arts competition to celebrate the new king's ascension. Outside the King's Landing, the people who had changed into new clothes on the first day of the new year were as dense as a forest. In the crowd, the crisp sound of spears breaking could be heard from time to time, accompanied by intense shouts. Beside the Black River, the spring chill was chilly. The river water was clear and slow. One could vaguely see the lonely reflections of two grey-robed old monks, one tall and one short. There are so many people in King's Landing, said the short barefoot monk. According to the census a year ago, King's Landing has a permanent population of close to 300,000. Including the farmlands within 100 miles of the outskirts, there are more than 500,000. It's almost the same number as before the long night, said the tall monk. It seems that the 4 seasons are better than the chaotic seasons before, said the barefoot monk. It's also better than the extravagant long summer. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting, the 4 seasons are orderly. There are rewards for hard work and no rewards for not hard work. There's leisure and work, and there's a balance between work and rest. The world is peaceful, said the tall monk. Master Bronn, I didn't expect you to have such brilliant ideas. I'm impressed, said the short monk as he cupped his hands. Master Tyrion, you're too kind. You've given up glory, wealth, and beautiful wives to walk the world barefoot for 20 years. You've helped the most remote villages all over the world and built more than 2,000 holy light totem poles. You've truly done a great service, praised Master Bronn. I'm all alone and wandering in the wilderness. I can't compare to you who's cultivating in the holy hall during the day and having children and grandchildren at dinner. You're the best of all worlds, said the dwarf master as he shook his head. Ha ha ha, you're just too greedy. How can you become a god without suffering, laughed Bronn. Everyone has to have some goals, said the dwarf. Yesterday was the eve of the new year. The new king invited the vassals for a reunion dinner. You came to King's Landing but didn't go to Red Fort. Where did you spend it? Asked Bronn with concern. When I passed by a village outside the city, I met a peasant girl. She saw that I was all alone and pitiful, so she warmly cooked a pot of pork and cabbage dumplings for me. The taste. The dwarf smacked his lips and sighed. Even the table full of delicacies in Red Fort can't compare to it. Bronn looked at him in surprise and saw that his face was full of sincerity and praise. He nodded and said, very good. You've reached a certain level. I'm a peak level 4 priest. My level is definitely higher than a level 3 priest like you, said the dwarf calmly. Bronn smiled and didn't argue. He asked again, have you met King Ymont? Ymont. A look of reminiscence appeared on the dwarf's face. After mulling over the name for a long time, he shook his head and said, I've never seen him before. What's his character like? Bronn turned his head and lifted his chin toward the venue of the tournament. "He's right there. Aren't you going to take a look? I don't know if he can repeat his father's achievements and win the crown of love and beauty for his fiancée. One look and you can only see his face. It's hard to know his heart," said the dwarf. Bronn thought for a while and said, "His character is all right. Although the Empress doesn't like this grandson very much, she still kept him by her side and taught him step by step. Other things aside, he has activated the 3 blessings of the human crown." "Only the 3 blessings?" The dwarf frowned. "The Heavenly Father's blessing is just, the Holy Mother's protection is benevolent and loving, the warrior's armor is brave and fearless." "It's enough for the king," said Bronn. The dwarf nodded and asked again, "Ymont is Leg's eldest son. Why doesn't the Empress like him?" "That kid is a bit like you. He's very flirtatious. At the age of 13, he impregnated a court lady. More importantly, that court lady was the daughter of Marquis Ellie. Do you still remember Ellie?" "The Empress Centaur maid," said the dwarf. "That's her. The Empress originally wanted him to marry the court lady, but that kid actually said that he didn't like her at all. It was only because the moonlight was too mesmerizing that he couldn't help himself. Tell me, is that something a human would say? He's just like you back then. They all say that nephews resemble their uncles. Crown Prince Leg isn't like you, but his son really is. Not only is he lecherous, but he's also glib-tongued, quick-witted, and sharp-tongued." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "The Empress let him off. How is that possible?" The muscles on Bronn's face twitched a few times as he raised 2 fingers. "A total of 200 lashes. No matter how much the crown princess begged, it was useless. Her skin and flesh were lacerated, and even her eyelids were charred. She had to lie in bed for a full half a year. When Prince Ymont recovered, he was immediately sent to the King's Landing as a preparatory king. I'll go and meet that kid later." The dwarf was somewhat interested. "Tyrion." Suddenly, a group of knights who were about to return to their tents stopped. An old man in golden lion armor even spurred his horse excitedly and ran over. "It's really you." Under the golden helmet, tears flowed down the wrinkles on his face. "Jaime, you." The dwarf couldn't help but step forward. Looking at his golden-haired brother, his eyes were also wet. "You're old." Jaime jumped off his horse and punched him. He smiled and said, "I'm already 70. How can I not be old?" "Aren't you old too? Your hair is white, your face is full of wrinkles, and you're so skinny and dark. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Uncle." "Old master." Following that, another young knight led a 4 or 5-year-old boy over to greet him. "You're Tywin, aren't you?" Seeing the handsome young man who was almost Jaime's reappearance yesterday, the dwarf's calm state of mind, which he had cultivated for 20 years, was also broken. He trembled his rough hands and stroked his cheeks. "It's me, uncle." Tywin was a little embarrassed, but he didn't avoid it. Good boy. You're all grown up." The dwarf tiptoed and patted Tywin's shoulder, then looked at the little one beside him. He was a living little Jaime. Ha ha ha, 3 generations of grandfather and grandson. They're all carved from the same mold. The dwarf laughed loudly. "You guys chat. I'll go back to the city first." Bronn took his leave at the right time. "Where have you been all these years?" Jaime hugged the dwarf and asked. "I've wandered around. I've been to the Westeros, beyond the Great Wall, Ursos. I've even returned to the western region. I've only wandered around the remote mountain villages." Why bother? Looking at his brother's big black feet, which were like old tree bark, Jaime felt very uncomfortable. "What you loved to enjoy the most, now," the dwarf raised his hand and interrupted him. He smiled and said, "I'm really good. For the past 20 years, my heart has never felt so peaceful. Now that you're back, don't leave again. I don't have many years left to live. At least wait until I die. You can only leave after you've sent me off." Jaime said sadly. "Come on, Beristan is already over 100 years old. Isn't he still vigorous?" The dwarf smiled and followed the knights, walking towards Lannister's camp. The knights dismounted from their horses, silently but curiously sizing up the little devil who had already become a legend. Sir Beristan is the first holy knight to break through to demigod. After 500 years, he's still vigorous. I'm not even a holy knight. How can I compare? Jaime shook his head and smiled bitterly. The dwarf's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, "Of course you can. Jaime, actually, I came back this time mainly for you." After entering the tent, the dwarf had Tywin lead the others out of the door. Then, he carefully took out something from his pocket and handed it to his brother. "What is it?" Jaime opened the cloth bag and saw a scroll of parchment with golden runes on its surface. "Divine Comedy." He looked at the dwarf in confusion. "In the winter 7 years ago, I was taking shelter from the rain under a banana tree in the barren mountains. When I was about to fall asleep in a daze, old Ymont came looking for me. 7 years ago. At that time, old Ymont was already dead." Jaime said curiously, "Let me finish." The dwarf waved his hand. He had long hair and a long beard. His hair and beard were silver white. He even wore a holy white robe, as if he was a saint. I asked him, "Why are you here?" But he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" I said, "I'm cultivating." He laughed and shook his head, saying, "There are 7 paths in the human world. You're only cultivating diligently in the human path. You're too slow. Let me help you." After saying that, he casually tossed a huge picture scroll toward me. I seemed to see ghosts and 7 layers of hell pouncing toward me. I immediately woke up from my dream. "You were dreaming?" Jaime asked curiously. The dwarf pointed at the parchment scroll. "After I woke up, I had this in my hands. Ymont must have reached a realm that we can't understand. Sigh, that old man was lucky. He was directly canonized by my sister." With a sigh, he explained, "This Divine Comedy is a poem written by old Ymont after he traveled through hell, heaven, and the human world. He obtained countless inspirations from the undead. Old Ymont was a scholar. It's not a big deal that he could write poems. But this Divine Comedy contains information about heaven and hell. It even contains the secret to becoming a saint. The old man was a good person. He didn't forget me even after he died." Hearing this, Jaime's curiosity was immediately piqued. He opened the scroll and first saw Hell chapter, first level of hell, 18 punishments. Swoosh, endless golden light immediately blinded him. In a daze, he seemed to have come to a strange place. Hymns were singing in his ears. Before him was a dark evil spirit. In front of a cross, a 3-meter-tall strong man laughed loudly as he grabbed the wailing man's tongue and pulled with all his might. "Jaime, snap out of it." The dwarf shouted. The illusion before him, the wailing, laughing, and hymns in his ears all disappeared. Jaime was at a loss. "Read the words in the Divine Comedy and your consciousness will follow you to hell or heaven," the dwarf said. "How scary." Jaime was shocked. "Essentially, it's still a poem. It's just that the words have become more direct images. What's the use of this thing?" Jaime was puzzled. "It's not some secret magic record. It's just like any other book. It can increase one's knowledge and understanding of life. In the end, cultivation and the cultivation of the heart are all about understanding." Seeing that Jaime was still at a loss, the dwarf wrapped up the parchment again. "You don't understand now. When you become a holy knight and read the Divine Comedy again, you should have a different feeling. Perhaps, when that time comes, you'll be able to see the person you should have left behind but can't forget. Old brother, I hope this Divine Comedy can help you start a new life," he said meaningfully. "I'm in my 70s. I've seen the end of my life. What new life do I have? Besides, I'm not a holy knight." Jaime smiled bitterly. "Tywin even has a son. Why don't you quickly convert to the Holy Mother? Even if you can't compare to Beristan and old Ymont, you'll only live to 100 years. You still have more than 20 years to live. Actually, I'm preparing to join the Holy Church." Jaime smiled. "I've already made an agreement with Lansale. After attending Scar Ymont's wedding, I'll become a monk in the Holy Church and become his disciple." "Scar Ymont? What kind of lousy name is that?" the dwarf said with a grin. "You'll understand once you see him." The dwarf nodded. "I'll go find him later. Remember, only you can read the Divine Comedy." You can tell the contents of the poem to others, but you must never let others see its true appearance. Some things were clearly created out of good intentions, but once they fall into the hands of evil people, they will turn into the most terrifying magic weapon, he said solemnly. Okay, I'll remember. After the Lannister had lunched together, the dwarf said goodbye to them. I've traveled all over the West Eros and Ursos. Next, I'll go to Sosros. There are many natives living in the wilderness there. I'll convert them and use the light of the 7 gods to cleanse the savages of their stench and savagery. Don't worry about me. In the future, the 7 Stars Bible might have a story about a dwarf turning into a beard. Jaime, take care. Tywin, little Tyrion, Grandpa will pray for you every day. The dwarf left as soon as he said so. He was very decisive. But before he left, he also went to the Red Castle and saw Scar Ymont, who was said to be very similar to him. Just as Jaime said, after seeing him, he immediately understood why he had such a nickname. Ymont had been slashed several times by his uncle and father-in-law, directly on his face and head. The scars left behind had a curse. They would never heal. When Ymont was sad, the wounds would split open. After Ymont was sent to King's Landing, he traveled to the north and was warmly received by his uncle. Then, he stole his uncle's daughter. Was very satisfied with this son-in-law, but his father-in-law, John, almost went crazy. Ha ha ha, you have guts. You're just like me. The dwarf laughed. Another 3 years later. Hot summer. Outside the great basilica. You came to the basilica to pray? Jaime looked at the female knight who was still tall, still ugly, and still had gentle eyes. His expression was very complicated. I also want to join the warrior's sons, Brienne said softly. You're already a holy white knight blessed by the Holy Mother, Jaime said. I want. Briene's coarse round face blushed slightly. She bit her fat caterpillar-like lips and mustered her courage. Jaime, I've thought about it for many years and finally understood one thing. The glory of the knights, the recognition of the Dragon Queen, and the praise of countless people for the naked Iron Guards are not what I really want. I discovered that the days when I escorted you to King's Landing, the days when I spent with you were the most memorable memories of my life. When you were in Casterly Rock City, I could still hold back my thoughts, but in the 3 years since you came to the Great Basilica, I could not help but look in the direction of the Tower of Light as long as I stood on the top of the Red Keep. I can't help it anymore. You're in your 70s, and I'm in my 60s. Maybe I can still live for a few more decades, but I'm afraid that when I get older, I won't have the energy to say these things, to do. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see you every day. We can practice martial arts together and pray under the statue of the Holy Mother. That's enough. Jaime's eyes reddened, and he felt an inexplicable impulse. No, it's not enough. He took a step forward and grabbed her rough hand. We can still live for a few more decades, or even decades. We still have time to do some things that we couldn't do before. What things? Briene's big eyes were filled with anticipation and confusion. Let all the rules go to hell. Let's get married first, and then we'll travel the world with our swords. We'll see the beauty of the world, see the customs of various places, and eat various traditional delicacies. I'm tired of staying in Westeros. Let's go find Tyrion. He's also a cultivator. Let him officiate our wedding, Jaime said excitedly. All right, let all the rules go to hell. 2 streams of tears flowed down Briene's face. She pulled out the Oathkeeper sword with a laugh and threw it on the ground. Then, she tore off the white robe behind her. The golden rune between her eyebrows flickered, and the seal of the Holy Knight shattered. Ha ha ha. Jaime also took off the striped cape of the warrior's son and removed the seal of the Holy Knight in his sea of consciousness. He laughed and hugged the tall woman. The two of them hugged each other like they were hugging the entire world. Chapter 1102. Dragon Queen, don't burn me I. It was as if time and space were being distorted. The sound and the light before his eyes were being stretched infinitely. In the next moment, Asher looked around blankly. The terrifying fire that made one's soul tremble, the beautiful palace that had turned into ashes in the fire, her father Bullon and her uncle Iron had all disappeared. She sat cross-legged on the beach with 2 young men lying beside her. They were Dunk and Thornton, who had entered the flowing water palace with her. The sun is out. Where is this? Asher murmured. The sun was shining brightly here, the hills were covered in green grass, and the sky and water were both jade green. There were many tourists in the vicinity, and those people who were wearing strange clothes and holding strange big black boxes were looking at her strangely. Look at her. Why did she enter the Naga altar? Yeah, isn't the Naga altar not open to the public? No, she and 2 other people suddenly appeared in the Naga altar. Have you seen her before? Looking at their classic leather armor, they should be actors from the island. They specialize in acting as the ancient Ironseed pirates. Oh my, she has the Greyjoy family's sea monster emblem on her chest. She must be a big shot. Don't you think her temperament is very different? There was a kind of savagery that was rarely seen among ladies nowadays. Help me take a picture. Kaka, what magic are you using? The small silver iron pot on top of the big black box emitted a dazzling light. Asher was frightened and covered her face as she retreated. Hiding behind the Naga's rib, she was convinced that although the environment and people had changed drastically, this was definitely Old Wake Island. Someone come, Priest Thale, Dunstan Zhuojiu, is there anyone from the Zhuojiu family? As soon as she finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened. Old Wake Island's Naga Rib Scenic Area is temporarily closed. Distinguished guests, please leave in an orderly manner. In view of the inconvenience caused by this action, Ironseed Culture Travel Company is willing to make sincere compensation. A rumbling sound came from above. Asher looked up blankly and saw a cylindrical sail that was even bigger than a castle. There was clearly a 20-meter-long wooden boat hanging below. While she was still in a daze, 7 or 8 ropes were thrown down from the side of the wooden boat. A group of soldiers in strange clothes slid down from the sky. Among them, a handsome pretty boy with silver hair and purple eyes came to her side. He stopped 2 steps away and said in a low voice, "Grandma Asher, I'm Theon Greyjoy, your 6th-generation grandson. It's not convenient to talk here. Let me take you back to Pike City first." "Brat, are you trying to scare me? I don't even have a son, how can I have a grandson?" Although Asher was a little suspicious, she didn't reject him when she saw his sincere expression and the palm-sized golden sea monster tribe emblem on her left chest. He grabbed her waist and pulled her up to the wooden ship in the sky. "Little Theon, why aren't they coming up?" The smell of fresh meat was refreshing. Asher couldn't help but lean into his arms and deliberately use her thigh to rub against his sensitive part. Little Theon's face turned red, and little Theon's blood began to rush. "Grandma, I'm really your 6th-generation grandson. Stop fooling around." Theon smiled bitterly and used his leg to push her leg away. He looked down at the soldiers who were pulling the ropes near the Naga's ribs and said, "It's been 100 years since you entered the flowing water palace. You died in the first fire and returned from it. The first fire is the most powerful force in the world. I'm worried that the place you appeared in has terrible magical radiation. It has to be quarantined and inspected before it can be opened to tourists again. As for the 2 knights, Dunk and Thornton, their people will take them back. As early as half a month ago, we received the news that you were about to be resurrected." Asher didn't understand many of the words, but she understood her situation. 100 years later. "Are you kidding? 100 years have passed since the long night." Sigh, it's strange, but it's the truth. At this moment, the 2 were pulled up to the deck of the wooden boat by ropes. An old woman in a white robe came and said with a kind smile, "Asher, we broke into the flowing water palace at the same time that day. It's been 100 years since we last met. Do you still recognize me? You're not Dunstan's wife, Madam Mandy? But you didn't go to the flowing water palace at that time." Asher was puzzled. "Ha ha ha." The old woman with the iron crutch looked up and laughed. "Asher, I'm Tarman. I used to be called Thale, people called me Sanyanren. You're Thale? Do you think I'm stupid or blind? These 2 lumps of Hanako are bigger than me." Priest Tarman sighed, "I can understand. For you, the world has changed too much. Let me explain it to you slowly. Hum kai kai catcher 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 catcher," the whistle at the stern of the boat sounded. First, it spewed out a long white gas and green flames. Then, The propeller turned and the wooden boat drew a white line in the sky with a whoosh. What's that? Asha, who was on the deck, was completely unprepared. She was careless and was almost knocked down by the sudden acceleration. Wildfire steam engine. Theon said. Wildfire? I know about wildfire. We all use wildfire to burn the deviant ghosts. But what's a steam engine? Grandma, you don't call me Grandma. Call me Asha. Alright, Asha, have you ever seen a kettle after boiling water? Is the lid pushed open by the steam and you can't hold it down no matter how hard you try? Are you crazy? I'm a duke. Why would I boil water? Why would I hold the lid open when I've eaten so much? Asha asked curiously. Theon was speechless. Sigh, Asha has to start from a small school to get used to life now. She has to at least graduate from high school, if not university. Priest Tarman sighed. Tell me about what happened after the flowing water palace, Asha said. You're at a disadvantage. Balon and Iron shouldn't have taken you away. Tarman rambled on and told her about her experiences over the years. It's really been 100 years. Asha came to the side of the boat. The wind blew her long hair. The picturesque scenery of the land was unfamiliar to her. After you became a woman, didn't you feel uncomfortable at all? You seem to be very happy. After a while, she turned around and asked curiously. If I were to constantly integrate into the life of a mortal with this body, it would indeed be difficult and shameful. But I'm a cultivator. With such a gifted body, I was like a fish in water in the process of cultivation. The carefree cultivation quickly suppressed the physical inconveniences. I feel very good now. Theon said with a face full of reverence. Master Tarman is not only a level 5 divine priest, but also a level 5 demigod water wizard. Even after the long night, a large number of demigods were born. Iron Crutch Old Woman Tarman was still among the top. A lot of demigods. But demigods are still gods. Asha said in disbelief. We came at a good time. Not to mention the priest, how could we not be devout after witnessing such a miraculous era? Iron Crutch Old Woman sighed. Extraordinaries who have great merit in the long night have a chance to enter the investiture of the gods. Due to the mysterious connection between the investiture of the gods and the cauldron of the divine king, those who enter the investiture of the gods can more easily sense the laws in the sea of laws. Actually, the main reason is the Heavenly Emperor, Theon interrupted. The Heavenly Emperor is too strong. Asha, you were able to be reborn perfectly, which is enough to prove the extent of her control over the first flame. Heavenly Emperor? Dragon Queen? Yes, after the long night ended, there were many cities in the world that did not submit to her. Dragon Queen naturally became the #1 empress in the world. All the kings in the world, including the kings of the 7 countries, are her subjects. And all the extraordinaries know that she is also the king of gods. Her dual identity as the divine king and first emperor made her respectfully known as the Heavenly Emperor. Tarman said leisurely. Asha was startled and asked, is she still the empress? Tarman pointed at the rumbling metal lump at the back of the ship. She was the one who popularized the wildfire steam engine. Almost all the changes in the world's politics, economy, culture, technology, and other aspects are related to her. She remade the world in her early years and is still guiding the world's direction. Is she married now? Asha asked again. Which man in the world do you think can straighten his back in front of her? Let's not talk about whether a man can straighten his back. As long as his penis can be propped up, it's fine. With such a foundation, it can't be without an heir, right? Asha said. She has a son. Tarman popularized the Dragon Queen's family again. Targaryens are not worth much now. There are hundreds of them, all descendants of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the young man and said, look at Theon's back, that's the emblem of the pentashade dragon Targaryen. His mother is Dany, the princess of the Targaryen family, the third daughter of Duke Rhaegar of Dragonstone Island. Yes, Duke Rhaegar is a 4th-generation grandson that the Heavenly Emperor likes very much. No wonder he's so good-looking, Asha muttered. Our family will get a lot of benefits from the marriage with the Targaryens, right? Sigh, it's different now. If I was born a few decades earlier, I might have been granted a dukedom. Now, it's hard to even see the face of the old ancestor. Theon shook his head and smiled bitterly. At least the family's talent has been improved. Which of the great dukedom families in the world doesn't want to marry a Targaryen princess as their mistress? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is the greatest benefit. If it weren't for Lord Rob's personal appearance, Duke John would have no hope of marrying the famous Dany as lady. Tarmon said faintly. Theon was silent. Asher said blankly, Rob, John, who are they? Rob is the son of your brother, Theon. John is Theon's father. His name comes from the legendary hero, Fool John. Rob is also the adopted son of Fool John. So, Greyjoy and Targaryen have a deep relationship. Tarmon said. Asher was even more confused. My brother is a eunuch. I thought Theon was my uncle's descendant. And Fool John, I've never heard of him. Victarion married Little Rose, but didn't leave an army above. Asher shouted excitedly. Which Little Rose? Is it the shit Rose Margaery? How did the two of them get together? The evil and depraved army is a thing of the past. Now, we all believe in the 7 gods. Fordrowner Tarmon said awkwardly. Then, she explained the experiences of the few legendary characters to Asher. I didn't expect so many things to happen after that. Asher was in a daze. I'm not surprised that Theon had an illegitimate son. When that guy's second son was still around, he never let it rest. I even remember Rob's mother, standing at the dock with a silly look on her face as Theon left. Theon was very embarrassed. Asher, the wind on the deck is strong. Let's go to the bottom of the ship, he said. Don't flying wooden ships stand on the deck? It was only after they entered the cabin that Asher realized how foolish her words were. The ship was not too fast. It was about the speed of a normal horse, about 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. However, it was a little high. Coupled with the rotation of the steel propeller at the stern, the wind on the deck was especially strong. But once they entered the cabin, not only was the wind gone, the roar of the wildfire steam engine was almost inaudible. It was a small room that was as luxurious as a palace. There were glass windows installed at the bottom and sides. Sitting on a comfortable leather sofa, one could taste red wine while admiring the white clouds floating past them. When one looked down, one could see the rolling hills and plains. Hey, that's not right. Is Old Wake Island that big? We've been flying for so long, but we still haven't seen the sea. Oh, back in the day, the Dragon Queen saw that our Iron Islands were too barren, so she used her great magic to fill in the sea between a few islands, Tarmon said casually. Clang. Asher's crystal glass fell from her right hand and onto the ground. Chapter 1103. Aunt Asher, you're finally back. Father was still talking about you when he was dying. The airship had just landed on the lawn in front of the castle when old Rob walked over shakily. Sigh, before I opened my eyes, I didn't even know I had a nephew. When I opened my eyes again, you're already so old. But apart from you, no one in the Greyjoy family really misses me. Looking at the skinny old man with wrinkled skin and white hair in front of her, Asher could not help but feel a sense of loneliness. Don't say that, Aunt. We all know you and have been waiting for your return, said a silver-haired, purple-eyed woman in a red dress with a smile. Oh, you really do look a little like the Dragon Queen. You're Dany, right? Asher looked at the elegant and noble woman, muttering to herself, my son is already an adult, but why does he look younger than me? Aunt, it's me. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, John. My eldest daughter, Dany Ya. My second daughter, Dany Sai. Asher felt a little dizzy as she watched the beautiful Dany greeting her and calling her grandma one after another. Also, their clothes were so strange. What were they called, suits and bell-bottoms? First, under Danica's guidance, she toured the refurbished Pike City. At night, she had dinner with her grandchildren and the vassals of the Iron Archipelago who had heard the news. Only then did she return to her old bedroom, exhausted. It was actually old Rob's bedroom, as it belonged to the Duke of the Iron Islands. It used to be the main building of Pike City. Aunt Asher, I knew you were coming back, so I cleaned up the tower in advance. Old Rob sighed emotionally. Kids nowadays live in fashionable villas. There's a generation gap between them and us nostalgic old people. Asher had seen Dany's villa today. It was an empty, clean, and bright empty house. I'm still young. I also like big houses with tiled walls, floor-to-ceiling glass, and balconies, she said. Then I'll get you another one. Old Rob was stunned. Forget it. I like big houses, but I like this tower even more. Here, I have more memories. This painting. Asher stopped in front of a huge oil painting at the head of the bed. The painting was of a young woman with a somewhat familiar face. Is she your wife? She asked. I hope she is, but she is only my dream, my moon. I can see her every day and feel her gentleness, but her gentleness doesn't belong to me alone. Old Rob stared straight at the smiling woman wearing a garland in the oil painting and said in a daze. Seeing an old man in heat, Asher got goosebumps. Never thought you were a poet, she said dryly. Poet? Old Rob was taken aback for a moment before he smiled in realization. Aunt, you misunderstood. I wasn't reciting a poem. What I said was the truth. She's the real moon goddess. She was the daughter of Queen Sangza, also known as Danny Lees. We grew up together. Later, I became Lord John's adopted son, and she went to Slaves Bay. We parted ways. Oh, so she's the daughter of Rotten as Sangza. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. She really looks like her mother. Asher suddenly realized. Aunt, don't say that. Queen Sangza is very good to my father and to me. I grew up by her side, and she almost treats me like a son, Rob said uncomfortably. If she's good to you, why didn't she marry her daughter to you? Asher scoffed. That's because she's better to her own daughter. You have to be content with what you have and know how to be grateful. What kind of person would you be if you forgot all your previous kindness when things didn't go your way? Old Rob said magnanimously. You're very unlike Greyjoy. Your grandfather, or any of your uncles, wouldn't say that, Asher said strangely. My father would say that. Old Rob smiled. Asher smiled as well. It's good the way it is now. What does the moon goddess mean? She asked again. Do you see the moon outside? Yes, it's very big. It's even brighter than when we were here. Asher walked to the window and looked at the half-moon in the sky. Just 20 years ago, there was no moon in the sky. When Danny became a demigod, the Dragon Queen lit up the moon again. Danny also left the human world and ascended to the astral world to take control of the lunar star, which is the moon. Prince Leg also ended his 80-year career as the crown prince. He rode a carriage forged by the sun god armor and guarded the sun star for the Sky Emperor. I can understand that the Dragon Queen's son and daughter-in-law became demigods. But why was there no sun or moon before? Why did they only start forging 20 years ago? Asher was puzzled. The sun before was the Dragon Queen herself. The Dragon Queen's light illuminated the world. Later, our world was cut off from the four-pole universe, and we could no longer extract the power of the four elements. At that time, without external energy, we could only extract the power of the Earth's fire from the Earth's core. The Dragon Queen simply took a ball of Earth's fire from the Earth's core and used the Song of Fire to solidify it into the secondary first flame. 1,000 fire spirits ate it. After eating the secondary first flame, the fire spirits all became demigods. 1,000 demigod small suns were installed with strange runes, forming a giant true sun that would never be extinguished. Prince Leg's sun chariot carried that sun. I don't understand at all. Asher was confused. It's okay if you don't understand. Just think of Prince Leg as the Lord of the Sun and Danny as the Master of the Moon. Auntie, you've been out of touch for too long. A lot of knowledge can't be explained to outsiders without systematic learning. When the Imperial University reopens, why don't you go to King's Landing with Danny and be a transfer student in the history department? Old Rob suggested. I'm already 30 years old, and you want me to be a student? Or, are you trying to chase me away? Asher was suspicious. Oh, what are you saying, Auntie? The old man's face was red with anxiety. He stomped his feet and said, I swear to the 7 gods that I have no bad intentions. If you don't want to leave the Iron Islands, you can go to Ocean University in Great Wick City to study. However, Ocean University is only a secondary school. It mainly trains sailors and sea shapeshifters. Its faculty is far inferior to the world's #1 Imperial University. Although King's Landing Imperial University is only a branch of Imperial University. What secondary school? Asha suddenly felt that she really should go to Imperial University for a few years. Secondary university can be regarded as the count of universities. Primary university is the Duke, while Imperial University is the King. Oh, I see. Imperial University specializes in training the children of royalty. Asha was enlightened. No, commoners can also enter as long as they pass the exam. Old Rob waved his hand. I remember that when you went to the Flowing Water Palace, the 7 Kingdoms already had elementary and intermediate magic schools. He was confused. Haha, commoners need to take an exam to enter, but nobles are exempted. Isn't that like accompanying the prince to study? Asha laughed. You're not completely wrong. Nobles do have preferential treatment, but it's only based on their title. It's impossible to completely exempt them from the exam. What about me? Old Rob sighed. You're a transfer student. You don't have a graduation certificate or participate in the final exam. Imperial University's official students, if they have excellent grades, will be conferred a title by the royal family when they graduate. They'll be court knights without fiefs. Some star students are even recruited by the king in advance before they graduate and are selected as their own ministers. Let me think. I haven't even explored the Iron Islands enough. I don't want to go to King's Landing immediately, Asha said. In less than half a month, Asha changed her mind and decided to go to King's Landing to study at Imperial University. There were 2 reasons. First, the Iron Islands had changed too much, and she was unfamiliar with the place. Whether it was Iron Seed commoners or nobles, there was a very obvious generation gap when she interacted with them. Second, she was deeply traumatized and really thirsted for new knowledge and skills. A few days ago, when Countess Harlow brought her daughter to visit her, Asha's mother was from the Harlow family. She gave her a brown leather bag the size of a wine bottle as a gift. Asha felt that her uncle's granddaughter-in-law was insulting her. This little thing was hard and small. What could it hold? Danny and the other women commented on the bag, talking about the leather, the style, the matching with the skirt. They talked endlessly, their faces full of excitement. When she laughed and said, "When I took the Iron Seed out to sea to rob merchant ships, I always hated the fact that the sack wasn't big enough. You little things can't even hold a bigger penis. What's the use of it?" Silence. Everyone covered their small mouths and looked at her like frightened quails. She was annoyed by the way they looked at her like she was a barbarian. She continued to provoke them. "You fancy ladies of the Greenland. If you meet the Iron Seed at sea, you'll probably be scared to tears. Sure, any of us ladies here, even me, can easily sweep away all the Iron Seeds on a ship back in the day," the second daughter of the Duchess said excitedly. According to Asha's request, they no longer called her grandaunt. They all called her by her name. "Little Danny, your bragging ability can sweep away the Iron Seed on 10 ships. Ha ha ha." Asha raised her head and laughed. Then, tragedy befell her. Little Danny, who was only 12 years old, pulled her and asked to play the finger dance game the most Iron Seed. "I was wrong, little Danny. You know the finger dance and dare to take the initiative to ask to play this game. It shows that you are a good Iron Seed." At first, she naturally refused and didn't want to bully the little one. However, little Danny didn't give up. The Duchess on the side also laughed and said, "Finger dance is actually just an ordinary child's game. It doesn't matter if you play it." These words deeply irritated Asha. A child's game? Don't think that just because you are called Danny, you are all Danny Lees. Even your ancestors, Danny Lees, didn't dare to say such arrogant words. "Let's try with an axe without a blade," Asha said with a straight face. "No need. We all know the holy healing technique. Cutting off an arm or a hand is a small problem," the Duchess said. "Okay, little Danny Lees, don't howl later." 2 minutes later, Asha held her broken hand and howled miserably. Every time she threw out the axe, Danny caught it absent-mindedly. She even closed her eyes and shouted, "Asha, too slow, too steady. Faster, use more skills." Asha was confused by anger and used all her strength, but the other side was still at her fingertips. Asha, you can't do it. Danny seemed to be bored. She opened her eyes and casually threw out the axe. It was so fast, so hurried, so tricky. Before she could react, her wrist was cut off at the elbow. Why is it like this? Did you use magic, Danny? Asha's face was pale. Asha, you are barely a junior knight, and I. Danny wrinkled her small nose and said with dissatisfaction, I'm already 12 years old, and I'm only a level 3 Grand Knight. I'm afraid I can't get into the Imperial University. So embarrassing. Asha was dumbfounded. You are a junior knight if you can move your arm like a finger. You are a level 2 knight if you can lift something heavy. You are a level 3 Grand Knight if you can lift something light. You are a level 4 Earth Knight if you can surpass the mortal. Lady Danny is an Earth Knight, even I. Count Harlow covered his red mouth with a jade fan and laughed lightly. My level is the lowest, but I'm still a level 2 Senior Knight and a level 2 Paladin. Asha was about to crack. The nobles nowadays use my ancestor as the perfect model to raise their young ladies. Danny Targaryen raised her chin and said proudly, quiet at home, elegant as a painting. On the battlefield, the sword is like a dragon. The best noblewoman can fight and kill. She is skilled in both magic and martial arts. She can also govern the family, manage the fief, and balance the finances. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and fashion design, they are all small interests and gadgets to pass the time. Asha. Chapter 1104. At dinner time, old Rob came back from the great cathedral. Hearing about what happened in the afternoon, he went to the bedroom to comfort Asha. Don't take it to heart. Times are different, and the standards of individual strength and leadership are different. The most obvious change is force. You were born in a time when magic power and force were very weak, but the modern era has entered a new era of low-level magic power and force. Before the Long Night, the level of swordsmanship only existed in theory. Only in the Book of White Knights, Sir Arthur Dane gave a superficial description of it. There was no way to train the body. Because of the lack of understanding of the human body, excessive training would cause the knight apprentices to be crippled. The ancient knight instructors did not dare to set up weight training at all. They only let 2 noble children hold wooden swords and bang 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 bang. What can this train? Now. The old man first pointed at his lower abdomen, his heart, and the space between his eyebrows. Then he bent down and lifted the soles of his feet. These 4 storage points were only developed in the last few decades. After special stimulation training, one's speed, stamina, and reaction will increase exponentially. You're not lying to me. I've never heard of such a technique. Asha doubted. Alas, you don't believe me, but don't you believe the Dragon Queen? The old man stared and said, my granddaughter-in-law, Danny, became a 4th-level Earth Knight at the age of 10. At the age of 12, she entered the Valley Mountains alone and caught a shadow lynx. That lynx is raised in our castle's beast house. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Power points are magic. Asha murmured. It has nothing to do with magic. It's just a simple body training method. Have you heard of the story of the Dragon Queen fighting 100 alone and becoming the King of Cal? The old man asked. She didn't use magic. Asha said. At that time, she swore a sacred oath to never use magic. Do you think the Dragon Queen would violate the sacred oath? Did she master the PowerPoint technique at that time? Asha was surprised. No, the body training technique was slowly explored after the Long Night. If she had known the PowerPoint technique earlier, she would not have hidden it in the Long Night. In fact, the current body development techniques are all made public by her, and she updates them every few years. After catching his breath, old Rob continued, the training at the energy storage point needs to be paired with the holy healing technique. The reason why the energy storage point had such a name was because it could store energy. Priests could fill it with holy light. In this way, during physical training, the muscles, bones, and organs of the body would automatically absorb the power of holy light from the accumulation point to improve themselves. Saint healing is the foundation of the modern knight training method. In the past, We didn't dare to overdo it for fear of causing irreparable damage to our bodies. But now, we can train as much as we want and fully develop our body's potential without worrying about injuries. The saint healing technique is most effective for this kind of physical injury without any side effects. How much stronger are the people who develop power storage points compared to ordinary people? Asher asked enviously. One's physical fitness can be increased by about 2 times. Some people with extraordinary talent can even reach 3 times the previous level. Those who are slightly weaker can at least reach 1.5 times. If he could become a holy knight and fill his body with the power of the holy light, his strength, speed, and reflexes would continue to increase. Dani was already an Earth Knight at the age of 10, so why is she still an Earth Knight 30 years later? She became a holy knight, but her swordsmanship didn't improve, but the power of the holy light. In our Greyjoy family, it's second only to me, this old man. The old man said proudly. You're so old yet you're still alive, are you a demigod? Asher asked in surprise. Peak 4th level holy knight, peak 4th level great priest, I'm still a long way from soul ascension, but I'm not that old. The old man smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, the holy light can nourish the body and extend one's life. It's nothing for a modern person to live for 150 years, or even 200 years. If I went to Sky Dragon Temple, I would have to bow my head and call them uncle, or even grandpa. What's Sky Dragon Temple? Asher was confused. It's a place where a group of old warriors' sons or priests settled down. Many of them are heroes who survived the long night. They complained that the King's Landing's Baylor Cathedral was too noisy, so they went north to the Great Wall, found a corner in the mountains, and built a temple dedicated to asceticism. Because the first abbot of the temple was Targaryen, and he also contributed greatly to the construction of the temple, it was named Sky Dragon Temple. Asher's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, so, if I go to Sky Dragon Temple, I'll see many old friends. There should be many people who know you, but I'm not sure if they'll treat you as a friend. Old Rob said honestly. Thinking of her popularity in the Seven Kingdoms, Asher sighed helplessly, and asked a more practical question. Can you stimulate my power points and help me train my body? Yes, but I suggest you go to the Empire University, they have the best teachers. Training the body is only the foundation for improving one's strength, but skills are also very important. I can help you train your body, but my swordsmanship may not be suitable for you. In the past, most of the knights in the Seven Kingdoms didn't even reach the first realm, like an arm wielding the finger. You're already outstanding for being able to grasp the basics of like an arm wielding the finger. But now, the old man looked like he was reminiscing. The 8 years of the long night were also the 8 years when the knight's swordsmanship underwent a qualitative change. Outside, there was the pressure of life and death from the other ghosts, and within the human race, there was the sword god who publicized his swordsmanship understanding. The holy knights also used the holy knight's seal to obtain the divine art of warrior's sword. In the last battle, at least 50 knights broke through the bottleneck and reached the 4th realm of divine transcendence. For example, Little Rose, whom you looked down on, was only at the realm of light as heavy before the last battle, but after the battle, she successfully broke through to divine transcendence. After 100 years of system development, the legendary divine transcendence is only the threshold of high-level swordsman now. Only by reaching level 4 in swordsmanship before the age of 14 can you be guaranteed admission to the Empire University. Little Dani only has 1 year left to work hard. Level 4 is the threshold, then what's the level of a top-level swordsman? Asher asked blankly. Becoming a demigod purely through swordsmanship, or sword god, is around level 9. Becoming a god through swordsmanship? Is that possible? Asher was doubtful. The Dragon Queen was the first sword god, Jaime Lannister was the second, and his wife Brenny Tars was the third. It wasn't until 50 years later that Sir Beristan barely broke through to sword god, and was the fourth. These are the 4 famous sword gods, and perhaps there are still sword gods who are focused on cultivation and are not known to outsiders. They're all acquaintances. Am I the weakest one among all the old acquaintances who are still alive? She asked. Am I the weakest one? You're still young and full of hope. In the Empire University, you can learn everything you want to learn. With your wisdom and experience, You'll become a modern noble lady in 3 to 5 years. The old man comforted. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, fashion appreciation? I can't learn that. Asha shook her head. A real top-level noble lady doesn't have to master all kinds of fancy skills, but to live a sincere life. Danny and the others liked fashion, so they went to learn the art of fashion. Only commoner girls who want to enter the upper-class circle will spend time studying knowledge that they don't like but can please others. You're already in the circle, so you don't have to cater to the people in the circle. You can do whatever you want and cultivate your hobbies within the bounds of law and tradition. As long as you don't treat ignorance as personality. The gentlemen and ladies in the circle may laugh at your hobbies, but they won't really look down on you. People outside the circle will only praise you for being free and easy and having personality. This is the privilege of nobility, old Rob said meaningfully. Asha accepted the old man's suggestion that when Danny's summer vacation was over, she would go to King's Landing with her to go to college. Seeing her so motivated, the Greyjoys in the castle were also very happy. Duchess Dany also decided to take part of her time every day to help her aunt with her junior high and high school classes, so that she wouldn't lose face for the sea monster family. But a few days later, Asha couldn't stand it anymore. She found old Rob and complained, "John's wife is good-looking, fertile, skilled in martial arts, and good at running the family, but she's too arrogant." Dany was once the flower of the empire. When she was young, she did have a bit of a princess's temper, but after being the matriarch of the Iron Islands for 30 years, her methods should be very smooth, right? The old man asked curiously. "I think you've adapted to her arrogance in the past 30 years, Asha said. "What did she do?" "When she taught me history, she would often say we Targaryens. When she taught me literature, she kept reading poems praising the Dragon Queen and made me recite them. When she taught me mathematics, she pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree, saying that the ancient nobles were all idiots who actually left accounting to the scholars. When she was teaching me magic, she made me learn the Targaryen language invented by the Dragon Queen. In Army Above, I admire the Dragon Queen very much, but I, Greyjoy, don't eat the Dragon Queen's food, so why should I learn the Targaryen language to please her?" "Ah, she taught you Draconic, right? Square words, right? Is that Draconic? Why should I learn that stuff?" Asha said unhappily. "You're probably mistaken. Dany is speaking the teaching materials written by the Dragon Queen." The old man said slowly, "Targaryens do like to speak Draconic as Targaryen. They think they're the brothers of the Megalosaurus. Isn't the Dragon Queen the mother of dragons? She hatched the Megalosaurus from a stone egg and gave birth to Prince Rhaegar. It's not wrong to say that they're brothers. Are they crazy enough to learn from Aeron and turn into dragons by drinking wildfire?" Asha laughed. "This," old Rob said strangely, "it's not unusual for Targaryens to drink wildfire to replenish their magic. When Dany uses draconic magic, she can transform into a magical fire dragon covered in flames. Drinking wildfire can increase her endurance." "You're kidding, right?" Asha said foolishly. Before the long night, most of the magic and witchcraft in the supernatural world used advanced Valeglia and archaic, while the ancient creatures used archaic. After the long night, the Dragon Queen developed a new magic system for her descendants, which is to use draconic incantations to imitate the Megalosaurus draconic magic. For example, dragon roars, dragon flames, fire dragon combat skills. Transforming into a dragon and drinking wildfire to replenish magic were just some of them. At first, only Targaryens learned Draconic, but later, priests with fire talent discovered that after switching to Draconic incantations, they could borrow the power of the dragon god to imitate Targaryen's Draconic magic. Thus, Draconic magic began to become a mainstream magic system. Dany taught you Draconic out of kindness. Who better to be a Draconic magic teacher than Targaryen? Chapter 1105. In the early years, Dany graduated from the Imperial University and stayed on as a draconic magic teacher for a few years. Now that she's willing to teach you alone, you should thank her. As for the Dragon Queen's poems, if you want to learn history, how can you avoid the Dragon Queen? She is history, and her every move is a historical event. And Dany is a Targaryen. What's wrong with saying we Targaryens? It was normal to let the scholars manage the finances in the past, But now, Asher, you also participated in the trial on Fairy Island, right? Of course, we Iron Seed have done all kinds of evil, so we're the targets of the trial, Asher said self-deprecatingly. Old Rob's mouth twitched, and he said, back then, the City of Knowledge was also put on trial. What the scholars did was terrifying. Now, all the nobles who went to university understand that the two powers of finance and personnel appointment must be in their own hands. There are no scholars now. I see crows in crows' nests. Aren't the scholars raising them? Asher asked, puzzled. Fewer crows are used, and glass candles are used to transmit information faster. In the past, scholars were also divided into breeders, doctors, tutors, aides, and many other professions. They were more professional, more efficient, and more reliable. Of course, some small nobles with weak assets, such as productive knights, couldn't support so many people, so they could only use the ancient scholar system. So, the City of Knowledge still exists. It was reorganized as the University of Old Town, and there's a major called Ancient Scholar. Just 30 years ago, it was successfully promoted to a university. There are only 7 universities in the world. Alright, what you said makes sense. But why was our Greyjoy family's language changed by Dany? When I first returned to Pike City, I saw the 6 words on the plaque outside the gate. I thought it was some strange runes. Later, after Dany taught me language, I realized it was Draconic, and it's our family's new language, Asher said with a straight face. Is the new language not good? Old Rob sighed. In modern times, the saying strength wins through hard work would be laughed at. They mocked us for being bandits and robbers, when our family had participated in the final battle and was an ancient hero family. It was not worth it to ruin their reputation because of an inappropriate clan language. Take a closer look. Not only has our family changed, but many Iron Seed nobles have also taken advantage of the new era to use a new language that is more positive and progressive. Isn't it shameful that you can get rich through hard work? If my father was still alive, he would definitely be angered to death, Asher said. Sigh, what a pity. You were taken away by Grandpa and missed the glorious battle that allowed the Iron Seed to rise from the ashes. When countless Iron Seed members pointed their swords at the Anami, we abandoned the Anami's evil teachings. Like Tarman, Dunstan, and the other 8 heroes, it was very easy for them to accept the doctrine of the 7 gods that labor is the most glorious. Old Rob shook his head and sighed. Labor is the most glorious. Bullshit. Asher grinned. Labor is most glorious, that is the doctrine of the blacksmith. Fighting to the death is most glorious, that is the doctrine of the warrior. How is the doctrine of the 7 gods bullshit? You guys live in luxury every day, when have you ever worked? Old Rob was speechless. Apart from you, which adult in our family doesn't work hard? I go to the Holy Church every day and help the commoner children activate the energy points in the morning. After the noon prayers, I treat the patients in the afternoon. When it's dark, I go home and have dinner with my family. Isn't that hard work? Dany and John also have to manage the huge Iron Islands, and even Theon. You haven't seen Theon for a few days, right? He's the general manager of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, and he works every day. Asher was speechless. After a while, she asked, then, is our family rich? Old Rob probed. Dany said that she can't give you the title of Duke of the Iron Islands, but regardless of whether you marry or not, she will compensate you with 2 million gold royals. In army above, 2 million. Are you that rich? Asher was stunned. Seeing that she was only shocked by the amount of money and didn't show any dissatisfaction about not returning the title, old Rob sighed in relief and said, our family didn't have much money. When Dany married, she brought 5 million gold royals as a dowry, and then 5 million. Are you kidding me? She's only the 3rd daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. Asher shouted. Sigh, Dragon Queen is too rich. Every Targaryen daughter gets a big red packet when she marries, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. Asher was shocked. Did she rob the Bravo's iron treasury in the end? No need. The old man shook his head. Long Night's 10 cities were empty, and the wealth in those empty cities belonged to the Dragon Queen. After the Long Night's end, she set up the Royal Merchant Company, which not only helped the empire develop commerce, but also made a lot of money. For example, our family's steam airship was bought from the Dragon Queen, and it cost 700,000 gold royals each. It's a robbery. Ashur shouted again. In ancient times, how many longships could 700,000 gold royals make? Can those longships together beat a steam airship? Ashur sighed. It's just a lump of iron, too expensive. You didn't look carefully, did you? The key parts of that steam boiler are all made of steel. How can ordinary steel withstand a long period of wildfire? Also, the leather pouch for inert light gas has to be tough, light, and fireproof. Only the best magicians in material science can make it. I'm sure you've seen the Air Force soldiers on the airships. In order to reduce their weight, they can't wear heavy iron armor. But the Air Force is precious, and protection is even more important. So, they all wear cloth armor that makes you feel strange. Old Rob said. This. Ashur was stunned and smiled bitterly. I'm really behind the times. Danny is learning from the Dragon Queen's business methods. In just a few decades, our family has become rich, and we have a net worth of tens of millions. However, Danny is planning to build a road system that connects the major cities in the Iron Islands. Infrastructure is the most expensive, so I can only give you 2 million. Old Rob said slowly. It costs so much to build a road. Ashur was puzzled. It's not an ordinary mud road. Have you seen the Veleglia Avenue? Without a megalosaurus to add high-energy magic to the molten boulders, we can only use a large number of fire priests who are proficient in dragon magic to replace it. A 7-meter-wide Blackstone Avenue costs more than 300,000 gold royals per kilometer. This project will require all the nobles of the Iron Islands to invest 1,000 years and 10 billion gold royals to complete. The old man sighed. That's too much, is it necessary? Ashur mumbled. Once the Blackstone Avenue is completed, our Iron Islands will benefit for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. Do you think it's worth it? As long as it's worth it, it's necessary. After communicating with old Rob, Ashur dispelled her misunderstanding of Danny. She abandoned her prejudices and began to truly focus on learning. She continued to read history books and elementary school nature books. She gradually gained a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world. A month later, Ashur, wearing a top and skirt similar to the women of this era, bid farewell to her family together with Lady Greyjoy, Danny. Each of them had 2 maids, 2 etiquette instructors, and 2 night instructors who were also bodyguards. They brought 7 to 8 rattan trunks and took a carriage to the pier. Together with many noble children who had left the island to study, talented commoners, and tourists who were returning home, they boarded a giant ship with sky blue and pure white stripes that amazed Ashur. She had seen wooden ships that were 100 meters long before the long night. However, the center of gravity of those ships was very low, and there were no tall buildings on the deck. This ship named Legendary Tanis was 7 stories tall. Most importantly, it was a mixture of steel and wood. They lived in a small villa with a 30-square-meter garden on the top floor. This ship is our family's property. My father personally designed and supervised the construction of this ship. Only the women of the Duke and the King's family can stay in this bedroom. Others can't enter even if they have money. Danny threw herself onto the large duvet and said lazily, "Since it's Greyjoy's property, why is it called this name?" Ashur asked curiously. This cruise ship is mainly used to travel around the Westeros. In order to attract tourists, it's natural to use the name of the legendary hero of the Iron Islands. If you call it King Balon, other than historians, who would know its meaning? If the Drumjour family wasn't also a shareholder of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, this name wouldn't be used casually. Dunstan, that old fellow, was my underling back then, Ashur said gloomily. Woo, a whistle that pierced through the clouds came from the stern of the ship, completely suppressing the shouts of the crowd on the pier and by the ship's railing. The white column of steam was 50 meters tall, like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Such powerful power, Ashur said blankly. After getting used to it for more than a month, she gradually understood the basic principles and levels of the steam engine. 2 steam turbine engines, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, each with 3,000 horsepower. It's okay in the Westeros, but in the entire world, it's not much. For example, The people of Bravos are building a super cruise ship called Titan with a displacement of more than 30,000 tons, Danny said. After the legendary Dunstan left the Iron Islands, it stopped at Andromeda City for half a day to let off a batch of passengers and another batch of passengers. Then, it went south along the Westeros coastline. 4 days later, the cruise ship arrived at Port Lannister. Asher and Danny brought a group of servants off the ship. Asher. When they went down from the 7th floor, Asher met an old acquaintance in the VIP cabin on the 3rd floor. Thornton, it's you. Why are you here? Asher was pleasantly surprised. Many people had returned from the first flame. There were hundreds of thousands of Ironseed undead, but only 3 of them were still alive. Among the people who followed Danny into the flowing water palace, there were 7 warriors who won the finger dance, a scholar who recorded the great achievements of the Dragon Queen, and a guide. Among the 7 warriors, Asher, Thornton, and Tanku were taken away by their father and brother. They died in the first flame and lost the chance to become one of the 4 heroes of Yanghai. Thornton was younger than Asher. He was in his early 20s, with a medium build, black hair, grey eyes, a round face, and straight eyebrows. He looked quite righteous. My brother's grandson used his connections to get a place to study at the Old Town University. The old man hopes that I can slowly adapt to the new era in university. Asher, what about you? I'm going to be a transfer student at the Imperial University. Ah, the Imperial University is great, Thornton said enviously. Asher smiled and asked, what about Tanku? Is he going to university? The Ocean University of the Iron Islands. Second university is not bad. Considering that Tanku's family was only a knight's territory, Asher was not too surprised. Tanku is going to be a guard at the Ocean University. Ah. Chapter 1106. We have arrived at Westport No. 2 Pier. Passengers who wish to alight, please do so as soon as possible. Asha stood in a daze on the clean and tidy stone road. She watched as the 3-compartment wooden car came to a stop in front of her. Then, a total of 5 doors opened. Dozens of people squeezed out of the car, and dozens more squeezed onto the car. Like the people of the Iron Islands, they no longer wore traditional robes. The men wore shirts or suits, and the women wore gorgeous whalebone skirts or simple dresses. They even wore women's suits like Danny. However, there were also warriors wearing leather, mail, and armor. The styles were different from the past. They were more personalized, beautiful, and fit. It was said that due to the improvement of smelting technology, the cost of steel was much lower than in ancient times. There was no need for a set of armor to be passed down for generations. At the same time, modern martial arts were more advanced. Armor that was made to fit would expose fatal flaws. Therefore, modern people would forge the most suitable armor for themselves according to their body shape and swordsmanship. Next stop, Second Ring Road, North City's Financial Street. 2 men shouted from the front and back of the steam car. Then, a white column of steam began to rise from the front chimney. Woo woo woo, catcher catcher catcher. Asher stood in a daze as she watched the car speed away on the strange track. Asher, Asher. On the other side, Danny climbed onto a 4-wheeled car and waved at her. The 4-wheeled vehicle was in the shape of a T with an open top and a T-shaped steel frame. The carriage and cabin were made of wood, and there were only 2 seats in the front. There was a chimney at the back that was emitting white smoke and a steam engine that was humming. Come on. Danny sat on the left seat and held the steering wheel. Is this a steam car? Why doesn't Pike City have one? Asher climbed onto the right seat and looked around curiously. The car hasn't been mass-produced yet. This is Joffrey's new experimental product. Danny was reading a manual as she spoke. Joffrey is Lannister, the heir of Casterly Rock, my senior. Why is his car here? Does our family have a good relationship with Lannister? Asher asked doubtfully. He's pursuing me, Danny said casually. Ah, your fiancé? No, Danny shook her head. He's just one of my suitors. Asher was stupefied. I almost understand it. It's no different from a public bus. Muttering, Danny threw the manual aside. Asher, get ready. It's also my first time driving a car. If there's an accident, I'm prepared to jump out. What? Asher was at a loss. She even fumbled around on the seat and asked, "Where's the seatbelt?" "I have a seatbelt when I take the airship. The seatbelt is a restraint. If we really get into a car accident, we should jump out of the car and run for our lives." Car accident. This new term made Asher's hair stand on end. With the skills and reflexes of a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 3 Holy Knight, it's better to jump out of the car ahead of time than to leave the seatbelt to fate. No matter how dangerous a car accident is and how unexpected it is it more terrifying than the sword of a level 4 Grand Knight? Danny said matter-of-factly. Asher felt that her words made a lot of sense, but I'm not a Grand Knight. And if you get into a car accident and kill a passerby, I'm afraid you'll go to hell after you die, she said. Sigh, then I'll drive slower. Danny sighed. She woo-woo. The car slowly left the place and entered the wide Blackstone Avenue. At first, Danny was still a little unfamiliar with it. But soon, she, who was proficient in bus driving, became familiar with the operation of the car. The speed began to increase, and even caught up with and quickly surpassed the railway bus that left before. The wind is so strong, slow down. Asher's eyes were a little hard to open because of the strong wind. Don't worry, I have the blood of a true dragon. This bit of wind, this bit of speed, is nothing at all. Danny was a little carried away. I want to see the scenery. Lannister Port has changed a lot, Asher said. Danny had no choice but to slow down to the speed of an ordinary carriage. The buildings on the street are all 4 stories, and they are all the same style and size. Why are they so neat? Asher was puzzled. Uniform buildings, neat streets, it's easier to build a sewer and a water supply system, and it can also increase the land utilization and traffic efficiency. Think about it, if a box of the same size is neatly stacked, can it hold more soap cubes, or can it be stuffed more randomly? After leaving Lannister Port, the car left the Blackstone Avenue and began to bounce on the gravel road like a jumping bean. The car's shock absorber is so bad, Danny complained. The road to Casterly Rock City was wider, but there were fewer passers-by. Asher's heart itched. Can you let me try this car? I used to be the best captain on the Iron Islands. Driving shouldn't be harder than steering, right? The captain is indeed more skilled than the driver, but you don't have magic power to start the engine. Danny suddenly loosened one hand and pointed to the steering wheel. Look, this is the magic input. The main body of the steering wheel was curved into a circle of wood, and the surface of the wooden armrest was inlaid with threaded dragon crystals. At this time, the surface of the dragon crystals flickered with a dark red light. What's going on? Isn't the steam engine powered by wildfire? Why do you need to input magic power? Asher wondered. Look at the fuel tank in the back, isn't there 2? Not 2 boxes of wildfire. Danny smiled and said, neither of the 2 tin boxes contains wildfire, but when they meet, they can produce a magic reaction and produce wildfire. The engine is engraved with magic runes that synthesize wildfire. The driver injects magic power into the runes through the steering wheel, and the 2 stable substances react with magic, turning into flammable, explosive, and ultra-high burning wildfire. Then, the wildfire steam engine starts to run. The amount of magic power inputted determines the speed of the conversion, and the amount of wildfire determines the speed of the car. This technology was invented by the wildfire experts 50 years ago, and it was also 50 years ago that the wildfire steam engine became practical. And the first wildfire-powered steam train was invented by the ancestor long before the long night. Are you tired? She asked. Are you tired? Why tired? Danny asked curiously. You keep inputting magic power, aren't you tired? Hee, if I were to inject magic power like casting spells, how would I have the energy to talk to you? Danny explained with a smile. The level of magic power is analogous to the level of flames. Ordinary flames are level 1, wildfire is level 2, the dragon flames of ordinary Megalosaurus are level 3, the earth fire is level 4, the sun is level 5, the embers of the first fire is level 6, and the first fire is level 7. Level 5 is a true god, and level 6 is the divine king. Asher, you can be resurrected, which means that the ancestor has surpassed the divine king and touched the level of level 7 god of creation. God of creation? You can brag all you want, Asher complained in her heart and said indifferently, "What does this have to do with the wildfire?" "Listen to my explanation slowly. The ancestor is level 7, and the 5 gods Megalosaurus are about level 4.5. So, with their power, ordinary fire priests can also make level 3 fire magic liquid, right?" "I don't know," Asher said honestly. "Sigh, when we go to King's Landing, you have to study hard. You can treat wildfire as hard liquor. If you mix alcohol and water, can you blend it into hard liquor? Although level 3 fire magic liquid has a higher energy level, it is very stable. Then, when mixed with level 1 fire magic liquid, you don't need to inject much magic power for them to blend into wildfire. Of course, the mixing of alcohol and water is a physical reaction, and the synthesis of wildfire is a magical reaction. My magic power is equivalent to a catalyst." "I still don't understand," Asher said with a wooden face. "Forget it. Let Joffrey explain it to you later. He is in the field of magic science." Asher knew what the field of magic science was. Under the physics department, it was divided into natural physics and magic physics. The chemistry department was the same. The wildfire department belonged to the magic chemistry department of the chemistry department. "So Joffrey is a science guy. I thought he studied finance," Asher said. Dany showed a mocking expression. "Finance is a service-oriented industry. Only muggles and civilians study finance and work for nobles after graduation. Lannister Port has the only financial street in the 7 countries," Asher said. "Even a top finance student who graduated from the Empire University can't play with a duke with 3 professional degrees, because finance experts can only adapt to the rules, but dukes can make the rules. If any guy in the Iron Islands dares to speculate in finance, my father will catch him the next day and send him to the North Pole. So, the heir of a great noble only needs to master basic financial knowledge, enough to manage a group of finance experts. There is no need to take it as a profession." Ashur was speechless. In silence, the car entered the gate of Casterly Rock City. A tall old man with white hair led a group of men and women to greet them at the gate. The old man was close to 2.4 meters tall, and the others were also tall. "Ah, Grandpa Tyrion, who are you? I am not qualified for you to come out and greet me personally." Dany was shocked when she saw the old man, and there was also a bit of fear in her shock. "Ha ha, little Dany, don't flatter yourself, I didn't come for you." The old man winked at the girl, then turned to Asher and bowed solemnly. "Lady Asher, I am Messai's eldest grandson, known as Giant Tyrion. It is an honor to meet you." "Oh, so you are Messai's grandson." Messai was half a generation younger in front of her, so Asher graciously accepted Tyrion's bow. After that, the old man introduced her to his large family, more than 30 people. "Sigh, time is the best medicine in the world. Back then, your Casterly Rock City only had one son, Sir Jaime." The Lannister group felt a bit awkward. But Giant Tyrion laughed. "Same to you. Greyjoy only had Sir Robb as his only son back then." "Ha ha ha." Asher gave an awkward laugh. After the greetings, the old man personally led her on a tour of the new Casterly Rock City. The overall changes weren't big, only the details were more modern. There were steam-powered elevators, magic crystal lamps, water system, and other new things. Oh, there was an additional stone sculpture of James the size of a house on the mountain wall halfway up the mountain. "He is the sword god," old Tyrion said in a respectful voice. "Did Sir Jaime leave behind any secret cultivation manuals? I'm not trying to pry into your family's secrets, but the sword god is too mysterious for me, so I want to know more." Asher asked in a curious voice. "The old master did leave behind some things, although they are secret sword techniques. You can look at them as you wish." The old man said this and excitedly brought her to the stone garden on the top floor. Asher was surprised to find that there were several hundred swordsmen gathered on the 2,000 square meter platform. Everyone had a sword, sitting cross-legged, or slowly waving their swords, or looking up at the stone peak in the garden. Asher's eyes hurt and she couldn't help calling out, "Ah, what is that? It seems like a sword is slashing at my head, it hurts." "That is the sword technique left behind by great-grandfather," the old man proudly said. Chapter 1107. The so-called sword mantra was nothing more than 3 words carved on the stone wall, Casterly Rock City. 40 years ago, my father was critically ill. My great-grandfather heard the news and rushed back, but he was 2 days late. My father was raised by him. My great-grandfather was very upset and very sad, and right here. Old Tyrion pointed at the stone garden. He stood here for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, he sighed and used his sword to carve 3 words on the mountain peak. He was not standing on the edge of the stone wall and using an iron sword to carve. Instead, he was standing beside the fence, dozens of meters away. He was using an ordinary rusty iron sword. It looked like he was just casually waving it a few times. Stone powder rustled down, revealing a finger-deep handwriting. Every stroke was a sword move, and it was also infused with his understanding of the sword and life. At that time, his swordsmanship must have improved further. Asha rubbed her eyes and tried to calm her heart according to old Tyrion's guidance. Finally, she saw the full appearance of the 3 words Casterly Rock City. It was indeed carved with iron hooks and silver strokes. Even though she did not understand Draconic, she could clearly feel the beauty and power of the words. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. The lake in her heart rippled, and the 3 words immediately disintegrated into dozens of dazzling sharp swords. Every sword used a sword move, and every sword move seemed to evolve into a world. It was a very strange feeling. She frowned again, and her eyes were stinging with tears. Don't look, your realm is not high enough. Old Tyrion brought her away from the stone garden. It's too amazing. This is the first time I've seen words that seem to have a life of their own. Asha said excitedly. Only when the sword moves have a spirit can one be called a sword god. Old Tyrion said. How did Sir Jaime do it? He was about the same level as me back then. This is too exaggerated. Asha muttered. Asha, your great-grandfather was a famous knight in the 7 kingdoms. When he was young, he was personally taught by Sir Arthur Dane. Before he lost his hand, he was already close to the realm of divine transcendence. What realm are you now? The old man said with a wooden face. I'm Ironseed. I'm good at fighting on the ship. Asha was a little embarrassed. She couldn't even beat Erlu. Why is your family's swordsmanship secret manual open to others? I see that many of the swordsmen in the garden are wearing ordinary clothes. They should be commoners, right? She changed the topic. They are all swordsmanship experts who have come here out of admiration. They are at least level 4. Westeros, your Sosian, men, women, nobles, commoners. Casterly Rock City welcomes all of you, as long as you swear a sacred oath that you will never learn great-grandfather's swordsmanship and commit any evil deeds. The old man smiled. I thought you would keep it as a family heirloom and only show it to your own people, Asha said. Sigh, compared to the knowledge of magic and swordsmanship that Dragon Queen has made public, this secret technique is not even a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, great-grandfather was able to become a sword deity because he received the teachings of the warrior. What teachings? Asha asked curiously. Old Tyrion hesitated for a moment. After leading her to the study, he asked in a low voice, Do you know the Divine Comedy? Asha thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I seem to have heard my granddaughter-in-law mention it before. Granddaughter-in-law? Princess Dany? Asha nodded and asked curiously, What is the Divine Comedy? What's so special about it? Strictly speaking, it is just a poem that describes hell, heaven, and earth. But think about it, hell, heaven, and earth, don't they almost cover the entire world? Old Tyrion said mysteriously. So, Muggles who came from the Age of Chaos were not very sensitive to the existence of divine scriptures. It can't be said that great-grandfather completely relied on the Divine Comedy to become a god, but it did help him cut off his past and understand himself. His soul shone with endless vitality, the old man said. Asha's eyes lit up and said eagerly, Can you let me see it? I also want to be reborn. The giant Tyrion shook his head and said, The Divine Comedy can't be shown to others, and it can't be seen. It has been torn apart. Are you crazy? Why would such a magical treasure be torn apart? Asha was surprised. My great-grandfather tore it apart. The giant Tyrion said slowly, At that time, he met an old friend outside the Great Wall. The other party was in a miserable situation. My great-grandfather took pity on him and prepared to use the divine comedy to bring him back to the embrace of the 7 gods. However, after that person saw the divine comedy and heard that my great-grandfather had used it to become a god, he was ungrateful and coveted the divine comedy. At first, he knelt on the ground and begged. But my great-grandfather swore that he would never show the original divine comedy to another person, so he firmly refused. I don't know what happened at that time, but the divine comedy was stolen by that person. My great-grandfather was so angry that he chased after him and directly destroyed the divine comedy. It seems that an evil god intervened at that time. Otherwise, with my great-grandfather's strength, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Alas, what a pity, Asher said regretfully. The old man pondered and said, the divine comedy was destroyed by the sword Chi, but there are still fragments left. In recent decades, there has been news that someone obtained the fragments of the divine comedy and became a god. There are even ambitious people who wantonly collect the fragments in an attempt to piece together a more complete fragment of the divine comedy. Hearing you say that, I'm even more interested in the divine comedy, Asher said. You want to see the divine comedy? Dania said solemnly, that thing is very evil. Many powerful extraordinaires are also lured into depravity. You're just an ordinary person. There's almost no chance that you'll survive if you see it. They stayed in Casterly Rock for 2 days before taking the train to King's Landing with Joffrey and Lannister. That night, in the bedroom that Lannister had arranged for the 2 distinguished guests, Asher curiously asked about the divine comedy. Asher believed that since the divine comedy was written by Targaryen, Dany should know more secrets than the giant Tyrion. Have you seen it before? Dany nodded hesitantly. There are fragments of the divine comedy in the Imperial University's library. There are even scholars who wrote personal biographies of some demons based on it. Why are you talking about demons again? Asher asked, puzzled. Is it strange that there are demons in hell? Originally, the ancestors had already killed all the evil gods, and the evil sorcerers had almost lost their living space. Without the evil gods, they could no longer borrow their power through blood sacrifices. But now, there are still evil dark sorcerers in the shadows. Why? Why? Asher was confused. Dany rolled her eyes. Of course it's because there are new evil gods that they worship and sacrifice. The evil gods were all killed by the Dragon Queen. Where did the new evil gods come from? Asher was puzzled. Isn't this back to the previous question? Is it strange that there are demons in hell? The Divine Comedy is essentially a poem that introduces heaven, hell, and the mortal world. In other words, the 7 levels of hell and the terrible existences in hell are all described in the Divine Comedy. And the Divine Comedy has the strange effect of immersing the reader in it. If an extraordinary obtains a fragment of a demon from hell, they can directly communicate with him or even pull his projection into the real world. If the extraordinary's willpower is not firm, or if they have evil intentions, it is natural for them to enter the demonic path. Oh, I see. Asher was enlightened. If you are interested, you can read the continuation of the Divine Comedy by the scholars. The fragments of the Divine Comedy are too dangerous for Greyjoy, especially you. Dany's face was a little gloomy. Why are you targeting Greyjoy? Asher frowned. Gritting her teeth, Dany said in a low voice, because there is also a demon from hell in my family, and he is someone you know. Who? Asher was shocked. I don't know any demons from hell. You don't know Yulun? Dany's eyes flickered. Yulun? Asher was stunned and said ridiculously, that guy, even I dare to fight him one-on-one. You should be able to fight 10 of him alone. What kind of demon are you? You fought him one-on-one? Dany looked at her strangely. He has the talent of transfiguration, and he is a sorcerer, a summoner, a blood curse wizard, a true sacred child, and many other extraordinary professions. How do you choose? I know he is a blue-lipped sorcerer, but transfiguration, summoner, and so on, where do they come from? And the sorcerer is not strong. Didn't Yulun capture the great sorcerer of Queers, Kaya? At that time, the magic tide had just recovered, and the so-called great sorcerer was just a beginner with powerful knowledge. When he met Yulun, Kaya had only been practicing for less than a year. Even in modern times, The Sorcerer of Queers is still a powerful faction with medium strength in the extraordinary world. After a pause, Danny explained, Yulun is not a transfiguration sorcerer in the traditional sense. He was blessed by the storm god and wears an eye patch all year round. His different-colored eyes can control crows and cast spells through crows. What about summoners? Asher asked. Yulun's sea monster, have you forgotten? Wasn't the horn of the sea monster given to Victarion? Victarion died in the final battle, and the horn fell into the hands of his wife, Margaery. But Yulun is still the first master of the sea monster. After Queen Sansa passed away, the head of the kings, Duke Gorton, also left King's Landing. Wait, Asher interrupted her. Isn't the Duke of River Bend Tari? How did it become Margaery? Have you seen the current map of the Seven Kingdoms? A part of the old royal territory, along with the Trident River, belongs to the Duke of Dragonstone Island. It is the land of the Pentashade dragon Targaryen. The territory of the Trident River is the compensation for ceding King's Landing and the surrounding area. The new royal territory of the Crimson Saber dragon Targaryen is made up of half of the Mandaya River Plain and half of the Blackwater River Plain. River Bend and River Inter had to cede large areas of land. River Inter had always been a place of war, and there was no fixed duke family. Whether it belonged to the royal territory or River Inter, it made no difference to the River Inter nobles. That was why River Inter had almost no objections. But River Bend was different. All the River Bend nobles were part of the Green Hand. In fact, it was because they were all part of the same family that the large River Bend did not split. Margaery spent a lot of effort and finally helped Queen Sansa settle the matter. Thus, she became the new Duke of River Bend and reclaimed Tyrell's Gorton. When Queen Sansa died, she had already obtained the title of Duke of River Bend. After leaving her post in the King's Hand, she returned to Gorton. Perhaps she had already achieved her goal of gaining power. After that, Duke Margaery began to indulge in increasing her own strength. She devoutly served the Holy Mother and raised her priest level while researching the profound mysteries of magic. The sea monster left behind by Yulun became her target. If she could control the sea monster, she would become the overlord of the sea. She could even borrow the sea monster's magic power. Through the horn she inherited from Victarion, she really summoned the giant sea monster from the deep sea into the Mandaya River. Dany's pretty face turned slightly pale. Fear appeared in her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, Margaery opened the gates of hell. At that time, the long night had already ended for more than 10 years. After 20 years of growth, the sea monster had become a giant demon. And 20 years of time was enough for Yulun in hell to evolve into Yulun Demon. Chapter 1108. Asher was shocked. When Yulun gave the horn to Victarion, he must have left something behind. He was exiled by my father because he strengthened Victarion's salt concubine. They can't be so close. Dany nodded and sighed. Margaery isn't you. She didn't see the discord between the two brothers. That day, the High Court was met with a calamity. The tall city walls were like crispy pancakes, easily crushed by the sea monster's tentacles that were as thick as hills. The Mandaya River was like a big fat person who jumped into a bathtub, and the flood flooded the villages within 100 miles. The houses in the city were like sand castles by the sea, easily crushed by naughty children. And the Yuluan demons used the sea monster's mouth to laugh wildly. High Court was destroyed. The collapsed rocks blocked the river, and the Mandaya River changed its course. The residents suffered heavy casualties. Tyrell was truly exterminated. Margaery, her children, husband, and relatives were all eaten by the sea monster. When the demigod priest of the Holy Church arrived, the sea monster had already disappeared in the Mandaya River. Some people said that it was summoned by Yulun to the endless Black Sea in the 3rd layer of hell. Didn't Yulun go to the 7th layer of hell? How can you still come out to do evil? Asher was shocked. Hell is like a cesspool. Evil people like Yulun are like feces. The 7 gods sweep the feces of the human world into the cesspool, not letting a single one go. The human world is peaceful, but the cesspool of hell is there. If normal people don't go near it, they won't be contaminated by the stinky feces. If you don't provoke the devil can't hurt you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, Danny, you're disgusting. Asher covered her nose and said in disgust. You're the one who's disgusting. You pooped on the castle walkway. Danny said angrily. You can't blame me. There were no flush toilets in ancient times. Everyone pooped in the castle and waited for it to dry. Asher said awkwardly. What happened after that? She quickly returned to the original topic. Tyrell's family has been exterminated. Based on the contributions of the River Bend families during the long night, a new River Bend Duke will be chosen. The Tarley family and the Golden Tree City's Luo-Wan were both from the Green Hand clan, and their merits were equally matched. In the end, the River Bend Dukes voted, and the Tarley family won. The eldest son of Rickken Tully, who died in Winterfell, became the first Hornet Hill Duke with the help of his uncle, Sam Tully, Danny said calmly. Did you Lund demon appear again? Asher asked. Hearing this, Danny's expression changed. She nodded gently and sighed. You have been to the ancestral hall of the Greyjoy family. Did you find anything unusual? I only burned a stick of incense and didn't find anything, Asher said. There's no memorial tablet for my grandfather in the ancestral hall, but have you seen my grandfather in Pike City? Have they been removed from the genealogy? Asher asked in surprise. Yes. My grandfather didn't have extraordinary talent, and he wasn't willing to calm down and serve the Holy Mother. In the end, he went astray on the path of seeking power. What did he do? Asher asked curiously. After hearing that the Dark Warlock used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to communicate with the demons of hell, my grandfather was inspired. He secretly carved Yu Lun Demon's memorial tablet and worshipped it as an ancestor. Due to the pull of the bloodline, Yu Lun Demon actually responded to him. It was said that Yu Lun Demon promised my grandfather that as long as he offered the blood of his kin, he would be granted the ability to summon sea monsters. Asher was furious. Yu Lun Demon is a bastard. How dare you tempt the descendant of the Greyjoy family to kill his own kin? My grandpa was possessed and killed my grandpa. How tragic. His grandson killed his own son. Rob must have been very sad, right? Asher murmured. Not only was he sad, he was devastated. Later, he used the holy fire to purify my grandfather. Since then, Yu Lun Demon became the taboo and curse of our family. My father was able to marry my mother because of this incident. Danny sighed. What do you mean? Asher was puzzled. What do you think are the chances of the descendants of the Targaryen family worshipping Yu Lun Demon? Danny said proudly. Asher's mouth twitched. You are Greyjoy now. I am Greyjoy, but the blood of the true dragon flows in my body. My descendants, my brother's descendants, will all be proud of the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. They will only have a deep contempt for Yu Lun Demon. This way, the curse that Yu Lun Demon placed on the Greyjoy family will naturally be resolved easily. Asher looked conflicted. Although it makes sense, but it was very uncomfortable to hear. But she could not deny old Rob's wisdom. My mother was the flower of the empire of the Imperial University, and my father. Danny sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary person who entered the Imperial University with the help of his family's noble title. He had no looks, no talent, no power, and no courage. He did not dare to express his love for my mother. Fortunately, my grandfather had connections and personally went to the North Pole. Queen Jegarit pitted her adopted brother's experience and prepared to matchmake the kingdom's eldest princess to marry my father. But my father was madly in love with my mother and rejected the equally outstanding eldest princess. When my mother heard about this, she was very touched. Danny chuckled. Actually, my mother has always been at odds with eldest Princess Sansa. Asher was not interested in the love affairs of the juniors. I see that you seem to respect old Tyrion Demon very much. Why? Also, how did this group of Lannister demons grow so tall? A strong caste, tall and sturdy body, these are the characteristics of Stark demons. Yes, Lord Tyrion's mother is a Stark demon. You also know about the bad things between the two families in the early years. Marriage is the best way to resolve the grudge, Danny said. Nonsense. I've seen many Stark demons, but none of them are so tall, Asher said. I don't know what the ancient Stark demons look like, But there are too many tall Stark demons in the northern region now, Dany said with certainty. Who is Tyrion's mother? Asher frowned. Arya Stark. Blood demon Arya? Isn't she the wife of a stranger? How can she marry? Not that lord. Dany shook her head. After the Northern Ice King was exiled, his younger brother Bran's son, Adu Stark, became the new Duke of the Northern region. Arya Stark is Duke Adu's second daughter. In the legends of the Northern region, Duke Adu once arm wrestled with a giant and won. He also won a wrestling match. I seem to have heard that Bran's son, Adu, is a mutant monster. He's very tall, Asher recalled. Rumor has it that Duke Adu is so tall because he drank the milk of a child of the forest when he was young, Dany said with a gossipy expression. Have you seen a child of the forest? Asher asked. No, they moved to Dragon Island near the Antarctic Circle with the giants and other monsters. I haven't seen it either, but according to the legends, the child of the forest should be tiny, Asher said. Maybe the child of the forest fed him with the giant's milk. Dany guessed. Asher shook her head and asked, what great achievements does Tyrion have? He's the adopted son of Prince Tyrion. When my mother sees him, she has to call him Grandpa Tyrion. He was lucky enough to be taught by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. When he grew up, he was the finance minister of the empire for 30 years. Later, when he returned to the Westeros, he assisted 2 generations of kings and served as the prime minister for 30 years. He just retired a few years ago. He also built the largest financial street in the Seven Kingdoms in Port Lannister, and it's also the only place in the Westeros where stocks are listed. It's safe to say that he single-handedly founded the financial industry of the Seven Kingdoms, Dany said with admiration. The giant Tyrion's achievements were not only because he learned from the Dragon Queen and founded the financial industry of the Westeros, but also because the heavy industry of the Western region was so powerful that Asher was terrified. Yes, not shocked, but terrified. 7 gods above, you're not kidding. It can produce 200,000 tons of crude steel every year? If it's all made into swords and armor, then. The next day, Asher followed tall Joffrey to the steel plant of the United Strength of the Western region, which had a forest of chimneys and roaring machines. Standing under the magic steel furnace as tall as a hill, Asher's whole body and mind were captivated by a powerful force called magic industry. More than 200 steel fire priests poured magic power into the furnace together. Thousands of tons of iron ore, like lard in a hot pot, slowly melted, gradually shining, hot. The scene was too spectacular and too shocking. If it's all used to forge weapons, it's enough to let every man in the Western region wear knight armor and the best steel sword. But it's meaningless. Joffrey continued her words. How is it meaningless? 1 million soldiers are enough to sweep the world, Asher said with a trembling voice. Let's not talk about whether it can make 1 million soldiers obedient and rebel. If you can build 1 million soldiers, can't other duchies? The Western region has steel plants, as do Hadjen, Valley, Northern region, Dawn, and River Bend. Using steel to arm the people to rebel is meaningless except for the suffering of the people, the destruction of the country, and the harm of others. Joffrey sighed. Our Iron Islands also have a small steel plant with an annual output of 30,000 tons. Times have changed. Even if you wear iron armor, you can't become a knight. Apart from knights, there are dozens of magic professions, Dany said. Alas, times have really changed. You're strong, I'm strong, and we're all getting stronger. Asher smiled bitterly. Then, she asked curiously, so much steel, if not used to make weapons, where is it used for? Part of it is used to meet the production and living needs of the people. The rest of the steel can be used to build ships, cars, railways, and even high-rise buildings. For a long time, steel has been in short supply in the Seven Nations. Half a year ago, my great-grandfather proposed to His Majesty the King a plan to produce 1,000 schools in 100 years. In other words, in the next 100 years, we strive to open 1,000 specialized schools for firemags in the Westeros. Eventually, the total steel production of the Seven Nations will reach 10 million tons. A fire priest who can borrow the power of the 7 gods to cast dragon-tongue magic is the world's most productive force. Joffrey sighed. Asher was stupefied. The next day, when they arrived at the Western Region train station in Port Lannister, Asher finally understood the meaning of Joffrey's words. You actually used such high-quality steel to pave the road, and built such a huge and long green iron carriage. 7 levels of hell, it's too extravagant. Even when they entered the spacious VIP box, Asher's eyes were still in a daze. She had a dreamy expression on her face. It's not extravagant at all. Even an ordinary farmer can afford the fare to King's Landing. The initial investment is indeed huge, but if the time is extended to 100 years, compared to the mud carriages of the past, the cost of the train is almost negligible. The key is still the fire priests. The steel requires fire priests, and the huge amount of wildfire needed to power the steam engine also requires fire priests. If the steam car is popularized, perhaps even 1,000 specialized schools for fire mags wouldn't be enough. Joffrey sighed.